Do not worry.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to a brand new Do Not Worry stream. I'm your host, Anthony, coming to you live from the heart of Lebanon in the 09. It is 9:33 p.m. on this Thursday night. How's everybody doing? We are here to react to the final Leftovers episode, Leftovers number 61, Israel versus Gaza. I know Ethan's downfall and descent started before then. There were little bits and pieces, especially like the capitalism conversation with Hassan. And obviously going back to the past, Hila's conversation about, the raid and Ramallah. There's a lot of things to go back to, but this was the episode where we thought Ethan and Hassan could find some common ground. And instead, things just, and while it seemed like there was some common ground to be found in this episode, things just devolved from there. And then Ethan went on to Hassan's stream, which we're going to react once we're done with this, because that other video deserves a whole other conversation, because that's when shit really went down. And part of me was tempted to actually skip this episode and just jump straight to the, stream episode between Ethan and Hassan. But we're going to do this one first, because I think there's a lot of important stuff here and stuff to keep in context. And I know Ethan always points to the fact that he cried here. So we're gonna watch all of it. We're going to react to all of it. We're going to watch it at 1.5 speed. So it's going to be a little bit, because it's a long video. This is almost a 4-hour video. So we're going to try to get through most of this, if not all of it today. I'm going to try my best. All right. It's already late over here. How's everybody doing? Welcome, everybody. We got we got so many people in chat. Hello, everyone. We got Haley. We got Bacon and Megs, Nogzolato, Sarah Hoydat, Mick G, Honk, Big Kate from Canada, Rora Noah, Scouty Paws, Loosh, did I say McG already? Well, yeah, I did say McG. Dreadful Utopia, hello. Rumple, Stillskin, Spooky, Dana, Kittiora, Sheepy. How's everybody doing? Hope you guys are doing okay. Sorry, I feel like my voice is a little messed up. I filmed 3 Lego reviews in a row today. And I'm already regretting that, because looking at this thing now, I'm thinking of 2 things that I should have said in my review that I did not include. So I might have to add an extra scene tomorrow. I thought I was done. But yeah, I've taken 2 spoonfuls of honey. Should hopefully go smoothly. Okay, I got my little sugar cubes ready to go over here. Everything to make this a little bit easier. Before we get going, folks, let me just take a second to thank our lovely channel members, folks. This channel wouldn't be around if it weren't for our channel members and our patrons. So a big thank you to all of you. We have a goal of 1,000 channel members by the end of, near the end of September. September 26th, my birthday. I'm trying to see if I can get to 1,000 channel members. 1,000 Do Not Warriors. We're currently at 442 members. Thank you guys so much. So I just wanted to take a second to thank some of our lovely members who get access to exclusive live streams. I was supposed to do members live stream today. I'm sorry, guys. It's happening tomorrow. I went to the gym, and then I was filming those 3 Lego videos, and then time escaped me, and I was like, holy shit, I have to do a member stream and then do this live stream at night. I had to prioritize this stream, but tomorrow, members, it is happening. It is going down. We have a post on the members community tab for an AMA. Dump whatever questions you want in there. I'm going to answer all of them tomorrow, and we'll do something else that's fun as well tomorrow. Let me thank some of our lovely members, such as Gib It Real. Hello, Gib It Real, who rejoined just a day ago and who's been a member for 4 months. Gib It Real, thank you for keeping it real with us all. Jay Toshia, thank you so much. Simply John, thank you guys so much for being members. Also, Jay Toshia has been a member for 4 months. That's very kind of you. Sax God, I would love to hear some of your sax skills. Who's been a member for 2 days. Well, thank you so much, Sax God. Also, Sky Bob, Chubby Puffin, thank you, Chubby Puffin. Baba Yaga X9000. And the username Matt and Spam Tana. Folks, whether you've been a member for 1 day, whether you've been a member for 12 months, whether you've been gifted your membership, or whether you've been out there gifting memberships, I love and appreciate all of you. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. We really appreciate you all. And also, do not forget our patrons. Our patrons, folks, who get access to exclusive content such as Nour and Karine's. You know what's coming, folks. You know the picture's coming. You know what's coming. Nour and Karine's fantasy board review, where they read and review strange nasty books, and now they're reviewing Morning Glory Milking Farm. It's the story of this farmhand lady whose job is to milk minotaurs. It is a monster bait romance. This content is only accessible for our patrons, not our members. So if you guys want their nasty show, who, by the way, I have nothing to do with the show. They pitched it. They love it. You know, it's their business. It's their business. Let me thank some of our lovely patrons. Got your patron, Ilan Mujabir. We love you. Superhero patrons, Ezekiel B, Claudia, Jordan M, and Joey Dabul. Blonde patrons like Unidentified Florida Man, Matt Girsich, and Richard Fairbanks. And abductee patrons like Selena Francis, Elise Marrero, Kara, Emo Donut, and Rizal Asabi. Thank you guys so much. We love and appreciate. Sorry, guys. I need to drink some water. I already had so much honey. Mouth so dry. Also, you don't got to do any of this stuff to be supportive of the channel. Just like the video, leave a comment, you know. Subscribe. If you're not... By the way, there's 70 of you guys watching live right now and only 20 likes. Why? Like the stream. Leave a comment if you're watching the replay. Join the Discord. And finally, you want to support me? You want to help me? You want to support your boy? You guys like Lego? How about subscribing to Tino's Playroom, folks? It is my second channel where I play video games, build Lego sets, review Lego sets. My latest video is a flop. Look at this. It got 10 views. I pinned the link to this video in the live chat, folks. Click it and watch it. I'm reviewing this little Mandalorian and Grogu little Lego set. Look at this. Don't you want to watch my 6-minute review? It's a quick watch. Don't let the video flop, folks. This is reminding me of what a hustle it is to make YouTube videos. Like, I started this channel from scratch. You know what I mean? Even then, I have like a built-in audience of like 29,000 subs. And even then, look at that. I got videos. This video got 60 views. Look at how sad that is. You know what I mean? This one, 13 views in an hour. It really is hard. Like, next, appreciate your local YouTuber, folks. Us YouTubers are out there working hard. I know everyone's distracted by the big famous ones all the time. But your average YouTuber, folks, you know, we're essential workers too, all right? We're out there making videos, editing, filming them for 13 views in an hour. It's heartbreaking. But you got to keep that chin up high, okay? If you're out there making videos that get 13 views an hour, don't you quit, because eventually that 13 views is going to be 25 views an hour. Maybe you'll make 15 cents in ad revenue. But anyways, we build Lego sets and live streams. It's super fun. There's a lot of fun stuff coming up. I got a big ass like Pikachu that I'm going to build. I got a big Star Wars Mos Eisley Cantina, which is a retired set. It's kind of expensive. I'm going to build that shit on stream. I'm going to build a clone army for you fucking nerds out there. So we gonna do it. But anyways, I have the link to my latest flop on the channel. Click it, give the video a like, leave a comment, tell me you love this Mandalorian Lego set or that you hate it. And by the way, Dark Souls 2 is coming back, okay? Dark Souls 2 is coming back. We took a long break because of the war. Sorry, guys, we have wars here, okay? So we took a couple months off from Dark Souls 2. But Elias is coming over tomorrow night, my best friend Elias, and the Dark Souls expert. And we are diving right back in where we left off at Harvest Valley. It's full of like poison pools. I can barely remember the controls. But it's coming back. So tomorrow night at 8 p.m., give or take, we're going to be hopping back into the depressing world of Dark Souls. And I'm going to be dying a lot and getting angry. So it's not just Lego. We have not forgotten about you gamers. Okay, so Tino's Playroom. Just click the link to my video in the pinned link. You know, and then you can subscribe from there and like that video. Okay, anyways, enough of me, enough of all of that. Thank you guys. Much love. Let's get into some news. First of all, before we start reacting, which we should get to pretty quickly because there's a lot to talk about. Noah Samsen, Ethan Klein announced his lawsuit against Noah Samsen. We all know that. We saw that. We all support Noah Samsen, friend of the show. Well, he dropped this video just yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, one day ago, announcing, you know, the lawsuit and what he plans to do about it. Let's take a listen.
It's official. It's happening. I am getting sued by Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, millionaire and host of the H3 podcast, has sued me for defamation. Here's the complaint. It's 31 pages, and I'm getting sued. About a year ago, I released this video, The YouTubers Who Backed the Genocide. And in response...
Classic. An instant classic.
Ethan Klein immediately began threatening to sue me. Then, a year later, just 2 days before the statute of limitations was up, Klein filed his lawsuit. In the complaint, Klein alleges that I defamed him by falsely painting him as a supporter of the genocide of Palestinians. The complaint presents 6 allegedly defamatory statements, including the title and thumbnail of my video, and it makes several claims
I love that the thumbnail is included in this. Again, Ethan was literally pulled from his own thumbnail.
To statements made about Israel, Palestine, atrocity propaganda, Nakba denialism, misinformation, and more. There's a lot of stuff in this thing. It's 31 pages. For now, all I can say about the lawsuit itself is that I think Ethan's claims are meritless and I intend to defend against them. But to do this, I need your help. A full-length defamation trial can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I don't have that. So I started...
But he's not wrong. These things are absurdly expensive. Absurdly expensive lawyer fees, and they charge you by the hour. You gotta keep them on retainer, whatever. I've never had to pay for a lawyer before. Okay, I've just heard these terms in movies.
A GoFundMe. It's linked in the description and the pinned comment. You can also find it by searching Klein v. Samsen on the internet. I set the goal at $200,000, but any funds we raise above this goal will be donated immediately to Palestinian aid. And any money that goes unused or is recuperated once legal proceedings conclude will also be donated. Last year, around the time of Ethan's initial lawsuit threats, we did
Pretty G move, by the way.
a fundraiser for UNRWA, an organization that provides aid to Palestinian refugees, and we raised over $500,000, so it would be cool if we could do something like that again. I'll be hosting a fundraising live stream this Friday, May 22nd, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's a marathon stream, so it will go for 4 days straight, maybe longer. We'll have lots of guests calling in to hang out, play games, or do tier lists or whatever else. So far, we've got FD Signifier.
Groovy says he's raised 50K already. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I checked it out earlier. Was it like 37K or something? That's pretty fucking nuts. I mean, the fact that how much did they raise last time? Yeah, he said like over $500,000. So Noah has proven himself to be able to raise money pretty quickly. Michael C2 says that's Ethan's problem. He's so unlikable that people will donate to the people he sues. Well, no one has brought the internet together as much as Ethan Klein, to be honest with you guys. Like half the people I know now online that I've been able to interact with and like have on our fundraisers and, you know, like go on their shows, I've met because of Ethan and because of all of this bullshit. It's fucking insane. So as he tries to like, you know, throw grenades and throw bombs at the YouTube community, it's actually brought everyone together and created such a nice and positive community that is like so focused on like fundraising and like doing positive and doing good things. So Ethan is definitely a small snag in that, and that like he's being, you know, annoying, and like, you know, people like Frogan and Denims and Noah Samsen have to deal with these lawsuits and have to worry about raising money in the first place, etc. But this has all had like the opposite effect that I think Ethan wanted. Like everyone is rallying around these people, so you know, it's nice to see.
Boy, Big Joel, Denims, iDubbbz, Frogan, Elliot Sang, Chris Kunzler, Overzealot, Spooky Scary Socialist, Ahmed Sarsor, Colormind, Oli Sunvia, Cavernacle, and more. We'll have lots of
pretty dope fucking lineup. Stacked lineup. 4 days. It's gonna be crazy. And yeah, someone's asking, is he gonna sleep on stream? Drac asked Mo. I think so. That's what he did last time, right?
fun donation goals. You may get to see me chug a gallon of milk, take a pie to the face, wax.
Damn, gallon of milk, dude. That is guaranteed throw up. It is like physically impossible to down a gallon of milk without barfing.
My legs, cosplay your favorite influencers, do the hot chip challenge, run a marathon, and more. We'll have the wheel going as well, like we did during the last.
At least do the milk challenge after the hot chip challenge. Time those accordingly. Do the hot chip, then down. You know, it'll help you justify that gallon of milk a little bit more. And the waxing is a good idea. I should do like next time when I do an actual members. A subathon, I should wax my legs. I got Lebanese, I got Arab legs, bro. I got Arab arms. There's a lot of shit to wax off here. This will be like 40-year-old virgin type shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like blood coming out of my legs. I got some serious, like, I mean, guys, I'm not kidding here. Look at this. Y'all Americans aren't used to this. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see, but like, you know. But it's summer. I don't know if I want to wax my legs in the summer. It's gonna be weird. Hairless patches of hair having to grow back in the summer. Yeah, I don't want to do that, but that's a great idea.
fundraiser. And for the grand finale, if we hit $500,000, I will ride a bike 120 miles from San Diego to Hassan Piker's house to beg him for more money. Klein v. Samsen, GoFundMe, link in
That's funny.
bio. Donate to help defend free speech on YouTube, and send money to Palestinian aid as well while we do it. Thanks for watching. See you on Friday.
That's gonna be like a banger, man. This is gonna be like, you know, the whole streamoverse is gonna be. This is gonna be the next 4 days of everything. So good luck to our boy Noah Samsen. I'm definitely gonna be tuning in to that video. Hermio asks, "Do not worry. Have you ever experienced waxing? How sensitive are you with hair removal?" Have I ever experienced waxing? I think once, like maybe my sister, like I asked, like, let me see what it feels like, and I got like maybe a strip of it. I've experienced, like, I told you guys about laser hair removal once when Ethan was like making like fucking with Anissa for just mentioning that she was getting laser hair removal. I shared a story of having to get laser hair removal in an area because of an ingrown hair, and that was extremely fucking painful. Extremely fucking painful. I only did one session there, but that shit was memorably extremely painful. I don't think I've gotten waxed. No, I've not. You know? Okay. Then Noah Samsen shared the video on Twitter as well. And then we got a reply from Harley Morenstein. Look at that. "Just pay it yourself and let everyone else donate for an actual cause, like MS or, I don't know, Palestine. You make thousands on your Patreon and barely upload. This is lazy. Begging for money so you don't have to actually work in the middle of a genocide is crazy." Okay, first of all, the fact that he uses genocide as like a punchline, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, why are you even bringing up the genocide? The fact that they use the term genocide has become a joke to them. Like, why, just go to Gaza, man. He almost went to Gaza. They use these things as jokes. Imagine someone saying, well, just go to Auschwitz, bro. Like, why don't you just go to... Like, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking insane. Supposedly coming from a Democrat, a leftist Democrat who co-hosts a show with another leftist. Guam. So, what a dumbass fucking post. You make thousands on your Patreon. This is lazy. By the way, I mean, I'm sorry. Whatever thousands he makes on his Patreon, it is not enough to cover legal fees for a fucking defamation suit, which Ethan Klein knows he can't even win. He's just doing it to waste Noah's time and make him spend his money. So, why the fuck are you even making this dumbass point? Like, you think the guy has hundreds of thousands of dollars just sitting around to pay for a lawsuit, a frivolous lawsuit that your boss is imposing on him and imposing on many other small creators? Begging for... He's trying to make it look bad, like begging for money. My guy, your boss's whole business model runs on begging. Okay, they run on memberships and live donations. Like, what are we doing here? Again, do we need to bring up the clip again of Ethan begging people for... I mean, this is old. I'm going to bring it up. Fuck it. I think Chris had sent it to me on my WhatsApp not too long ago. Let me see. 1 second, folks. I definitely got that shit somewhere. Yes, there it is. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you to our members. Thank you to our members so very much.
This is what begging looks like. Harley Morenstein. By the way, he had just like bought himself a brand new Rolex that I think he was flaunting on this very episode.
I was explaining on Monday that it's no surprise, or it's no secret, that the show has taken a bit of a downswing on viewership and therefore ad revenue and memberships, because I'm stand on my business.
You certainly do.
And you know what I mean? And it wasn't not an unexpected thing to happen. I expected it as a result of my decisions to distance myself from Hassan and his...
I like that's how he looks at it. You know what I mean? He decided to... These are the consequences of him distancing himself from Hassan and his freakishly, you know, evil, just anti-genocide crowd.
In my opinion, more radical community than I'm comfortable with. And I want to say that thank you to everyone who continues to support us with the memberships and if you are in a position to support us, if you can afford the $5 a month or whatever it costs, then I would greatly appreciate that.
I love that line. If this, I mean, he should get that tattooed on himself. If you can afford the $5 a month, I would greatly appreciate that. Ethan Klein, everybody, and he makes fun of everyone else for like eBay. Anytime someone asks for memberships, he makes fun of them. He says people are out there begging on the internet, and he's out there doing this motherfucking shit. And Harley is saying that that Noah is begging for literally just asking for help for paying for a frivolous lawsuit, and in the meantime, he's also trying to raise money for charity at the same time, trying to get some good done out of this whole bullshit.
A month or whatever it costs, then I would greatly appreciate that at this time. However, we're fine.
I would greatly appreciate that. One more time.
I want to say that to support us, if you can afford the $5 a month or whatever it costs, then I would greatly appreciate that at this time.
Yankees fan sends, speaking of donations, Yankees fan sends a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Yankees fan. All the way from New York. Lebanese man in New York says, have you thought of covering Thomas Massey losing his primary because the Zayos didn't appreciate his anti-Israel, anti-Epstein stances? I could. I honestly, I have not really been paying attention to any U.S. Elections at the moment. So, Yankees fan, I will look into that and I'll cover that most likely next week. Tomorrow we're doing some gaming. And then I think Sunday we're streaming. Some Better Left Unsaid. But next week we can talk about that. Yankees fan, thank you for bringing that up. And thank you for supporting the channel with a generous $5 dono. Let's fucking go. All right, y'all.
However,
enough. So here's Harley. Great. I just said shut the fuck up, Harley. That was just 9 hours ago. Here is another H3 fan, that's Shireen Smith. This just came up on my feed. Says, what happened to not asking his fan base for money? Because there are more important causes that need that money. Jake Chinatown says he got sued by this guy. Reed says, what happened to I wouldn't wish a lawsuit on my worst enemy before filing this frivolous lawsuit. Oh, I can tell you what happened. They went after his fucking kids in all caps. So, I mean, these people are just fucking unhinged. These people are unhinged. And what do you mean they went after his kids? What do you mean? Who's they? Who's they? And they went after his kids. That means you sue like random YouTubers on the internet. What does CPS have to do with this video? Like Ethan's fans know what's up. Like they know what's up. Like, yeah, he's just going after people for no fucking reason. He wants revenge for CPS, which means he has no fucking case. None of these lawsuits are about copyright. None of these lawsuits are about defamation. It's just about Ethan getting his feelings hurt, okay? And wanting revenge. And ruining YouTube for everyone else before he fucking retires in a year. Will Menaker says, I got sued by a similarly disreputable scumbag for saying something true. So believe me when I say it costs money to fight these bozos and beat them at their own game. Which once again, just justifying why Noah Samsen is going to need that sum of money to pay for that lawsuit and fight the lawsuit. Because he should fight. He should definitely fight. Something about, so Ethan Klein's lawyer has filed a motion for the court to enter a default judgment against Frogan after Frogan did not file a responsive pleading by the May 11th deadline. I don't fully understand what this means, but it seems like Frogan did not file some kind of paperwork in time, so they've like defaulted on the lawsuit and like she's lost by default. If that's the case, just look at how the H3 community is dealing with that. So this is the H3 community fantasizing about Frogan filing for bankruptcy. Prediction, Frogan will file for bankruptcy. Yesterday, Ted requested the court clerk enter default for Frogan failing to respond. Today, the court clerk did so. Dude, I can't, like, this is what H3 fans fucking talk about on their subreddit in front of, like, goofs and gaffs and, you know, talking about their favorite YouTubers or what's cringy on the internet. They filed the paperwork today and they entered the default for failing to respond. Today, the court clerk filed the paperwork. Like, holy shit, dude. The vibes are so fucked. Not only on the podcast, but in the Reddit community. Like, they get together and talk about lawsuits and, like, you know what I mean? Financial ruin. Oh, she's going to be fined $150,000. Maximum damages. Like, who the fuck does that? Based on Frogan's stream not being that active and her fundraising for rent every month, I speculate that she has little assets and income and that the GoFundMe money has dried up to pay her attorneys. I think once judgment is entered and Ethan starts trying to garnish her wages, she will file bankruptcy to get out from under the debt. Yeah, these people are fucking crazy, dude. I don't even want to like open that actual post on the subreddit to like see what else these fucking sick people have said, but yeah. And anyways, yeah, here's from Queen in Yellow. Here's Ethan Klein drooling at the prospect of stealing funds that would otherwise be going to support Gaza, while his own crew members cringe in disgust.
Noah just did this massive fundraiser, and let's say hypothetically, I'm planning to sue a bunch of these people. They just keep raising money.
Hypothetically, well, I mean, he kept his promise. You could say that. Was he right to do so? Was that a smart move? Noxolato sends a $2 dono and says the default wasn't decided by the judge yet. Okay, awesome. Cool. Thank you for the update, Noxolato. I can always trust you guys, especially Noxolato, to come up with this stuff. Thank you.
Because Noah's like, let's prove to Ethan that we can raise the money to fight this lawsuit, which is fine. Like I said, I prefer them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right? I mean, that's just math. That's just logic. That money's coming to me eventually. So it's good. If he was bankrupt, I wouldn't collect at all. So in a way, it's good for me that he's crowdfunding. But I do think it's funny.
But he's not crowdfunding for his lawsuit.
No, well, he said, I'm going to crowdfund, but I'm doing it to prove that we can. I said, instead of crowdfunding for the lawsuit, I'm going to crowdfund for Gaza.
But that's like an actual good cause.
Yes, it is.
So what?
So what's funny, though, is that he's asking his audience to chip in to prove, right, that he can crowdfund.
It doesn't prove anything.
And he did prove it, and he's going to do it again, and you're not going to fucking win the lawsuit because you got no fucking case. You got no fucking case, okay? Even your most ardent supporters. Some Ordinary Gamer, Nick the Oreo, Legal Mindset. They're all like, you ain't going to win this shit, dude. So, get ready to enjoy Big Fat L, Ethan Klein.
Like
but then,
of the sort at all.
There's got to be a limit. Like, he can't go and... You think he's going to go...
Well, also,
another
more
200,000?
people are obviously more willing to give to a cause that's going to a good cause versus some dude's lawsuit.
Yeah, totally. That too. But like at the end of the day... It's awesome.
My guy, honestly, beating you in court at this point has become a good cause. It's become a humanitarian cause. Beating Ethan Klein in court is now a humanitarian cause. And people should not feel guilty donating to anybody who's fighting this man. Like, you're literally, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at this guy. Just look at this guy. He revels in people losing money. He revels in people making, like, shitty apologies for him that he can react to on his fucking podcast. Like, this is the most despicable kind of human, okay? So at this point... it is a fucking humanitarian cause, and it is a duty to beat this man in a fucking court of law. So, hopefully, Noah Samsen will be the man to do it. Okay. All right, my guys. It's time to start. Sorry I made you wait 27 minutes for this, 28 minutes almost. It is time to go back to the beginning. Israel versus Gaza, leftovers number 61 from the H3 podcast. Now, first, before we start this reaction, just want to say, if you guys want to watch this entire reaction uninterrupted, obviously go watch it on the H3 podcast YouTube channel. By the way, as I am watching this, as far as I know, this has not been registered in the Library of Congress. So as far as I know, this is not like a copyrighted video. If this video, if Ethan Klein or anyone from the H3 organization decides to like enter this, register this in the Library of Congress after the fact, I had no idea, okay? So I would not have reacted to it had I known. So for whatever that's worth. If you guys want to watch this, go watch it on the H3 podcast. We're going to react to it. We're going to pause this thing here. I'm going to add a bunch of shit. We're going to watch it at 1.5x speed, by the way. 1.5x speed. Ooh, Noxolato says 2 weeks for the Denims trial. God damn, good luck, Denims. So let's get this shit ready. 1.5x. We're going to try to watch as much of this as humanly possible. Let's go back to the beginning, to where this all started. If the 1.5x speed is tripping you guys up, let me know. I'll switch it back to like 1.25.
All right. All right. So welcome everybody to The Leftovers, a special edition where we'll be reviewing Taylor Swift's new Eras tour. We both were able to catch that last night. VIP access, front row seats. Hassan, what were your thoughts?
Man, talk about nostalgia. Holy shit. Yeah, Nola, I agree. Nola says, so weird hearing this intro again. It is super weird. It is pretty damn weird.
Us on the show.
I was so happy when they announced the show, because to me it was like two creators that I really enjoyed, two worlds that in my mind would never, you know, merge, colliding. And I remember when Hassan was like a guest on their podcast when they were like hosting it in their basement during COVID, if I'm not mistaken. And already I was like, damn, I felt like they had pretty good chemistry, and I liked the whole idea. Like Hassan was clearly the more educated and more informed individual, kind of helping this everyday schmo and Ethan Klein, you know what I mean, understand broader political concepts and ideas. So I was like, damn, I like Hassan and I like H3, the two of them together, nice mix. And then when they announced Leftovers as the show that was kind of gonna replace Frenemies, I was fucking excited. I think I even left a comment like, yo, this is fucking awesome, or some shit like that.
I think she's incredible.
She is.
What a generational talent.
Unbelievable.
And the best we got in America.
She's the best of us. In actuality, we're going to be discussing the conflict between Israel and Gaza that's happening right now. Obviously, there's been a lot of emotional charged stuff going on, but we're going to discuss everything. But I do want to make something very clear at the top of the show here, is that I've seen a lot of people expecting us to come froth and argue, and our friendship is going to end and the show is going to end or something like that. And I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's definitely not what we're planning on doing here. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Oh shit. This is already weird to watch. I guarantee you our friendship is not going to end. If you expect us to froth at the mouth and like get on each other, we just have to listen to that again. I think I'm going to slow it down. I don't know if I'm liking the 1.25.
Is that I've seen a lot of people expecting us to come froth and argue, and our friendship is going to end and the show is going to end or something like that. And I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's definitely not what we're planning on doing here. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Instead, we're going to solve the conflict in its entirety. Let's go.
I mean, honestly, there was a shot for this to go, and I think this episode a lot of it was positive. But I think anytime Ethan went back home and Hila just got her, like, you know, claws into him, like, Ethan, that is not what we learned in Israel. Remember what they taught us in Israel, Ethan? You cannot agree to a one-state solution. Once you unleash the Palestinians from Gaza, they will eat everybody, Ethan. They want to kill all the Jews, Ethan. Okay? All right. You tell this Hassan he is wrong.
It's never going to happen.
That's what we're going to do.
People who are like, it's just not happening. That's not the point of the show, which I like, and actually it's becoming more so now, is that we can have, I sound so dumb and corny, but like we can have difficult conversations and not hate each other, which is important because
taboo topics.
Exactly.
My guy, dude, how long did Hassan give Ethan grace while Ethan talked shit about Hassan on his fucking podcast every single day, hour after hour, Instagram post after Instagram post, non-fucking stop. His whole Reddit community turned against Hassan, and Hassan kept giving Ethan grace. You know what I mean? So this has never been like, it's just been Ethan going after Hassan this whole time. Hassan held on to and honored his end of the deal. Like, yeah, we're not going to go after each other. This is not going to end the friendship. It's Ethan that completely turned his back on Hassan. It's Ethan that fucking started this whole fucking thing. Nola sends a $2 dono and says, don't forget to like the stream. Well, thank you so much, Nola. Listen to Nola, everybody. Nola, thank you for the generous dono. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show, everybody.
Exactly. Just like, who's doing that?
I think that was Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit. Taboo
it?
topics.
No, it was Ab and Preach, I think.
Look, if people like me and Hassan, which are basically so close to
KMac9160 says not just Hila, his parents. Yeah, I'm sure the parents as well, like in Hila's family. It was a combination of a lot of people, the media that they watch at home. Hila watches a lot of like Israeli news. You know, that shit was playing the whole time. And she's like, Ethan, I saw this on the news. Look at this. They have bases under hospitals. And you know what I mean? I think there would have been a shot for Ethan, honestly, if it weren't for Hila. There would have been a shot for him to be an anti-Zionist, representative for the movement.
The same ideals can't have a amicable conversation about it, then there's no hope for anybody.
I agree.
Thanks.
The hummus.
Where do you want to get started? Because one thing I do want to say, and this is not necessarily about this issue in particular, but in general, I feel like a lot of people do not have a way to contextualize news and information without adding a little bit of drama seasoning to it. Where like it's not necessarily here's what's going on, this is my opinion on it. It's always there needs to be a secondary market, you know, of like, oh well, Ethan said this, or Hassan said that. What do you think about this? Or oh my God, they're gonna fall apart. Like I think that betrays that betrays the values that you are trying to show people. If you're saying like, I care about people dying, I don't want them to die, I want people to live freely, and then you simultaneously try to have discussions almost entirely around commentators and Twitter spats and whatnot. I feel like that is unproductive.
Right. And actually, people are doing that to both of us.
Yes.
Frankly. In fact, so much so, there's this one video that
Good point, Hassan. Thankfully, we would never do such a thing here.
I saw on our subreddit, and I see it on Twitter too. It's getting a lot of likes and views. It's so fucking bananas.
I have not even watched it.
So
I just saw it and I was like, oh God.
They spliced me talking separately about something and Hassan talking separately about something, and they spliced it together to make it look like I was telling you that you deserve to die. Here, let me see it.
Jesus.
No, look at the title of it. It goes, debate. Ethan Klein tells his former co-host Hassan.
Did they used to live stream the show? Or did they pre-record this? I can't remember. Was this live streamed?
Piker, he deserves to be burned alive by terrorists for his different views on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Die! And by the way, we got a
this was live streamed.
Community note on it.
Thank you, Elon.
1.5 million views though. But anyway,
but that goes to
people
show
are
you
doing that too on the one thing that pisses me off is people who are cutting shit that is like trying to.
And as Mauricio says, Hassan describing just what Ethan did for the next 2 years. Exactly. Ethan spent the next 2 years just splicing up everything Hassan said and did and making drama content out of it.
The one thing that pisses me off is people who are cutting shit that is like trying to make it sound like I said that if you're pro-Palestine, you deserve to die, which is fucking nuts. Clearly cut. And I've seen people doing the same to you.
Here's why they're doing that. Okay, here's why they're doing that to you specifically. Because you're Jewish, you lived in Israel, and Ela was, of course, a mandatory conscript, also being an Israeli citizen. So people don't know what your perspective is and immediately say, okay, you want all Palestinians to die, you want Israel to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip and ethnically displace in the West Bank. I don't believe that that's your perspective. And
I've never believe it. It's not.
No, I know that that's not your perspective. I'm
Just
saying
to be
that
totally clear about that.
Yes, but I think that it's important for you to clarify, and then I can clarify my position as well, because a lot of people, despite
again, I mean, I don't think Ethan wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza, but he's okay with Gaza being a thing. He's okay with Palestinians being forced to remain in Gaza. He's okay with the concept of Palestinians not being able to be integrated within Israeli society as a whole. You know what I mean? That's where, again, he is still a Zionist. You can say, well, no, yeah, they shouldn't destroy Gaza. They shouldn't slaughter Palestinians. I don't like Netanyahu. That does not make you an anti-Zionist.
Like the fact that I know that I have to be on a very delicate tightrope when discussing these matters, because it does often get racialized fairly quickly, and it's done as a deliberate attempt to try to misconstrue your position and debate a straw man. I think that you can, describe your position, then we can go forward.
Well, another thing to note, it is incredible how many people want this show to break up. Like they fantasize about it.
Yeah.
And I find that odd.
Honestly, I never wanted that. And in fact, I think that it was a huge shame. Like this is when this show was needed the most. Literally, this show was needed the most because of that genocide. Like it would have been so necessary, and instead of Ethan and Ela spewing fucking propaganda unchecked by anyone on their crew for 2 years straight, they would have had Hassan there to try to help them understand and actually educate their audience. So
no, it's what I just described.
I know.
It's drama.
Like,
there's no way to.
I find that odd.
So yeah, in no way, shape, or form did I want this show to end. Do I think any of you guys in chat wanted this show to end? We just wanted Ethan to learn. We wanted Ethan and Ela to learn. Like that's the thing. Because again, there's always a chance for redemption. I mean, maybe not anymore, especially with all the lawsuits and stuff. Like at the time, again, just because Ela was in the IDF doesn't make her like irredeemable. She just never even apologized for her service. She's never shown any sense of remorse for her service or the raid in Ramallah, they still try to justify it and dig their heels in the sand. That's the problem. No one wanted the show to end. It would have been like they ended it at the worst time. But then again, could a show about leftism and politics, co-hosted by a Zionist and anti-Zionist, would that have ever worked? Was there ever really any chance? It could have if the topic of Israel never came up. But naturally, once it came up, it became team sports.
No, it's what I just described earlier. It's drama.
Like,
there's no way to contextualize the news because news is fucking boring and oftentimes it's depressing, right? When you see dead babies, when you see fucking building blocks being reduced to rubble, that shit is, one, usually impossible to contextualize if you're living in like fucking Connecticut, you know what I mean? And two, it's depressing and boring. What's not boring is, well, this is my favorite commentator duking it out with my favorite commentator in a way that I can actually analyze, in a way that I can actually understand, and I'm gonna go to battle.
oh, by the way, chat is off. You fucking savages in chat. Got to pipe down today. It's time to sit down and listen. Right.
Sit down and listen.
Okay. So here, I won't interrupt you. I think it's good to clarify your position.
Let me clarify. Thank you.
EZZB says one important aspect. It's how very few people were actually hating on Ethan at that point. People were actually trying to open his eyes very patiently. He would constantly select the few extremes to cry about. Exactly. Everyone was like, yeah, sure, he might have been bullied a little bit, you know, and there's always going to be some extremes in the live chat or on Reddit or in the comments, you know, saying some crazy shit. But people were just trying to push Ethan to the right direction. But he's always one to focus. And I do that sometimes as well. I could get 100 positive comments and then one negative comment, and then all I see and all I think about is that one negative comment. It happens to everybody or to a lot of people. You know what I mean? But that's what happened to Ethan. He would just focus and hyper analyze the negative comments and think about them and respond to them. And then that would elicit more responses and he would respond to that. And then he would argue with his chat during the live stream. Shit that I've fucking done sometimes. Okay. But yeah.
Yeah, clarify your position on Israel and Palestine in general.
Well, first of all, just to talk about this clip that I guess some people have seen. I made an analogy. You might not disagree with it. My point was that, you know what, I don't need to explain that. Do I?
I don't know what the clip is, but I care more about you getting your point across as it pertains to Israel and Palestine. Like,
yeah. Here's what I'll say. And I like to say this at the top because people are always going to call me a Zionist. People are going to call me a IDF supporter, genocidal, all this shit. And I've been saying it every fucking day, every time I can say it. So if you see anybody saying that, you know they're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it and many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis.
That's the problem. At this point, they're kind of starting to represent the majority of Israelis. And Israeli society is not all that different than the politicians representing them. That is the unfortunate part. Again, just look at the social media trends that go viral in Israel. Just look at the music that goes #1 on their Billboard charts. The shit that they watch, the way they talk about Arabs and Muslims and their neighboring countries.
And they're hellbent on
and the genocide that they're committing and the endless wars in 7 countries at once.
Genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, you know, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead 5-year-old daughter. I mean, and there was another one that as a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was a year old.
Now, at this point, at the time, I felt like this was kind of sincere. I thought this was a sincere moment of Ethan. And I don't know at this point, looking back and after everything that Ethan has done, was this sincere? Was Ethan just trying to make himself cry? I got to cry. I got to fucking cry on camera. I got to cry on camera. You know? Is he being sincere? It's hard to feel bad for him now. You know what I mean? Even 2 years later, looking back at this, At the time, I thought it was sincere. Now, I have no idea. It's hard to tell. And it's hard to feel bad for him because he's putting so many people through so much fucking pain and anxiety and fear. Just what he put Casey Tron alone. The harassment and anxiety and financial fear that he sent her way.
And he was like,
yeah, I agree with Von Gut Rosewater says, I can't tell if these are crocodile tears or for witnessing Ethan's last ever moment of compassion. That exactly. I'm right there with you. At this point, it's so hard to tell. Like, he's so far gone. He is so far away from who this, and even this person had some horrible fucking takes. Like, right after October the 7th, Ethan had some horrible fucking takes. You know what I mean? But like, this is not the same person that he is today. I think these were real tears. Yeah, I agree with Mithy Eve. I think these were genuine tears. It's just so hard to believe that this person still exists somewhere under the new Ethan. But I do think this is kind of genuine.
Her on the back and saying like his final goodbye. I mean, he's holding her like she's alive, like he's just burping her or something.
I think it's genuine. I think he was being sincere here, which again, I wish there was more of this on their podcast, on their show, rather than making it all about them. What did the H3 podcast become? It became Ethan and Hila complaining about, oh, they're coming after the Jews, they're coming after us, anti-Semitism, 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 while children were being slaughtered by the thousands every single week, you know, instead of talking about those kids and potentially being vulnerable from time to time, which is nice to see. They just made it all about them and their family and their house. They made such a devastating genocide. They made it so small and like just personal and petty and selfish.
I didn't expect to get emotional about that, but like, I'm a new dad and that shit really fucks me up. I hate to see it.
And he's also making this about himself. Like, I mean, I guess to cry, he's like, okay, he's imagining himself in this kind of scenario. So he's kind of, it's like what actors do, I think, to make themselves cry. Like they think of like, you know, like their pet passing away or something. He might have been doing that. Okay. I don't know, guys.
It's not right. I think people in Israel that support the government and the government need to watch that shit. I think Israel shutting off water, power, and food to Gaza is insane. It doesn't even make sense.
And the man who made that order, Yoav Galan, was described as a really good guy.
Like, what's the end goal there exactly?
I wanna cut in here for a second, and while you recollect your thoughts and say something. The feelings that you are demonstrating here, and the empathy that you're demonstrating and showing towards Palestinians, is unfortunately not represented by our administration, and it's not represented by our media. And I think that the irony is that in the aftermath of the Palestinian the Palestinian actions in southern towns in Israel, led by Hamas, the reaction from the Israeli population, specifically anti-Zionists living in Israel who are Jewish, and even Zionists living in Israel, was more tempered and more empathetic to the plight of Palestinians, and truly understood that.
Wait, Haley sends a $5 dono. Thank you so much, Haley, and says, oh my God, remember when Gary V recorded picturing your family getting shit in the face every morning? What did he do? I remember Gary V kissing his dad. Let's 1 second. Can someone send me a link? I gotta see that. Haley, someone send the link on Discord. I'll go and let me know that it's on Discord. I'll go check that shit out right away.
The violence of this occupation and the violence of an apartheid regime and the violence of endless bombing campaigns in an open air prison was squarely at the heart of the violence that Israelis experienced on October 7th. I think that is very courageous for people living in Israel proper who lost their friends to come out and speak out against their own government immediately. And it is cowardly and disgusting for Americans who are thousands of miles away, who will never be impacted by this, to refuse to reckon with that and to continue demanding more blood and aligning themselves with an insanely unpopular, insanely reactionary, far-right government who has deliberately propped up Hamas as the singular force time and time again, who has humiliated, bullied, imprisoned, and occupied and stolen the lands of so many innocent Palestinians. And it is shocking to me that the consensus in Israel is more tempered
And that's what pisses me off
than
too.
the consensus in American media.
Like, I've seen way too many fucking people acting like all Israelis are fair targets. They're all settlers. They're all genocidal. Like, there's way too much fucking dehumanization of Israelis and the refusal to see, like, even understand their perspective at all. Like, if you
I mean,
can't-
look, it's already starting. Tears in his eyes, saying like people are dehumanizing Israelis too much. Literally, as Palestinians are being slaughtered, he's already, you know, teasing us with what's to come.
Israelis are fair targets. They're all
Consensus in American media.
like, I've seen way too many fucking people acting like all Israelis are fair targets. They're all
Whoa. Sorry. Started playing on my phone.
settlers. They're all genocidal. Like, there's way too much fucking dehumanization of Israelis and the refusal to see, like, even understand their perspective at all. Like, if you can't understand why,
Look, they're not all genocidal, but like a vast majority of them supports what's happening in Gaza. They're all like, there's just a lot of extremism. There's a lot of extremism. They're not a fully normal society at this point. They are a war-loving society that is addicted to war. They can't imagine themselves not being at war with at least some kind of country. Extreme victim mentality. Like, yeah, it's hard to connect. It's hard to understand, and it's hard to see their perspective, especially when they're always trying to justify the fucking genocide. Especially when they're always trying to justify the actions of their government and what's happening in Gaza. It is very hard to see their perspective. It's to me, it's impossible. And to everybody in this chat, it's fucking impossible.
after Hamas murdered up now probably close to 2,000 people, if you don't understand why Israel would want to retaliate, then you're not in favor of peace. You're not, because I understand, and a lot of Israelis understand why Hamas exists and why Palestinians and Gazans want to fucking kill Israelis. I understand that, and I have that empathy. I feel that a lot of people, not all, even a minority, but enough that it's noticeable, don't have that level of empathy where they see Israelis as like full-blown, diverse human beings that aren't fucking genocidal freaks. You know what I mean? They just happen to be on the side.
Yeah, they are pretty diverse. They're coming from all over the fucking world to the Middle East. They're coming from Europe. They're coming from New Jersey. They're coming from Boston. Where else are they coming from? They're coming from Texas. You know, California. They're coming from everywhere. France, England. Mainly from America, though. You know, that's a lot of them.
That has a bigger fucking military and has international support. And all the result of that is obviously that a ton of Palestinians die.
I think,
like, how's there ever...
The result, what? Okay, what? 1 second.
You're not in favor of peace. You're not, because
but
I understand, and a lot of Israelis understand why Hamas exists and why Palestinians and Gazans want to...
Okay, at least that's good. At least he says he understands why Hamas exists. He says that now, but when he talks about it later, he seems like he never talks about them as a resistance force. He talks about them as terrorists, and he talks about them using human shields. So, you know, again, I kind of miss, at least this Ethan was kind of open-minded, kind of empathetic.
Fucking kill Israelis. I understand that, and I have that empathy. I feel that a lot of people...
Harley, W's in the chat for Harley, everybody. W's in the chat for Harley right now.
Not all, even a minority, but enough that it's noticeable, don't have that level of empathy where they see Israelis as like full-blown, diverse human beings that aren't fucking genocidal freaks. You know what I mean? They just happen to be on the side that has a bigger fucking military and has international support. And all the result of that is obviously that a ton of Palestinians die.
The result, I mean, no, I'm sorry. The result of international support and having military support should not be Palestinians dying. People dying should not be a normal side effect of a country being supported or a country existing. I mean, for Israel to exist, you know, we have to have international support. For that to happen, Palestinians have to die. Why? Who said that? Since when? No, stop it. By the way, W's in the chat, not just for Harley, for North Star Radio. Comrade Casey says someone should make a dozen video essays about the crash out that bald dude is going to go through. North Star Radio. you yourself made one of the quintessential video essays about how this man is going to have a crash out. So, as we say, "Inta madrasa" in Arabic, you are a school, North Star Radio, and we learned from you, my friend.
I think
Like, how's there ever going to be peace? Like, genuinely, if there's not empathy to at least understand. Like, I'm not to agree with, but to at least understand.
look, I think
Oh yeah, I can understand. I guess I can understand why a lot of Israelis do what they do. It's completely fucked up, but yeah, we're definitely not gonna agree.
Edward Said said it best that it is not about, it's not even necessarily about designification of Israel. It's about maintaining peace so that everyone has a right to return and be able to live comfortably in their own homes. This area of historic Palestine did have Jews, Christians, and Muslims living side by side before the 1948 Nakba and before the
Ethan's not gonna like that right to return shit. I think Hassan got him to agree to a one-state solution here, right? And then immediately walked it back. Immediately just went home, got yelled at by Ela, and changed his mind. T-Talk with Shah, who's been a member for 2 months. Thank you so much, T-Talk, for being a member for 2 months. Says Ethan needs to rewatch this video. I know, right? His whole crew, they should all sit down and watch it. Would serve them. That's why we are rewatching this. We have to go back to the roots of this whole thing.
British occupation. There was a time where there was peaceful coexistence. Ultimately, though, I think that the reason why a lot of people get really passionate about this, or the reason why I think the American media does a disservice to show the full breadth of the conflict or even the Israeli perspective by regularly running to the right of the Israeli government. That is, I think, by design. It is because we give a lot of money to Israel for its security and its defensive operations, as we call it. And I think a lot of that money has to be justified to the eyes of the American population. That is, those are our weapons ultimately that are being used and being deployed. It's our training as well. And it is very beneficial for Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, and many other defense contractors who saw tremendous gains on their stocks immedately after October 7. So to say that people do not have empathy for Israel, I don't necessarily agree with. I think your judgment is made on what you see on Twitter. You're like, there's an unimaginable amount of violence that took place in Israel, and then how can people immediately go to defend Palestinians in this action? And it's
Not
understandable.
Palestinians.
Well, I mean, people
Just
were
to be clear.
yeah, immediately go to defend these actions in general, and it's because
No, yeah, Palestinians. Ethan and Ela were upset that people were simply saying free Palestine. Nothing to do with Hamas. No one, I mean, some people might have been praising Hamas, but they were simply upset. They're like, how could you see what's happening and the first thing you say is free Palestine? How could that be the first thing you say? So like their problem was not people simply supporting Palestine. Their problem, or like Hamas. No. They were upset with people for simply saying free Palestine. So right there, Ethan is lying. That's not true.
Immediately go to defend Palestinians in this action, and it's
Not
understandable.
Palestinians.
Well, I mean, people
Just
were
to be clear.
yeah.
He's saying not Palestinians. No, he means Palestinians. He was upset at people saying free Palestine. Why would you say that after October the 7th? What do you mean by that? What do you really mean by that?
Immediately go to defend these actions in general, and it's because emotions are high in that moment. But I do not think that Western media across the board gives a similar perspective, one that you have on the Palestinian plight. I don't think that is represented in the media.
It's worth saying the Western media refuses to humanize Gaza. Okay, like that's the same thing.
It is by design.
And so,
so
it's just people. I'd like people to have. Let me finish what I was saying, and then you can kind of clarify your spot.
Go ahead.
I don't understand the water and power and food being shut off. Like, that makes no fucking sense. What's the end goal there other than just to let people die? Like, hospitals don't have power, respirators are turning off, surgeries are being canceled.
Red Crescent paramedics were bombed yesterday after being allowed into the area to take care of people that were stuck inside of the rubble. They died.
Mm-hmm.
9 UN officials have died so far. Multiple journalists have died so far. It's relentless, and it is chaotic. It is ethnic cleansing. And every single media operative in the United States and in the Western world, and the majority of our politicians have championed it.
I was watching the Israeli news with Ela this morning, and she was translating it for me on the news. They were saying,
there you go. Hassan brings up a good point about, 9 Red Crescent workers dying, UN workers dying. Ethan barely responded like, because, when he was on his show and a Palestinian hospital got hit, he fucking spent an hour yelling at his chat for implying that Israel bombed the hospitals. Israel would never bomb a hospital. It was a Hamas rocket. You guys fell for the propaganda. So he doesn't like hearing that when Hassan says that at that moment. Even though Ethan here is more open-minded, he doesn't like hearing that the IDF kills medical workers or UN workers. And right away, well, I was watching Israeli news with Ela at home. That's why his brain is mush. That's why her brain is mush. It's because of the shit that they watch at home as well.
I was watching the Israeli news with Ela this morning, and she was translating it for me on the news. They were saying the strategy.
And she translates it. Oh my God, yeah. Like, Drax says she translates all the news. Like, she chooses what he hears. She could literally be fucking lying to him at this point. Ela, what are they saying? They're saying that they need to murder everybody. Everybody's Hamas, Ethan. They need to kill everybody. Oh my God. It's like, oh shit, Ela, what's going on? So, yeah, he has no idea what the fuck these people are saying. He doesn't even, I thought he spoke Hebrew because he lived in Israel for a while and shit. God damn. Dude, she controls what he hears from the television. Ela, tell me what's happening. What are they saying? A 5-year-old was found carrying a gun, a Palestinian. All these children need to go.
To get in as much bombing as possible before the international community makes them stop.
Yeah.
How fucked up and cynical is that?
Well, yeah.
But they just openly said that, right, Ela?
It's like news anchors like speculating about the situation and all giving their thoughts. So it's not an official like
It's an analysis.
government or IDF telling their strategy.
Well,
but they're all speculating, and they were saying how like in their opinion we have a short time to respond before the humanitarian cause there is going to be so bad that everyone will tell Israel, you guys need to stop. So some of the citizens are actually upset because they want them to respond harsher.
Right. It's crazy. That's crazy. I want to say this about settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal, fucking fundamental monsters. They are also, I would even say, settlers, they're participating in this dangerous conflict. Okay? And they're putting themselves in this dangerous place. Now, I want to make it clear just while I'm on this point, the people who were murdered outside of Gaza were not settlers. Those were normal motherfucking people living normal lives, living on kibbutz and like communes, fucking communists, living like a peaceful life with their families.
Well, I mean, they're technically all settlers. Technically, everyone who almost everyone in Israel right now is a settler, except for the Palestinians that are there. Or whoever already lived. If they were Jewish and they already lived on that land before, they're not a settler. Everyone else is a settler, Not the Israeli settlers as we think of them and imagine them, The monkey-looking guy, but...
They were not settlers. Settlers are involved in this war, I believe.
There used to be settlers in Gaza. The military had to forcibly remove them from Gaza so they could completely shut it off and begin sieges whenever they felt like mowing the lawn.
So, and anyway, the Israeli government enables the settlements. They encourage it with the express purpose of erasing Palestinian land and making peace near as impossible as they can.
So there's something important to mention here, important to acknowledge here. I think that what you just described, especially in the West Bank.
Again, this was nice to hear from Ethan. I agree about what he's saying about the settlers, at least the violent provocateur Israeli settlers, and that they're valid military targets, etc.
Encourage it with the express purpose of erasing Palestinian land and making peace near as impossible as they can.
So there's something important to mention here, important to acknowledge here. I think that that what you just described,
Yoav Gallant really is a really good guy, the best of guys.
Especially in the West Bank, which is settler terrorism, at least according to international law, and it's fully understood to be an illegal occupation, demands constant military support, because you cannot, over the course of 75 years, build settlements and act like you are turning a blind eye to it, maybe sometimes halt it, maybe sometimes continue those operations of building said settlements, bulldoze homes, build roads that specifically partition off areas where Palestinians are supposed to be living on their own land in the two-state solution that has been reaffirmed time and time again. You can't have that be your peaceful coexistence project and not recognize that of course Palestinians see that and think, okay, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? There's no Hamas in the West Bank, and yet the Palestinian Authority is like collaborating with Israeli security operations, giving up 14-year-olds that were throwing rocks and shit like that while they're losing their land, they're losing their homes. The area, according to B'Tselem, which is an Israeli organization, the area of West Bank of all of the agricultural land and all of the partitioned off
Also,
land.
something that Ethan doesn't like about Hassan is that Hassan has all this information. Like, Hassan can advocate for Palestine a lot more than Ethan can advocate for Israel for two reasons. Because he's more informed, he's more educated on the matter, he's well read, he knows what the fuck he's talking about. And two, Ethan isn't that. And also, it's much harder to advocate for Israel because everybody sees what Israel is fucking doing. So it's impossible for Ethan to advocate for Israel the way Hassan can advocate for Palestine. So Ethan just gets upset and feels like this is an unfair fight and gets angry at the chat and gets angry at Hassan and gets bitter and is a sore loser, rather than listening and learning from Hassan, or like getting educated himself and actually learning the facts. You know what I mean? But then we know what sources of education he would choose. So he would get the most warped and most fucked up facts, or he would use ChatGPT. Like, just like him listening to Hassan right now is probably getting to him and getting him upset because Hassan has all of these facts and he can defend Palestine. Ethan cannot do the same for Israel. A, because he doesn't know what to say, and B, because it is impossible to defend Israel.
And that have been expanded into through settler terrorism, which is completely illegal, went from like 10% in 1967 to more than 75%. The areas that are partitioned off also have no contiguity, which means that, like, if you are Palestinian living in your own home in the West Bank, in order to get to your uncle's house, for example, you have to go through a multitude of IDF checkpoints. There are 2 separate license plates given to Palestinians living in the West Bank versus Israelis living in the West Bank. And I think many brave and very intelligent and very empathetic...
And that, again, that is a sign of apartheid. When Ethan says that there's no apartheid, and I used to work with Palestinians, and it's the same thing, and we're all free, and they're all happy, and they live side by side. Like, yeah, why do they have different license plates, dude? And they have different, obviously now with the death penalty for Palestinians, but like, you know what I'm saying? Just little things like license plates.
Jewish activists have talked about this in far better terms than I have, but one that comes to mind immediately is Gabor Mate, a Holocaust survivor and a very famous physician, very famous doctor, where he said it best. He said he has friends that live in America and Palestinians that live in Canada that cannot return to their homes in the West Bank, that cannot return to their homes in even Israel proper, their family homes. And yet, his friends, if regardless of whether or not they've ever lived in Israel, or regardless of whether or not where they're from around the world, can go to Israel and go specifically to West Bank and be able to sit on top of Palestinian land and own that land. That is,
Ethan loves that, by the way. Ethan does not want that to change because Ethan believes, him and Ela believe, that if Palestinians are allowed to return to Palestine, and they will outnumber the Jews there, then they're going to kill all the Jews or kick them out and reclaim Palestine as their own. And that's what From the River to the Sea means. That's why the IDF and the Israeli government needs to maintain, you know, however way they have to, a Jewish majority. This is why, again, Ethan is a Zionist. He believes that if Palestinians outnumber the Jews, it is the end of the Jews in that land and that they're all going to be killed. So there needs to be a Jewish majority. That's it. That's it. So everything that Hassan is talking about right now, Ethan agrees. He's like, yeah, fuck yeah, they shouldn't fucking come back. Hell yeah. I should be allowed to go get fucking land in Israel. An actual Palestinian person? Fuck no.
Horrifying. That is impossible to come to terms with. And I think that violence is a necessity in the maintenance of such a structure, which now many NGOs and even former Israeli officials are considering is an apartheid. And it has been for some time now. And of course, that violence is going to, that Palestinians endure on a daily basis is going to create more reactionary forces within it. This is something that I have said about the invasion of Afghanistan and the invasion of Iraq. And this is something that I even said about Russia invading Ukraine, is that more reactionary forces are going to be seen as the emancipatory forces when an irredentist power or an imperialist power goes and tries to seize land that it does not own. This is the second part of the brutality of the occupation that has made it seem as though Palestinians have no choice, that has created no opportunities for them, that has led to Hamas.
Ethan doesn't like listening to all of that. He doesn't like it. Haley says, I'm starting to think Ethan is a hateful person. We're seeing glimpses of that already in the stream, to be honest with you.
Being able to seize more and more power after being democratically elected one time in 2006, pretty much.
Right. And I do want to make clear that, again, as we talk about settlers and all this shit, that settlers are not the same as regular Israeli civilians. And I think, you know, having been listening...
they're American.
Like, he's talking about, like, new settlers, but eventually all these Israeli citizens were, at some point, settlers. or if they didn't do the violent settling themselves, someone did it on their behalf and they just walked over to this land where someone was killed or someone was kicked out of. Okay, so okay, some of the Israeli citizens didn't do the killing themselves, but someone killed someone for them to have that land. Someone did something wrong for that land to be available for you to rent or to buy and build a beachfront property on. Okay, so all occupied land is taken through violence.
Actually, a lot of them are American.
Yeah, they are the most. Yeah. They are. My friend Noah Colwyn calls this the zealotry of the convert, where I was talking to him yesterday. He's a former editor-in-chief of Jewish Currents. I think he was editor-in-chief. He still is a contributing editor. We were talking about like the most.
Ethan considers Noah Colwyn a token Jew, as he said multiple times on his show.
Most reactionary, the most violent activity often comes from the likes of Baruch Goldstein, right? An American Israeli who went in I believe 1993 into a mosque and shot and killed 29 Palestinians who were praying during prayer. A person that was hailed as a hero by the current administrator of the entirety of the Israeli police force, Itamar Ben-Gvir. Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu are incredibly far-right politicians that now control the Israeli government. The last time that there was any kind of negotiation between Palestinians in good faith, between a person who was still a Zionist, like Yitzhak Rabin, they killed him. And the people that called for his assassination, like Ben-Gvir, are now in positions of power in Israel to show you how much the attitudes and the governance has changed over the course of the past 3 decades in Israel.
I want to say that I agree, and a lot of people in Israel do. It's disgusting, the people that are there right now in power. And if I can add something about the settlers, that's another point of frustration for a lot of Israelis. They send the soldiers to protect them. Soldiers that had to put their life on hold because the IDF is mandatory. They're just 18-year-old, they're children. They have to go and protect the settlers. The settlers don't go to the IDF. Orthodox people don't serve in the IDF.
Fucking nice.
Yeah, this is a scene. Yeah.
They hate the fact that the settlers don't have to serve.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
No, I was going to say that the amount of people that don't know that I've seen that IDF is mandatory service is crazy. Hila is not serving the IDF ideologically because she wants to fucking kill Gazans or whatever bullshit people always
Gazans, kill Gazans. I love it when we call Palestinians Gazans.
Say about her. It's mandatory conscription. It's mandatory. Every Israeli has to
That's why there's
serve.
organizations such as...
You don't have to go. It's a couple months in jail. And Elaz even suggested that when she was bored with her post as a secretary, she could have found a way out of the IDF. And if she wasn't going to find a better post or something more fun for her to do, like raiding homes in Ramallah, she was going to leave. She was going to find a way to get out of the IDF. It's apparently not as hard as they make it out to be. Okay, and again, she's never apologized for her service. She's never shown remorse for her service. She's never shown remorse for the raid in Ramallah. She's never said, I'm sorry for that. In fact, they keep justifying it and say, actually, they knew that they were going after terrorists and they were sent names of people with actual weapons. Like they've kept, you know what I mean? It's bullshit.
IDF veterans against the occupation that are very, that, you know, are organizations that I rely on when making assessments on what's going on the ground in Israel as well. And here's the thing. Yeah, this is a relatively controversial perspective. It's just that the official government attitude has oftentimes, or at all, as a matter of fact, ever reflected any kind of attitude within the Israeli population, as it has either deliberately or in secret continued the settler expansion protocols since 1967 especially. So that's basically burning the candle on both ends, okay? On the one hand, you're telling Palestinians, hey, if you collaborate with us, we are still going to have these psychotic American settlers come to your uncle's house and take it away from you, bulldoze your house, partition your neighborhoods, okay, and set up a two-tier checkpoint system that B'Tselem calls, like I said, the permit regime, and constantly harass you. They can spit on you, and if they spit on you, the IDF's official protocol in that situation is to defend the settlers. They're not there to defend the Palestinians. Mm-hmm. Like they might in certain instances, but overwhelmingly their job there is to specifically defend the settlers.
And again, like he was touching on, you're sending young men out in harm's way to protect these provocateur, fucking religious zealots, radicals. And again, like the irony being that they don't even need to serve the military. I mean, it's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
So I think that it's especially important for people to keep in mind that Israel is so far from a monolith. It's like people need to understand that, and that people need to understand that we're not all guilty of the crimes of our government. Because if that was the case,
I mean, again, he says it's far from a monolith. What is it, like 87% of Israelis support what is happening in Gaza, what happened. We all saw the statistics. We looked at those polls time and time and time again for 2 fucking years. I pulled it up here like 55 fucking times on this stream. Okay, I'm sorry. You like to think you have this idea that Israelis don't want this war or that they're not a monolith. Any society that has viral social media trends of them dressing up as Palestinians dying in bombs can go fuck themselves.
heaven would be empty at the end of the day. I mean, this was the analogy I was making. If you're American, you know, and if we're going to blame the citizens of Israel and say they're all, you know, and some people have been saying this, and I have clips that I want to watch later, saying that all Israelis are occupiers in fair game and deserve to die, essentially. If you're willing to say that, then if, like, a terrorist cell comes to a fucking neighborhood in LA and wants to do revenge for the million Iraqis that the American government murdered during that war, then you're telling me you would have no problem with these terrorists coming and killing everybody you know?
I mean, you are sitting next to someone who said America deserved 9/11, by the way.
Okay,
So
well, how would you
I want
feel?
to let you know.
How would you feel if people were blaming you for the Iraq war and coming and killing your fucking children and your grandma and your parents and your friends and your family, burning your house down, burning people alive?
I don't disagree with you on.
I mean, I wouldn't like it, but I'd understand it. I would understand it.
You know, civilian casualties. I think that ultimately we have a moral obligation to speak out against our government and do everything we physically can to stop that kind of bloodshed. I agree, and I think that.
By the way, guys, I'm giving you a little warning. I'm starving. I'm so fucking hungry. I've already eaten twice today. I went to the gym today, so my body's like really demanding a lot of food. And I don't have much of anything here that's like ready to eat. So I might have to like order something like delivery or like to go. But so I might have to dip out for a couple minutes to pick some food up. I'm going to try to order it, but I might get a phone call from the delivery driver because they might get lost. But I'm going to get some chicken shawarma and I'm going to get a box of French fries on the side. I'm so fucking hungry. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, but I'm gonna order that. I'm watching this. I'm like, this is such a long video. Can I last like 2 or 3 more hours? Fuck no. So I'm not even gonna wait. I'm not even gonna torture myself. I'm gonna fucking order some food. Okay, let's go.
Of Americans, at least, kind of recognize that this is a war machine that they cannot stop anymore. So my goal, at least, is to get people to not champion it. And the same goes for Israeli action. The Israeli government's actions specifically, just like the American.
And like it's annoying because like the shawarma place is literally a 60-second walk from my house, so I could just go pick that shit up in a couple minutes. And like I hate having to order stuff online, but we're gonna have to order, folks. We're doing it. I'm so hungry. I'm starving.
Government's action, because at the end of the day, what I want and what I believe many of my friends who are Palestinian advocates and activists and Israeli activists as well on the ground, what they all want is peaceful coexistence. But peaceful coexistence will never be achieved as long as governments can behave in whichever way they want, especially as it comes to blood and soil propaganda and the consequences of that propaganda being, you know, blood and soil actions. That's same with America, same with Israel.
I think that Israelis, and again, I hope that you'll see where they're coming from when you say they're cagey, they're paranoid, they're scared, and they feel threatened constantly.
Yeah.
And so when Israelis see a ton of leftists talking about, you know, go Hamas, cheering on Hamas, or saying like super hyperbolic shit about like civilians are all settlers, or, you know, or saying shit like, listen, it's a revolution. What do you expect? Like, what is a revolution supposed to look like? Or whatever of all of these qualifiers, basically.
Haley says, have that AI boyfriend lady cook you pasta. Thank you. For the $2 donut, which AI boyfriend lady cook you pasta? I have had an AI chicken sandwich. Okay, I'm getting fries. They have 2 kinds of fries at that restaurant. They have imported, or like, I want the ones that have very specific ones. Okay, I'm gonna say fresh, please. Okay, I hope they understand which ones I mean. I'm gonna say fresh fries, please. Boom. Okay. God, this is gonna be so good. This is gonna slap so hard. I might also have to get a soda, guys. I might have to get a soda as well. Let me see. Yep, I gotta slam a Diet Pepsi. Okay. Okay, great. Send me my food, please. God, I hope the guy doesn't get lost and has to fucking call me. It's literally one building away, my man. All right, sorry, guys. I swear once I get some food inside me, I'll be able to react more excitedly. I've been, the past 10 minutes, I've just been tripping out about being hungry. So, all right, they're confirming my order. Come on, guys, let's go. Let's go. I'm right next door.
That people want to make. The Israelis see that and they say, oh, these people just fucking hate us. They just want to kill everybody. That's why we're going to vote for these scumbags.
I don't think that the people that vote for those scumbags are motivated by like some random Twitter person being like, this is a revolution.
It's a human, it's a feeling that people get. It's not a random tweet.
Yeah, so
hold on, go ahead, Hila.
I want to say Ethan is right, and so many people in Israel just feel like it's an existential threat. It's just this, everybody wants us dead. That's how we grow up. I grew up like that. All of our borders, they all want us dead.
Rockets are always coming.
So, okay, let's unpack that for a second. Can you, like, she's kind of getting it. She's like, we all grow up dead. We all grow up thinking everyone wants us dead. It's an existential crisis. The next step is understanding that that was propaganda. The next step is understanding that this is, like, you think that for a reason, because they want you to think that everyone's out to get you, because they want you to join the IDF and to fight with all your might and not question all the racist shit that you see and all the apartheid that you see. You don't have to question, why does this Palestinian guy have to have a different license plate? Why does he get the death penalty and not this guy? Why can't this man enter his old home or walk down this neighborhood or walk down the street, but I can? They have to think that it's an existential threat. They have to think that everyone wants them dead. So please unpack that for a second, Hila, and just think for a second. Elaborate on that instead of just saying it and moving on.
Yeah, so
hold on,
go ahead, Hila.
I want to say Ethan is right, and so many people in Israel just feel like it's an existential threat. It's just this, everybody wants us dead. That's how we grow up. I grew up like that. All of our borders, they all want us dead.
Rockets are always coming over.
I was afraid to go on a bus as a child.
And again,
it's like that's your life. You're under threat all the time.
And it's not, and it's important to say this is not about right or wrong. It's about having empathy for this.
Haley, I'm going to look that up right now. Haley says there's a lady who got a tattoo so she could be marked by her computer mans.
Israeli experience.
Okay.
And how, and it's not about right and wrong. I have to say that. I have to emphasize that. It's got nothing to do with that. Okay? It's about understanding their perspective and knowing that when you have these super, accepting views on violence and revolution and all this shit towards Israelis, it's not one tweet that people see, Hassan. It's all the shit people see over the years all the time. And it causes them to act irrationally.
Okay. I think that you bring up a really good point about paranoia.
There's a 41-year-old woman called Sarah from Hamilton, Ontario, who's in a deep relationship with an AI program named Sinclair. She took her digital romance a step further by getting a tattoo to honor him, which has featured on TLC's Maestro. Oh man, TLC makes the best fucking content. I keep getting recommended coupon queens now. Women with coupon addictions. It's fucking crazy, man. Great stuff though. And Amish people. Amish people going to the beach for the first time and the supermarket and an airport.
Oh yeah. The reason why, well, first of all, I mean, we don't have to get into like the history of why Jewish people would be understandably paranoid and worried, considering how they have historically been singled out as villains every single fucking time, from blood libels and pogroms all the way to the Holocaust. So
so you would understand it's hard for some people to distinguish. No, I know you do, but 100%. I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this.
100%.
You might understand how it's hard for some people to distinguish anti-Semitism between like criticism, especially when it's like a criticism that's very lax on violence against Israelis.
So you're absolutely correct on.
Wait. So what is he saying right there?
But I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this.
100%.
You might understand how it's hard for some people to distinguish anti-Semitism between like criticism, especially when it's like a criticism that
he's starting again. Like no. He's trying to be like you get how like some criticism, they're criticizing Israel, but they don't know they're being anti-Semitic, but they're actually being anti-Semitic. He's already trying to plant that idea, and I know Hassan is going to entertain that thought and be like, yeah, you're right. Let me explain, which Hassan should do. He should explain this to Ethan. But this is the point that Ethan's trying to make right now. He's already trying to muddy the waters between criticism of Israel, anti-Semitism. Do you understand why some Israelis think that? It's like constantly, do you understand? harping on that perspective. Sarah Demi's doing well. Thank you for asking.
That's very lax on violence against Israelis.
So you're absolutely correct on that front. Here's what I will even dive into further, and this is something I talked about on my stream as well. The paranoia now that manifests inside of Israel, as far as I understand, like I don't live in Israel. I've never been to Israel.
I would love to visit Palestine one day. That's all I could say.
Is, at least from everything that I have read on not just Israel, but also apartheid South Africa and the Algerian anti-colonial action against the French and numerous other formations of occupation and the emancipatory struggle there, the paranoia manifests and becomes a part of your identity because of the violence that is a necessity for the maintenance of apartheid. Because it's, of course, it's almost
Look,
the same
Israel
as
was
like
under
Americans
threat
being very
before all
violent
this
people.
shit happened. I mean,
What's up?
from the moment Israel was established, the neighbors were trying to kill them.
Well, I mean,
Israel's under threat. Yeah, why do you think so? How did they establish themselves, Ethan? Through fucking violence. Well, they've always been under attack. Why? They don't even fucking belong there. What are we talking about here, man?
identity because of the violence.
And what Hassan is saying is absolutely right. You cannot maintain an apartheid state. You cannot maintain a Jewish majority in an Arab continent, in a mostly Muslim and Christian area, without force. It's an artificial country. It's like Dubai. Think of Dubai. That's Israel. Okay, but it looks nothing like Dubai. Okay.
That is a necessity for the maintenance of apartheid, because it's, of course, it's almost
Look,
the same
Israel
as
was under
Americans
threat
being very
before all
violent
this
people.
shit happened. I mean,
What's up?
from the moment Israel was established, the neighbors were trying to kill them.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we agree on that. I
Really?
will say that I think that Nakba was an unjustifiable act of violence that was the formation of the state. Now, you can say every state
Yep. There we go.
is formed through an act of violence. All enclosures are defended through acts of violence, certainly. But I think that
Let's always remember the statement that Ethan made at the beginning of this episode. People want this show to end, and people think that we're gonna hate each other and end the show. Well, I'm here to tell you this is not gonna happen. But anytime Hassan criticizes Israel or brings up points that are inconvenient for Ethan and Ela to hear, he doesn't like it. He has no answer for it, or the answers that he has for that are pure fucking misinformation and propaganda.
there was, this extends, like what you say to West Bank, what you say about West Bank settlers was the original position of the Israeli state's formation. And this does not, in current day, justify like random Israeli children that are born inside of Israel proper to be considered enemy combatants. I agree with you there 100%, because that is not problem solving, that is looking for vengeance. However, if we are to say that like Israel from its development, like in its inception, has always been under the threat of violence from other nations, bordering nations, certainly sure, but Israel's formation was a violent one.
But let's just be real. Hey, let's be practical. I'm talking to the Israeli psyche.
Let's just be real, man. Forget those facts that you just stated. Forget the logic that you just fucking spit here for a couple of seconds. Just forget that. Let's just be real for a second.
To be considered enemy combatants, I agree with you there 100%, because that is not problem solving, that is looking for vengeance. However, if we are to say that like Israel from its development, like in its inception, has always been under the threat of violence from other nations, bordering nations, certainly sure, but Israel's formation was a violent one.
But let's just be real. Hey, let's be practical. I'm talking to the Israeli psyche.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, 1973, every bordering Arab state wanted to just coalesce to destroy Israel. Okay. Like, this is ingrained in the Israeli psyche, this kinds of shit. And even back then in 1970, people were just born there. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not even saying right or wrong. I'm saying it's important to empathize with the Israeli experience if you ever want to achieve peace. Because otherwise, the only other option is one side kills the other side completely.
Yes.
That's the only end to this. Otherwise,
and the side that's going to kill the other side completely is not going to be the Palestinian side. That's the point. Like, that's never. I don't think that is ever going to happen. I don't even believe that is legitimate.
Oh, that's such a good point as well. Like, the Palestinians are barely an enemy. They are barely a threat. This is why when people say it's a war, it's a conflict. No, it's not. It's a fucking genocide. It's a fucking massacre. For it to be an actual war or a battle, you have to have two equal sides, or at least kind of competitive.
What every single Palestinian wants either. Just like I don't believe that's what Israelis want across the board.
I'm not saying
I wanna
anybody
say
wants
something.
that. I'm saying that's what the peace that they're working towards when they don't have the ability to empathize with the enemy. You don't see them as human beings. they're never going to fucking see you as human beings either.
I know,
You're
but
never going to meet in the middle. And
You
they'll never
recognize
be...
that the same goes for like
I'm talking about both sides, man.
Yeah, I think that
You got to both sides it. I'm talking about both sides, man. But it starts, but again, it starts with the oppressor. If the oppressor looks at their victims with a bit more humanity and stops oppressing them, then that gives the victim at least a chance to look at their oppressor as perhaps a human being. It's all in the hands of the oppressor. Israel holds all the cards. They're the ones who can make peace. They're the ones who can end the cycle of violence. It's all in. They started it. They hold the power. They hold the key. Stop both sidesing it. Well, all the Palestinians have to do is be peaceful. They've tried. They've been peaceful. They've marched. They've marched peacefully. You just take their land. You kill them. What can I say?
I agree with you that dehumanization does occur, but I also believe that one side does still hold all of the power, and that is the side that is the state that,
of course,
has been backed by the entirety of the Western world, that gets that has an incredible security apparatus that, for the first time ever in 50 years, was actually shattered. Which is why I think there's like a lot of fear internally inside of Israel and a lot of anger towards the security candidate Benjamin Netanyahu specifically. But overall, it is certainly Israel's conflict to end. You know what I mean?
Eli, you were trying to say something.
Can I add that?
I don't like what you said here. Let me quickly make some additions real quick.
My generation's grandparents are people that survived the Holocaust, and they escaped to Israel to start a country for Jewish people because they were, we all know the Holocaust. They were all, butchered. And what happened this time is
they all escaped to Israel to start the country. Is that the story they're told? We just came here to start the country.
A really scary reminder to all of us Jewish people, and that's how I feel at least, that it's a reminder. The Holocaust wasn't that long ago, and every year on Holocaust Day, the thing they tell you is never forget. You always have to tell the stories to everybody about what happened at the Holocaust, and it's always
we know no one's gonna forget. No one is ever gonna forget though. No one is allowed to forget. What about the Palestinian Holocaust that is fucking happening today? That one's way less old than your Holocaust that you're talking about.
I add that my generation's grandparents are people that survived the Holocaust, and they escaped to Israel to start a country for Jewish people because they were, we all know the Holocaust. They were all, butchered. And what happened this time is a really scary reminder to all of us Jewish people, and that's how I feel at least, that it's a reminder. The Holocaust wasn't that long ago, and every year on Holocaust Day.
This was not an attack against Jewish people. This was not an attack for religious reasons. This was an attack from oppressed attacking their oppressor. Whether their oppressor is a Buddhist, a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew, doesn't matter. It was the oppressed attacking their oppressor. This was never about Judaism. This was never about wiping out the Jews. This has nothing to do with the Holocaust and the Nazis. The only way Nazis come into play here is when you talk about the IDF and them committing a genocide against the Palestinians.
The thing they tell you is never forget. You always have to tell the stories to everybody about what happened at the Holocaust. And it's always like something taken for granted for me. You just grow up and you're like, yeah, Holocaust Day, it happened. We all get it. But what happened this time is really scary, and it really does bring up this topic. And
see, I don't think that you can even say something like that without starting a debate, and I don't think that's right.
I think the reason why people would react to it, or even myself, as a matter of fact, would react to that is because while you're absolutely correct and your feelings are totally valid, what is happening?
I love that he's being honest here. He's not sugarcoating their feelings. He's not saying shit just to agree with them. He's like, yeah, even I would comment. And why I would comment on that is
currently is a ongoing, at least 75-year campaign of ethnic displacement upon people who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. And that is, and
dude, we're just talking about the Israeli psyche. I
understand.
So what is it you're saying though? Like we all know that, but we have to be real about how we interpret everybody's suffering. Everybody is like, bro, you don't know how crazy it was. Like we were listening to the news on the day it happened.
Ela was translating the news to me again. So again, Ethan is not liking Hassan's responses. This is Ethan. You can see it's Ethan getting aggravated with Hassan when Hassan says something when Ethan says something that Hassan disagrees with, Hassan just very calmly explains his perspective, tells him, and let me explain that to you. I get why you're saying that. Let me explain that to you. When Hassan says something that Ethan disagrees with, he gets pissy. He gets annoyed. Well, wait a second, man. Why are you saying that? Like, just look at that.
Bro, you don't know how crazy it was. Like, to be real about how we interpret everybody's suffering. Everybody.
He always says, let's be real. That's like the third time he says that. We just got to be real. Let's just be pragmatic for a second.
Like, bro, you don't know how crazy it was. Like, we were listening to the news on the day it happened, live, and families are calling in whispering. The terrorists are killing their children in front of them, burning people alive in safe houses. Shit, you know what I mean? Shooting babies with AK-47s. And so, I'm just saying, like, it's important to...
Listen, there was definitely a lot of fucked up shit that happened that day, and a lot of fucking violence and attacking civilians. We'll never condone that. You know what I'm saying? So, shooting babies with AK-47s, there's a lot of fantasy novels being written by Israelis about what happened that day.
Empathize with how a Jewish person, or specifically an Israeli, might feel hearing these phone calls.
There are kids that survived because they were laying under their dead parents' bodies, and they laid there for hours, the whole day, and that's how they survived. And the last time we heard stories like that was at the Holocaust.
And I'm not saying it's, and I'm not, again, it's not about right or
wrong. The last time we heard stories like that was at the Holocaust? Really? Do you know what Palestinian kids go through, Ela? Again, it's like, I mean, I don't even, it's like they're the only people that are allowed to suffer. Jewish people are the only people that are allowed to suffer because of the Holocaust, and that's it. We are the eternal victim. That's it. Holocaust this, Holocaust that. You know how many kids, you know what? Kids can't even survive in Gaza. At least these Jewish kids were lucky enough to survive under their parents. There's nothing left in Gaza for kids to survive. There are no parents for them to hide under in Gaza. They're all pulverized. They're all poof, dust. At least these kids have a chance. Kids in Gaza, no limbs, no arms, no legs, no parents, no nothing. Mafishi, khalas, it's gone. So they always just want to compare and want to make it seem, oh, look at this. Look, you know what's like, khalas, stop talking about it. Palestinians are being butchered. The problem with you guys is that you always made it about yourselves. Me and Ethan, us, anti-Semitism. And trying to explain the Israeli perspective. We understand the Israeli perspective. Sadina, we know the whole country exists because of that same perspective. We understand. We're under attack. People want to kill us. We know. You think everyone is out to get you and everyone wants to kill you. That is the explanation for everything that Israel does. We know. Trust me, we know. You don't need to explain the Holocaust again to us.
It's just about like having the empathy to understand your quote enemy. To understand the perspective. And I'm not asking Gazans necessarily even to be like, oh,
Gazans.
Well, I appreciate what they're going through. I'm talking about like people who want to fucking debate it all day long. And, you know, this stuff does influence people. The demonstrations you see out there that happened like immediately afterwards, these people have an effect on attitudes around the world.
I don't think that they have any say or any effect on the Western world's united defense of Israel.
It affects anti-Semitism and it affects how people treat Jews, and it normalizes, by the way, treating Israelis like animals.
I don't believe that we should treat Israelis like animals. And one thing that
folks, Adept Administration has just become a member. Thank you so much, Adept Administration. Welcome to the channel. We got a brand new member, folks. My food's here. I'll be right back. Hell yeah. Oh. We're back. I had to do this, folks. I had to do this. My chicken shawarma right here. Box of fries that I had to season just a little bit. Okay. What are these little chippies? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
That you have, I think, that
No. Gotta make some space over here. Don't get messy. Okay. I'm still gonna react, folks. Y'all best believe. Haley sends a $2 donut. Thank you so much, Haley. And says, I hope you are paying the chair for this. I am. It is well compensated. I promise. Okay. God, I'm so fucking hungry. Again, thank you to Adept Administratum for becoming a member. Very much appreciated. All right. Oh, too much pepper in that fry. Let's just bust out the shawarma. Are we okay with that when I bust out my Lebanese chicken shawarma? They just unbanned Pedestiny on Twitch? Well, I would normally care. Right now, I am. This camera does not fucking focus, does it, huh? Bon appetit, folks. If anybody's eating right now, let us know what you're eating in chat. I can take the first bite on camera for you guys. Here you go. Could have been wrapped a little bit tighter, but that's okay. Well, that's some good chicken shawarma. That's some good fucking chicken shawarma. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
many people do not is the experiences that you mentioned as far as children hiding under their parents' bodies is in this very fucked up way identical to the existence of people living in Gaza every single day under brutal fire.
Yep. Amen. There you go. Look at me trying to make points as if Hassan's not going to make them. As if we didn't try every single point, every single argument, but nothing works. You know? Bless Hassan for making that point. People are having PB&J. Let's go. Mackerel pasta for Harley.
From a much more superior military force. The reality is that most of the Western world, not only does not see that, but also immediately rushes to equate people saying free Palestine across the board in an unflinching way to a defense of Hamas or Hamas operations and whatnot. Are there people who do defend Hamas? Certainly. But ultimately, the overwhelming majority of activists that I know, the Haaretz editorial board, and the perspective of like Shin Bet officials that say that Israel's actions in the West Bank is becoming a security risk because it is radicalizing Palestinians into taking an incredibly anti-Israel posture. Former Mossad members, former Shin Bet officials united in saying the same exact thing.
And you know, these terror attacks do the same. They radicalize Israelis.
Of course, I understand that violence begets violence. That is a constant, no matter what. Mm-hmm. So what we have to remember is who holds the power to scale it back. Who holds the power to stop the violence?
I think a lot of people do know that.
The perpetrator, the oppressor, the Israelis. Yo. This sandwich was a pretty good fucking call.
And remember that.
Yeah, and so when people say that violence,
I think a lot of people do know that and remember that.
Yeah, and so when people say that this is this violence that occurred in Israel proper is directly a consequence of the brutal apartheid regime and the conditions that it set forth for Palestinian people.
That's a fine statement that I agree with.
Yeah. So when they say that, you're saying that people equate that with like a defense of Hamas.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
There are people
that is not what I'm saying.
There are Gazan
Just
people.
To be totally clear, dude.
There are Palestinian Authority people. There are people in Gaza.
What I'm saying.
Directly a consequence of the brutal apartheid regime and the conditions that it set forth for Palestinian people.
That's a fine statement that I agree with.
Yeah. So when they say that, you're saying that people equate that with like a defense of Hamas.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
There are people
that is not what I'm saying.
There are Gazan
Just
people.
To be totally clear, dude.
There are Palestinian Authority people. There are people in Gaza.
Ethan's already getting annoyed and aggravated. But it is what he said. It is what he said. Maybe not directly in this podcast, but Ethan and Ela were both on their podcast complaining about people saying free Palestine. And why would you say free Palestine? And what do you mean? And what are you insinuating when you say free Palestine? Like, sure, they're not actively saying I support Hamas, but why would you choose to say free Palestine? So it is, and Ethan is getting defensive. He's getting defensive. Instead of just hearing Hassan out and having a conversation, he gets defensive and repeats himself. And let's just make things clear, dude, okay?
Gaza that are not Hamas at all, or there are Palestinian Authority people that have been going and doing the rounds in Western media. And the question always is, do you condemn these actions? Do you condemn these actions? Of course they condemn the actions. But the reality is that after condemning the actions 1,000 times over, it feels like the goal there, if you want to understand and empathize with the Muslim side of this conversation, it feels like the goal there is to derail, to stop talking about Gaza, stop talking about Palestinian people, just condemn the actions and shut the fuck up. And even if you do, as I have time and time again, people still go, well, your name is Hassan, you're Muslim, you're a supporter of terrorism. And this happened in the immediate aftermath of 2001 and 9/11. And ironically, as far as I have seen, at least in the Israeli left, the position is significantly more tempered than the American liberals were at that point, where George W. Bush's approval rating shot up to 91% after 9/11, where America's comfortable security blanket was penetrated, and our collective consciousness changed in that very moment to say, oh my God, we can actually experience this violence in our own homes. And the same goes for Israel as well.
Hassan makes a lot of good points. It's hard for me to criticize, but I got to make sure that I'm reacting. I'm going to take a second and just eat and enjoy the sandwich. Not feel pressure to talk. This is tasty, guys. This is good. Not the healthiest meal, having the french fries and shit. Or the sody. But I'm hungry. Got to fill that tummy. Worked out yesterday. Worked out today. It's all catching up. Supposed to go to the gym tomorrow, but I might take a rest day. Finished reviewing that. Add some footage to that Batmobile Lego review. Like the chat, everyone. Danukin is asking, how much do you bench? I don't even know. I didn't even bench, though. I just did like a general body workout and some boxing and a lot of back exercises because I've had a pretty bad back recently. So Demi's giving me a lot of back exercises to do that I've been doing. Like, I don't bench much. I'm not a lifter per se. I generally do boxing and some circuits on the side. I didn't do boxing today because I boxed yesterday and I have a little knuckle injury. How's everybody doing? Harry Beanbag says, love a good carbonated soda pop. I needed it. I needed it. You know what I mean? Sarah, I'm having a chicken shawarma sandwich. No pickles. Don't judge me. And a delicious box of french fries. Salted with extra salt and pepper. I normally have a pretty elaborate french fries spice mix that I make, but I had to be quick for the video. Usually, it's me and Demi's secret recipe. Obviously, salt and pepper. Like sea salt and, you know, big black pepper, cracked black pepper. Paprika, cumin, just a tiny bit of curry powder, sumac, and a little bit of crushed red peppers, just a tiny bit. The greatest french fries, and a generous amount of everything. Except the curry. Don't put a lot of curry. Excuse me, just a tiny bit of curry. But cumin, a good amount of cumin. Salt, pepper, paprika, sumac. Shit's good. Chicken salt. No, I don't know Australian chicken salt. It feels good. to know what you want to eat, and then you envision it, and then you're eating it. I was fantasizing about this meal, right? This exact meal. Almost done, folks. Thank you for indulging me. Should have done this before the stream, but I wasn't that hungry yet. It's a hard life. Should we do an after dinner ciggy? Y'all know I don't smoke no cigarettes. But sometimes we like to indulge. What's Maki doing out there? I tried to get Maki to come join me today, but there's too many new things in the studio, too many Lego sets. He could not sit still. Final bite. I think I can do this in one bite. I think I can shove this whole thing. Let's be done with this. Thank you. Demi's here, yo. All right. Guys, I'm just going to go wash up. Then I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Ooh. All right. Last interruption, I promise. Let's fucking go. Dizzle McFizzle sends a $5 super chat and says, for as little as $2 away, stream YouTube can support. Okay, we're back. Yo, what's up? I think we're back. We're back. All right, let's go. Dizzle McFizzle. I feel like a puppy in one of those Sarah McLachlan videos. Is that Sarah McLachlan? How do you say her name? Sarah McLachlan. For as little as $2 away, a stream you too can support Anthony. Thank you so much, guys. I'll send you guys drawings every month. I will draw photos of me and you with crayons and send them to you every month for just $2 a month. You too can feed Anthony's chair. All right, folks, let's fucking go. Let's continue this. I'm ready to react to the max. Max react.
Where you've mentioned rocket fire. over the course of the past multiple decades, since 2000 onward, before the October 7 operation, that the casualties were, of course, asymmetrical. Rocket fire still ended up killing people in Israel proper.
Again, it's like
But
you can
that-
look at the numbers, but like of course, because Israel has it's
You
still
can look at the numbers. You can look that Israel has murdered tens of thousands of people in a tiny short time. Of course, but like, what does that really mean, Hassan? Let's be real. Let's be pragmatic for a second.
the provocation. It's still the attempt. You know what I mean? Just because they have the technology to shoot it out of the sky doesn't mean that the people in Israel are not going to be affected by it.
No, I understand that, but there's
Also,
a
I want to say
there's
I
something
don't.
different,
I
though.
need to make something clear
What's
that
up?
you touched on.
He's
I
already getting like aggressive. You
people-
notice? Like he's getting aggressive. He's getting angry, impatient.
People who say I support Palestine are pro-Hamas. That's fucking insane.
Okay.
It's like the opposite of everything I've ever said. Okay, there is something I noticed that rubbed me.
There's literally footage of him complaining about that. God, I wish I could find that clip.
Wrong, which was that as the news was breaking, as people were still calling in saying, I'm in my
Okay, so he's gonna do it right now. He's gonna defend it himself right now. Okay, cool.
safe house, I hear the terrorists
Yeah.
outside killing my neighbors. People are on Twitter or whatever, or activists, whoever, because saying, let's go Palestine. Go Palestine. So how am I? It's the timing, Hassan.
They're not saying go Palestine, let's go Palestine. They're saying free Palestine. Free Palestine. This whole thing happened. October the 7th happened because there is no free Palestine. The only solution is a free Palestine. The only way to stop the slaughters, the only way to stop the killing, the only way to stop the violence is a free Palestine. The lack of a free Palestine is the reason we're here, and a free Palestine is the solution. It is always relevant to say free Palestine. Always. It is never wrong. Before an attack, after an attack, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Free Palestine now and forever, baby.
It's important. Like, we got to make this huge distinction. When people are saying go Palestine as they're terrorists killing people, that to me, I don't know who else they're cheering on other than Hamas.
Okay.
Now, if you wait, like, you know, it's the timing, dude. It does matter.
There's an asymmetry to the.
He's already starting to look kind of insane. And, you know, Hassan showed a lot of patience and was very nice and was very respectful throughout this whole process. But I'm sure he was also kind of like disgusted and turned off by how Ethan was being here. Because Ethan is being kind of slightly unhinged. You're starting to get the little driplets. The driplets of unhinged Ethan.
Violence, but there's also an asymmetry to the coverage as well. What do I mean by this? Mia Khalifa is a good example. You and I were talking about this on the phone earlier. Mia Khalifa said things that I find to be distasteful and wrong. Okay?
Worse than that.
I think it was distasteful and wrong. I think it was callous. The indifference to violence that civilians are subjected to on the Israeli side as well is callous. However, the reaction to Mia Khalifa has never ever occurred on the other side.
You're right.
When Israel
You're
is
right.
engaging in bombing
Yeah,
campaigns.
it's fucked up.
And like you said, the horrific images that you saw that draw so much emotion out of you of, like, you know, Palestinian fathers holding their daughters in this open air prison. There is no equivalence. I think a lot of people who have been advocates for Palestinians for many, many years, especially if they're Muslim, know this reality, that you have to be incredibly careful all the time with your rhetoric, and that even in an emotional moment, you can never never say something that will be misconstrued. And Mia Khalifa said something that was inappropriate and unacceptable.
Hold
okay?
on. She showed a picture of terrorists roaming in a pickup truck murdering civilians. She described that as a Renaissance painting.
Yeah.
And she went further and said, "Will the Palestinian freedom fighters please flip their phone
I know.
vertically?"
I
mean,
saw.
that's worse than unacceptable.
So
it's evil.
So you're correct on that.
Okay.
That was a pretty extreme tweet, and I would understand why someone would be upset by that. You know, I get that. You know, I'm not gonna fight for that tweet right now.
So let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
When Lindsey Graham goes on and says this is a religious war and we must ethnically cleanse, we must wipe our enemies.
Oh, Nogzalato, Pedestiny got immediately rebanned on Twitch. Let's go. Thank you for letting us know, Nogzalato, that he got unbanned and directly banned right away.
Get the same coverage.
No, I know, but it doesn't, Ethan. That's the
But what-
point.
but
Like
I
Marco
understand,
Rubio,
and
Marco Rubio's
I
call for ethnic cleansing. These are people in positions of power. These are people who are literally facilitating in the bloodshed. These are people who actually
Exactly. It doesn't matter what the fuck Mia Khalifa says. It doesn't matter. These things don't actually cause harm. Is her tweet insensitive? Is it callous? Is it disrespectful? Is it offensive? Sure, go ahead and say that. Ultimately, Her tweet is not out there killing Palestinians. She's not the person in power. She's just another angry Arab. She's an angry, and keep in mind, she's Arab, Ethan. Keep in mind, dude, okay, that her people have been through a lot of shit at the hands of the Israelis, okay? So you got to give these people a little bit more grace when understanding what it is that they're talking about.
Are engaging in the continuation. These are not former porn stars who were Christian Lebanese who now...
Whatever, dude. She was getting a lot of attention. People were liking it. It wasn't like... But here's the problem.
That's meaningless, is what I'm saying, in the grand scheme of things. Because that doesn't
Hassan, let me make my point.
Go ahead.
When you...
Let Hassan finish, dude.
When you say, like, the timing is fucked up, or like, why does Mia Khalifa get all this shit? And it's like always a whataboutism. It's always like, you can never just say yes. And also, can we fucking hold Lindsey Graham accountable? Which I agree, and it's crazy the shit they say, and they should get more attention for it. But it's like there's a refusal to acknowledge, like...
There is too much focus. Forget about the refusal to acknowledge. Why are you focused on what an influencer said in a moment of anger, in an emotional moment of anger, instead of focusing on the policymakers and the people that actually make the decisions that are causing all of this death and destruction? Why are you focusing on something that does not affect you and does not affect anyone on the ground? That was the problem. And he's already showing these signs from this episode. I didn't remember him being this sort of like antagonistic on that episode.
It's always about like, well, what about us? Which I understand. But it's like, you have to say, yes, you have this thing, and we also have this thing. And not like in the same breath say, but, yes, but. Like, it just doesn't feel, it feels fucked up.
I think the former Palestinian Authority...
Calamity says, anyone else having technical difficulties? Stream keeps skipping. I don't think so. I think try refreshing the page. Hopefully it should work.
Remember that went on like BBC and did the rounds in the UK, said it best, where it was every single time you bring me on here, when Palestinians have done anything, you demand condemnation from me. Okay, we have done this. We have done this so many times. I am not Hamas. My family members were killed by Israel. Six-year-olds, like 6 of my family members were killed by the Israeli occupying force. I have condemned it every single time. I've condemned Hamas every single time. But the reality is that no such condemnation is demanded from the media when Israeli officials are brought on to talk about like genuinely genocide.
Anytime a white person gets on Piers Morgan, we should ask them, do you condemn school mass shootings? That's it. Anytime you see a white person, ask them if they condemn school mass shootings. That's it. All the mass shooters are white. Vast majority of them. That's it. Do you condemn the Columbine?
Vital terms in which they're wiping out Gaza, and that is a constant, and that has never ever been anything like. There's never been any equivalence whatsoever. And I think that people who are passionate, or people who say people who are callously indifferent to the wanton violence of retaliation that is reaction.
Yes, Drag. Do you condemn the KKK for white people? Miles Murphy Cork, what's up? Hello, Miles MMC Miles Murphy Cork.
To apartheid are thinking that they can get away with saying these sorts of things because they've seen people who are defenders of Israel say infinitely worse things as more bombing campaigns have continued. More than 1,200, almost 2,000 Israelis died. Israelis are terrified of a violent retaliation, right? Israelis now understand better than ever before the feeling that people in Gaza experience on a daily basis, the fear that they live with on a daily basis. That is going to breed more hostility, and that is going to play Palestinians directly into the hands of the most radical, the most fundamentalist forces that were directly propped up by the Israeli government, by Mossad. Hamas was seen as a counterweight, a counterbalance to secular forces and Marxist and socialist forces who also were violently, who participated in violent acts as well. However, the fundamentalist Islamist Muslim Brotherhood cutout was directly logistically supported by the Israeli government and has been propped up specifically by even Netanyahu and every other Israeli government as the only force to take seriously for Palestinians. It's impossible to ignore this when talking about the violent retaliation. I think that...
I agree, dude.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. I think equally it's important for Israelis to understand why there is... If the Israelis cannot empathize with the idea that why people want to do violent retaliation, why people support Hamas, then we're also never going to have peace.
Yes. And
everybody needs to empathize.
And I think it's more important than ever
Everybody needs to empathize. That's the best argument Israelis can make. Listen, everybody just has to empathize and listen to each other and talk, because they can't just, because the true answer is Israelis just need to fucking stop the genocide, stop the occupation, make it a one-state solution, equal rights. Palestinians have a right to return. That's all it takes, because they can't do that, because they can't say that. All they can say is fucking platitudes. We have to listen to both sides, and we all want peace and self-determination. And
to ensure that people recognize that both in the Western world that props up the far-right Israeli regime, that turns a blind eye to the violence. And it's important for our brothers and sisters that are living in Israel proper, that are anti-Zionists, that are also fighting that very same battle every day. To make sure that people understand that the only way out of this, well, there's two different ways out of this. It's ethnic cleansing. It's like doing a final solution to the Palestinians, or it's a pathway towards developing a nation state where Palestinians, Muslims, Christians, Jews can live, coexist, and have equal rights and equal representation.
Right. At the end of the day, all I'm asking is for people to be able to say that, terrorism is bad, no matter what, without an exception, without subtext. No, listen, without a fucking asterisk, it's like, yeah, but, what the fuck, man?
No, I understand where you're coming from with that.
Unfortunately for Israel, there's always going to be a but. You're never going to be able to say, oh, I feel bad for the Israeli citizens. No, the but is coming, because the only reason they're getting attacked, the only reason shit keeps happening to them is because of all of the crimes that they've perpetrated, the occupation, yada, yada, yada. We know what we're going to say. Okay, so I'm sorry. There's always going to be an asterisk. There's always going to be a but. No one wants to even, hey, the only way people can even show some kind of empathy to Israel is to add a but. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I feel bad for Israelis, but always remember that what they're doing to Palestinians. That's going to have to happen. If I'm not allowed to say but, you're not going to hear me say anything. Show any empathy towards any Israelis. There always has to be context for what's happening. And whenever something bad happens to Israelis, it is because of all the shit that they've fucking been doing for 75 years. So that has to be mentioned and brought up every single time. It's always relevant. And it's always important to add context.
I think...
And I'm not saying you do it, by the way.
Giannis Varoufakis talked about this, where he said there was a practice in the ANC in apartheid South Africa that was called necklacing. I'm not entirely sure what it was. It was brutal. The ANC originally under leadership of Nelson Mandela demonstrated peacefully multiple times. There was a police retaliation in apartheid South Africa where 69 demonstrators died. Obviously, the conditions were brutal. They had this concept called a pencil test. You know what I mean? Like where they would put a pencil in your hair to see if you were how non-white you were. If the pencil stuck, you were considered non-white, not allowed to go into certain places. Now, all of that was violent. The maintenance of that was
That's crazy. They had a similar test here in Lebanon to figure out if people were Palestinians back in the kind of like the, post-Civil War. They used to tell Palestinians at checkpoints or people to say the word tomato in Arabic. If they said bandora, like Lebanese people call a tomato benadura, Palestinians apparently say it as bandora. So they would try to trick people into saying the word tomato, and if they said bandora, bam, caught at the checkpoint, then either thrown in jail or killed on the spot for being Palestinian. Isn't that fucking crazy? And there they had hair tests, pencil tests in the hair. Fucking racism, dude.
When all was said and done, Nelson Mandela realized that violent reaction was demanded from the people on the ground, demanded from the emancipatory forces, demanded from the 90% black people that comprised the South African population. He was jailed. He went to Algeria first. He went to Ethiopia. He talked to revolutionaries. He talked to Marxists. He came back to Africa. He was immediately South Africa. He was jailed. Time and time again, the government demanded that he denounce the violence. He said, "How can I talk to you on equal conditions when I am chained? How can you put my freedom as a talking point, as a way to get me to denounce violence when you have made no efforts you've made no conciliatory efforts. You've made no efforts in understanding the position of people that you have subjugated, that you have forced to exist in these apartheid conditions." At the end of the day, nobody remembers the violence of the ANC forces, because the violence of the apartheid regime was all too great, was significant, was more significant than the
I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit because I'm sure Hassan's making great points, but
violence of the apartheid regime. You would say, but in Algeria, no, they did some brutal stuff. Yeah.
Apartheid? So
Yes.
hold on, how many? Well, I mean, not that it fucking
No,
matters.
but exactly. But South Africans were subjected to the. I don't know the exact civilian casualties, but the violence of the apartheid regime, right?
I don't know. Did they mass murder 1,500 civilians?
I don't know the exact civilian casualties, but in Algeria, no, they They did
South
some brutal
Africa?
stuff. Yeah.
Apartheid. So
Yes.
hold on, how many? Well, I mean, not that it fucking
No,
matters.
but like, yeah, exactly. But the conversation is important to analyze from that perspective, because people that are forced into a corner that see no other way out are going to do this, and and if you don't make any concessions,
Yep.
if you
Okay, we got some ELA. I saw an ELA sighting right here, so we're gonna cut to that real quick.
the freedom of movement, freedom of travel was not stopped. It was not restricted, and
In the
look where we're
90s?
at now.
Oh, holy shit, Andrea Jones 7193 with 5 gifted Do Not Worry memberships. Let's go, folks. W's in the chat. We got Baharn, the Hell Territories, Rava Spurky, IP Sandwich, and Hellion Vision just became members. Thank you so much, Andrea, for supporting the show. That's so fucking generous, so fucking kind. Let's fucking go. Man, I'm gonna update the numbers. That's so fucking sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifted. Much appreciated. You guys keep the show running.
What's
In
up?
the 90s, I feel like there were a lot more talks of peace that seemed actually close. Like it didn't seem that impossible back then, from
Yeah.
what I remember.
Yeah, and then what happened? The one dude, the one dude who was like, okay, guys, look, I'm a Zionist. I think that we should, at the very least, maintain the security of the Israeli state in a reasonable way. We have to fucking reason with these guys. He was called a pussy and then assassinated, and the dudes that literally wanted him assassinated are now in positions of power.
Yeah, it's
and they have been voted for. They've been voted into office over and over and over and over again.
Okay, so just to be clear, these fringe right freaks are like they've been getting more support, but like the reason they're in power, they don't usually get a lot of support in the parliament. Netanyahu
coalitions.
was forced into some really fucked up psychotic coalitions with fringe freak, genocidal maniacs.
Yeah, that's the latest government that he put together just to stay in power.
It's worth mentioning that it doesn't have wide support amongst Israelis.
Yeah, but even look, there is a member in the Knesset that immediately after immediately after October 7th came out and was like, this is directly the responsibility of the government and the occupation. This is why people are retaliating. And he was right. So I'm not saying that there aren't voices. It's just that the voices are deafened. The voices are additionally deafened when any kind of retaliatory action is immediately weaponized. It's expected and weaponized to make the Israeli population become even more reactionary and demand more blood.
Let me just ask you this then, and the analogy I gave you, okay, just to get a direct answer, where as the terrorist attacks are happening, there's people calling saying my neighbors are being
Just constantly calling them terrorist attacks, just reducing it to terrorist attack. Like he's just explaining to you the concept of resistance, why the Palestinians are resisting, why Hamas is resisting, why when you back people into a corner, why they do what they do. Well, during the terrorist attack, it's just also just framing it that way and refusing to look at it from another perspective is just so closed, like so small-minded.
shot by terrorists right now, and there's people saying, "Go Palestine." Are they talking about Palestinian freedom, or are they encouraging Hamas to kill Israelis?
I don't know what people are.
He's still stuck on that. Everything that Hassan has been saying, he's still stuck on. They said go Palestine. Who the fuck said go Palestine? It's not a fucking football match. Go Germany. Who the fuck said go Palestine while this was happening? Free Palestine? Maybe, sure.
I don't know what their demands are.
It's not unreasonable for me to assume that.
No, it's not unreasonable for you
And
to
I mean,
assume.
He's already hyper fixating on the stuff. He can't let things go, man.
listen, I think
And if you're Palestinian, for the record, I'll take it one step further. Look,
they encouraging Hamas to kill, and there's people saying, "Go Palestine." Are they talking about Palestinian freedom, or are they encouraging Hamas to kill Israelis?
I don't know what people are. I don't know what their demands are.
It's not unreasonable for me to assume that.
No, it's not unreasonable for you
And
to
I mean,
assume.
listen, I think
Why does it matter? Why is that important right now, Ethan? Why is that your focus?
And if you're Palestinian, for the record, I'll take it one step further. Look, you talked about the paranoia that Israelis feel towards Palestinians or Hamas, right? And I will say this as well. I think that if you are Palestinian, and it is understandable that they see this as an emancipatory action. It doesn't have to be right, and it's not right, but it does not matter, because for them, this is the first time that they have seen like they've seen the security apparatus fall apart. That they've seen.
Hassan's making such good points. Did I accidentally scroll down? Scroll up. Andrea just did it again. Holy shit. Andrea just gifted another 5 Do Not Worry memberships. Guys, double W's in the chat. Let's fucking go. Andrea's going out there going crazy, giving everybody memberships. By the way, folks, tomorrow we're having a members live stream tomorrow at 5 p.m. Beirut time, 10 a.m. Eastern. So all y'all 11 new members today are getting a live stream tomorrow. Andrea, thank you so much for the generous support. We can't keep the show going without support like this, so we very much appreciate you. That is so very kind, so very generous, and so very appreciated. Also, Andrea Jones, very highly recommended to follow on Twitter. She's a great follow on Twitter. Same, I believe it's the same exact name, so just without the numbers at the end. So very kind. Thank you so much for the support.
The barriers that were designed, that were constructed around Gaza, get bulldozed.
Dude, I got no problem with them breaking through the borders, like and doing some kind of shit. Maybe I mean I do have a problem, but let's say
What kind of shit, though?
they attacked a military outpost, they attacked settlers. I'm not saying I'm okay with it, but like this is
saying it's
more
understandable.
acceptable. But like going and roaming through a kibbutz and murdering families is like.
I'm gonna agree with Ethan right there. That's a good point that he's making. At least he's acknowledging, like, yo, I understand and I support them going out there and fighting like military outposts, etc. Ideally, it would be better, but like the fact that he's at least able to say that and recognize that, like, look, it's hard for some Israelis or some Jewish people to say like, hey, I support Palestinians attacking anything. You know what I mean? He's already said he thinks that settlers are valid military targets. He's saying that, hey, I'm cool with them attacking military outposts, etc. I know it's very far from what we want to hear, and we know who Ethan is now, but you can work with this. When someone says stuff like this, that means that that person is malleable. You can work with them, but there's someone behind the scenes, again, hello, Ethan, nothing to that, who doesn't let him go beyond that.
I just don't think there's any room for exceptions there.
No,
like there's a big difference. You know what I mean?
I
like I understand there, and I know you do. I'm just explaining for myself.
Yes, civilian
like-
targets are.
And they did, by the way, they did attack military outposts, but like they also did go into a kibbutz and stuff like that. So yeah, but there was a lot of, primarily this was meant to target military.
Never seen as appropriate. That is 100%.
And it was just
that is
so-
literally
and it was-
that's the rule. That's the rule. Is
Yeah,
that like civilian targets are not appropriate.
And again, Israel kills civilians, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I know they do. It's like, it's not even debated, at least in serious people who are trying to have a serious conversation about it. And so it seems a little obtuse, though, to look at an activist during a terrorist slaughter saying, let's go Palestine, and not say like, yeah, they're probably cheering on Hamas to kill Palestinians.
I think that whoever people are cheering on is ultimately inconsequential because the actions of the state and the actions of our state, the actions of all Western
Bro,
states,
come on.
is significantly more important.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like,
again.
and I find it to be unproductive.
He's like, yeah, that's right, Ethan. He's like, you're right, Hassan, but I really just want to focus on this Twitter beef. I want to focus on this random Twitter account with 12 followers who said, go Palestine, while the attack was happening. That's all Ethan wants to talk about right now. Hassan's trying to talk about like the broader fucking topic, historical context, why it's happening, behavior. Ethan's like, yeah, but this person on Twitter said, go Palestine. Like, oh my God, dude, get over yourself. He's already kind of insufferable, man. He's already kind of insufferable. When he calls into Hassan's stream, that's gonna be fucking crazy compared to this.
And I also think it's ridiculous, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I think it's fucking ridiculous that the indifference that people have to human casualties is gross, and it's never more perfectly demonstrated by people being like, oh, the BLM Chicago account that's like not even affiliated with the organization, even though I don't even like the official BLM organization anyway, is posting a photo, right? And then immediately people are like, look, this is how BLM is. Like, you know, see, you guys have to immediately apologize. Everyone who has like been associated with BLM has to apologize for this random fucking Instagram account. That is politics. People are using the deaths of Israelis and the deaths of Palestinians to do domestic politics, and I think that's fucking ridiculous. And I also think, and maybe you agree with me, maybe you don't, that a part of the do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence rhetoric is I think cynically applied to every single person that wants to talk about ending this conflict. Even if it's talking about ending the conflict from the perspective of like Israeli security, where the Harvard Student Organization that got together and said the violence that Israel experienced today is.
By the way, Andrea Jones also just became a member herself. Andrea, thank you so much. Going great. 11 memberships from Andrea today. Thank you so much, Andrea. Welcome to the channel. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully during the members live stream. I do know I don't know what time Noah Samsen's stream is starting tomorrow, so I'm not going to try to compete with the members live stream. It's just a chill AMA for members, but it might. I don't know if it's going to be on at the same time as Noah's stream. When is Noah's stream starting tomorrow? I should have checked that.
Squarely the consequence of the brutal occupation. They said that in the United States of America, the Harvard Students Organization, there's plenty of Jewish Americans that are involved in writing that. What happened? Every single psychopathic VC hedge fund dipshit said these people need to be punished. Give us their names, and they got their names. They did canary mission style psychopathic doxing on students for saying what? For saying exactly the same thing that the Haaretz editorial board wrote, word for word, bar for bar. The Israeli paper of record.
I'll say this.
And the Harvard Students Association had an identical perspective. And what happened in America? They got doxed. There are on the campus right now.
Again,
there are literally their photos are being
I
posted.
read the letter. It was not that bad. People were going crazy and way overreacting about it. If people are mad about that, it's probably because of the timing.
but there's no timing placed on another a group of people.
He's just focused on like when people are showing support for Palestine. I'm just going to quickly update the numbers again. I think we're at 455 members. I think we're at 455 members right now.
People's emancipation. There's no like
Bro,
my
Their timing matters. Let's not be obtuse about this. It's just this one point I'm trying to make. You can't cheer on Hamas, dude.
I do. Well, Ethan, I said, you know what I said.
He's so focused on that. He just wants to talk about the timing and when people are cheering on. He's literally obsessed about people just saying free Palestine after this attack happened. Literally, that's all he's upset about right now. And he just wants Hassan to be like, you're right, Ethan. If someone says free Palestine after an attack, they're a fucking asshole and it's bad timing. That's all he wants Hassan to say. And that's something that would be horrible for Hassan to say because that would be the dumbest fucking thing. And the dumbest, you know, sort of a compromise to make with Ethan at this point.
And on the day of the occupation,
I know you don't, but like we're being a little silly. Like if somebody says go fucking
the only difference between what I
Palestine
said,
while people are being murdered, like that's
What do you think about someone getting a Star of David tattoo that looks like the Israeli flag, colored in Israeli flag colors during a genocide, Ethan? Wouldn't you say that's bad timing? Isn't that bad timing right there? Isn't that the equivalent of saying free Palestine after an attack? Isn't that the exact same thing? And then getting on stream and being like, well, this whole situation has made me so proud to be Israeli and I just want to show that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Isn't that the exact same thing? Such a fucking hypocrite. Am I right? I just thought of that too right now. It's the exact same thing. But not really. You're saying free Palestine because, again, Palestine is the oppressed, etc. But, like, if he's you could make that point if you wanted to. It's not the exact same thing. Saying free Palestine is nothing like getting a swastika tattoo on your arm, essentially, during a genocide.
That's pro-Hamas. That's what it is. You're helping. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And I understand all the little subtext.
But what's the distinction? But what's the distinction between what the Harvard students said, what I said, what many Israelis also said as well, versus like what you perceive other people were saying when you don't know the fuller picture of like their perspective?
First of all, I don't have a problem with what they said.
Okay, you don't.
And I'm curious about how soon after this massacre it was released because
Chris, folks, if you guys missed it yesterday, Chris and myself went to the Mandalorian and Grogu premiere. We were invited by the lovely people at Vox Cinemas. We did a quick review on the channel, a live stream conversation about Mandalorian and Grogu, and Chris brought me this lovely mug from Burger King. He bought the mug. He paid. He was like, don't give me the nasty burger. Just give me the mug. I'll pay for it as a lovely gift. Look at this. So if you guys want to catch up, just go to the channel. You will see the Mandalorian and Grogu review that we did yesterday. Excuse me. Okay. Let's go back to the video at hand. Ooh, Zoprak. Let me get your full name. Zoprak from Leb. With a very generous 25 Qatari Rials, I believe, right? Says it's like watching a prequel. For someone who only learned about Ethan Klein and DNW show, let's go. Right? Well, I'm sorry for introducing you to this. And also, I guess you're welcome. At least you know what's going on, but I'm very sorry. To everybody who didn't know Ethan and H3 before all of this and who knows it because of me, I do apologize. Zoprak, thanks so much for the generous dono. And yes, Calamity, I did see the pics from Abuse. I saw the video of Ben Gvir parading around the prisoners and the people that were kidnapped on the flotilla. Kind of disgusting and gruesome to see. Pretty fucked up. Let's get back to the video.
we can look into
what's
this.
the barrier of acceptability though? Or is it that you know me personally and you know what my opinion is, which is why
What did you say?
you can
I don't think so. But a little bit.
You
understand.
didn't say anything like you did not say like free Palestine or some shit after as murders were happening.
I said that resistance to apartheid is always imperfect and there are casualties everywhere, which means there are casualties on the Israeli side and there are going to be casualties on the Palestinian side.
Hassan.
Yes, but that is ultimately the same as saying free Palestine. It is, because my goal is to free Palestine.
I know what you mean, but it's not.
And
it's not
here's
the same, bro.
Here's the thing.
What you're saying is, and again, people don't be silly about this. I'm talking about the timing. As civilians are being murdered, as the story's developing, people saying this, okay? That's an important distinction.
People are always going to say free Palestine, man. because people understand. Even when I knew it was happening at first, like when I first heard, like people, the first thing I heard was people flew over the barricade and were able to fly over. I was like, that's fucking awesome. Like they got their fucking freedom. That's the first thing I thought. Then I was like, oh, they're shooting people and there's like violence, etc. The first thing I heard was like, yo, some people were able to fly out of there with like little homemade little like jetpacks or whatever the fuck it was. I was like, what? Like that's fucking crazy. And again, it's the Palestinian struggle for liberation and emancipation. And a lot of people didn't know the full details of what was happening. All they knew was that people were like trying to break out of a fucking open air prison. Of course some people are gonna celebrate that.
Like your take about like, listen, Gazans are under apartheid, they're being genocided and all this, which is all true.
And that is what's causing this violent retaliation.
And it's what's causing this retaliation, yes. Which is all true. I'm sorry, but it's not the fucking same as saying, let's go Palestine as bodies are hitting the floor. It's not the same.
No, I understand.
And frankly, I think people are in the...
No one said, let's go Palestine. Like he's literally making an argument up to like piss himself off. Like, you know what I mean? That's crazy. Like, why are you doing this?
Thank you. And
people are not being careful.
And I think people are justified in looking at that and thinking like, oh, okay, this person's happy that Israeli citizens are dying. Like what? Like, I'm sorry, but that's a defensible position to take.
No, Ethan, you're expanding on Free Palestine in that moment to I'm glad that Israelis are being murdered. The jump there is, no, let me explain. The jump there is literally you knowing what I represent and who I am versus you not knowing. You want to know why? Because you think when I said that, people didn't misconstrue my statements. My name is Hassan. I am the America Deserved 9/11 guy. If you think that the very same forces, the very same people that despise what I had to say about blowback in 9/11 did not have the exact same opinion that you have over
I don't know what
others.
Other people thought about what you said, okay? I know that I thought it was a much more respectful, empathic take. And and when did you do that as bodies were hitting the floor, Hassan? When did you tweet out your statement about it?
I mean, it was, for the next 2 days, Palestinian forces were still deep embedded inside of Israeli proper positions in southern towns. So there were still people dying.
So how about this as a separation? What? When people are calling in the news and talking about their neighbors and children being murdered in front of them is not the time.
Okay. Except,
I mean,
so Ethan is basically saying don't show support for Palestinians while a tiny group of Palestinians, a small group, like what's the percentage of the Hamas militants that were that were fighting on October the 7th. So you can't show any compassion, you can't show any empathy, you can't show any support with the Palestinians for the first 2 or 3 days because Hamas and the Palestinian resistance attacked Israelis. You're not allowed to show any empathy, and this is the argument. This is the conversation that Ethan wants to have right now. He has Hassan on his show. He has the opportunity to bring his audience together, educate his audience about what's happening, talk about the genocide, talk about the history of Palestine and Israel, and this is what he wants to talk about.
It should be kind of obvious. I'm sorry.
I understand.
You just can't do that. I'm sorry. It's gross.
I get what you're saying, except, you as someone who recognizes...
This was the beginning of the end. This is really the beginning of the end. Like, you can kind of see the kind of arguments that Ethan is going to be making for the next 2 years, how he reacts to Hassan making arguments. You can kind of just tell how just disgusted and kind of annoyed Hassan is and kind of disappointed with the person that Ethan is revealing himself to be.
Is the violence of the occupation. Know that this...
Good night, Sarah. Thanks for being here.
By the very same metrics, saying I stand with Israel implies that you stand with Israel's genocidal conduct, right?
Well,
and therefore,
it does kind of seem like that. I mean, that is what it says.
Okay.
I disagree with people saying that. So if Israel's bombing Gaza, people are saying I stand.
Not just bombing Gaza. Israel's apartheid regime and occupation is endless. It might be sidelined, it might be silent, it might be the constant, but that is still violent.
If Israel is bombing Gaza, okay.
Not Israel is bombing Gaza.
Dude, let me.
Okay.
I heard you.
Go on. Sorry. I have to pee so bad.
If you leave, I win.
It's over.
It's kind of getting awkward. Like Ethan's getting annoyed at Hassan. Hassan's trying to keep it light. I want to pee, but look, this is getting uncomfortable already. Not an easy topic to talk about for Zionists.
Israel is bombing Gaza. Okay.
Not Israel is bombing Gaza.
Dude, let me.
Okay.
I heard you.
Go on. Sorry. I have to pee so bad.
If you leave, I win.
It's over. I'm holding it.
If Israel...
They're trying to keep it light, but shit, like you can feel the tension going up. You can feel there's a little bit of tension in the air. Ethan's not enjoying this. It's not going his way, the conversation. By the way, we're only an hour and 18 minutes into this. I have no idea how we're going to finish this today. Andrea says, I genuinely think Ethan wanted to end leftovers as soon as Hassan started talking about running his business as a collective, and Ethan did not want his employees getting any ideas. That started it all. Yes, and I kind of mentioned that right at the beginning of the stream, that like there have been, like, the beginning of the end started earlier, and particularly that capitalism conversation was the start of the rift between Ethan and Hassan. But we can only go so back, like here. So this was the kind of like the more obvious beginning of the end. But absolutely, that capitalism conversation, Andrea, I shouted that out right at the beginning. Thank you for bringing that back up right now.
IDF is bombing Gaza, and and you're seeing the media that I saw, or even not seeing the media I saw, because that civilians are getting injured or killed. And you say, I support Israel in that moment, then I do think you are supporting the IDF and the Israeli regime's fucking...
Margaret, I know someone that got an Israeli tattoo during the genocide. What do you think that says about them, Ethan?
Apartheid violence.
Okay. Do you think that there is the same energy?
What do you think a tattoo of the Israeli flag during a genocide says about you, Ethan? Would love to know your thoughts.
And same condemnation.
What about getting a tattoo of an IDF soldier on your arm during a genocide? Isn't that also fucking crazy?
Even remotely the same condemnation and energy for those who say I stand with Israel, all the way from Justin Bieber using a photo of destroyed Gaza
hold on, let me pull that
to be like praying for Israel.
Where's that?
What are you praying for, bro? Israel to stop? Like, what's going on? What are you praying for?
That was one of the craziest things I've seen.
Yeah.
He posted a picture of Gaza being basically a whole street block being leveled by Israeli bombs. With it says, I'm praying for Israel.
Yeah, he was praying for Israel to stop. Jamie Lee Curtis
that was
posting
crazy.
photos. Jamie Lee Curtis posting a photo of children in Gaza looking up at the sky as Israel is bombing them and going, I stand with Israel, Israeli flag. Like and so many other examples.
Idiots. We thought. I mean, God, we talked about all of that when it was happening. The Jamie Lee Curtis post, the Justin Bieber posts. Incredible shit.
Charlie Kirk showing photos of the Israeli occupying force entering West Bank homes and posting that video and going, look at what the Hamas terrorists are doing. Or so many other examples of
so
many examples of
stupid propaganda.
Palestinian children, babies in cages that the Israeli occupying force put them in, that people are posting and going, look what the Hamas is doing. Look at this cruelty.
Yeah,
how cruel, how unusual.
I've seen it all. It's all crazy. It's all psychotic propaganda.
I don't even blame
Super
them.
cynical, fucked up things.
No, it's not. It's not even cynical.
Well, no, the people who create the propaganda are cynical.
It's not even cynical though. I don't even fucking blame them, because yes, there is an asymmetry to this violence, and you have been willingly or you have completely been shut out from one side of that of the recipients of said violence, and therefore you simply do not know. You don't know what the reality is, and by God, there's a lot more examples pre-October 7. There's a lot more examples of like Israeli brutality and Israeli cruelty upon Palestinians. So you're inevitably going to accidentally post that shit.
The thing is, like, with all this nuance and background and history, you still...
Yep, Haley, his kid's eating watermelon as well during a genocide, when we know very well that the watermelon, represents the Palestinian flag.
If we're being serious about peace, you can't look at an Israeli, who is traumatized by what happened, in context of everything you've said, which I all agree with, and say, yes, but, it's horrible, or like, yes, but. It's like I'm just saying, on a human level, in the real world, you can't do that. You can't, like, you have to just give them their grief. You have to...
Israel's just not a normal country, my guy. I'm sorry. They do not get to, like, just grieve when they are committing crimes and they're occupying people on a daily basis. People in Gaza live in an open-air prison. They just got genocided. Hundreds of thousands of people dead, taking land in the West Bank, no right of return, etc., etc., etc. I am sorry. There has to be a but. There will always be a but for Israel. There will never be unconditional empathy for Israel. It will always be conditional. It has to be conditional. If you can even have it.
Give them you have to grant them. I mean, they made them victims on that day. Those people, anyway.
Yeah.
And so, like,
do you feel like...
when you're having a conversation with Israelis, and Israelis are looking to the outside world, I'm saying I agree with everything you're saying. But if you're trying to communicate your condolences for grief or something like that, you don't say, yes, but.
I think people should be more careful.
I understand why
I think people should be more careful, and I think people should be more open-minded. I agree.
I understand why you do it, Hassan. I'm just talking about in the real world.
Yeah.
When you're talking to an Israeli who it comes from the Israeli perspective. Here's a fucking hard truth that I don't know if people will accept it or not. Listen, if you're born in Gaza, you're going to hate Israel, 100%. If you're born in Israel, you're probably going to hate Hamas and maybe Palestinians. I don't know. I don't think most Israelis do, but Hamas for sure, okay?
Come on, Ethan. Most Israelis do hate Palestinians, and they all hate Hamas, of course.
And so,
F? Did it stop working? I think it's still working. Am I effing?
it doesn't even, like, the human experience is constant. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you're born on. You're going to believe, you're going to fucking identify with whatever world experience you're going under.
I don't disagree with you. We've already established this. So now I ask you this. I genuinely, the major point of contention that you and I have in this process is I think it is frivolous and I think it is unproductive to find numerous people that may or may not have even openly condemned Hamas time and time again and be like, you're bad, you're wrong for saying this. Like, sure, they're wrong, but that doesn't change
I don't think
the reality on the ground.
I don't think it's fair to characterize it as like a few rogue tweets. I mean,
because ultimately,
this was a lot of people.
No, I get it, but people tweeting whatever the fuck, right, does not change. Does not stop bombs from falling. People tweeting
Israeli
not stop
perspective,
more.
bro. That's all I'm saying.
I know, but the Israeli perspective, if tomorrow the Israeli
perspective is that they're constant victims and that this is their land and that they have a right to murder every single Arab that's around them. That's the Israeli perspective. I don't give a fuck about the Israeli perspective.
Perspective shifted and was like, I mean, 85% of the fucking Israeli population currently thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu is the reason why 2,000 Israelis died. 85% of the Israeli population right now, according to the Jerusalem Post, in the latest.
And let's all fucking remember
done.
that when talking about Israelis.
Yes. So some of them, though, obviously think they should be more brutal. Some of them think that Benjamin Netanyahu's occupation, or a much smaller percentage, think that the occupation is responsible for this violence. Now, having said that, do they have a say? Can they unseat Benjamin Netanyahu? Is he going to jail? No, of course not.
He's being tried, actually.
Well, exactly, which is why he built a coalition with fucking Ben Gvir and all the other far right freaks.
He was actually being tried for fraud or some crazy shit.
Yeah, even more far right freaks. And many people are calling for his resignation. He's not going to do that. It's not going to happen. Even if he resigns, think about it this way.
Hold on, 86% said that the attack from Gaza is a failure of leadership.
Yeah, 86. Yeah, that's what I said.
And by the way, this is
86% of respondents, including 79% of coalition supporters, said the surprise attack from Gaza is a failure of the country's leadership, while a staggering 92% said the war is causing anxiety.
This is just
That's like everybody.
This is Jewish citizens, so this isn't even including obviously the Arab Israelis.
And people who watch the show know when we do polls and it's 86%, that's basically everybody.
Yes, exactly, 100%. Like, who the fuck is dick riding Netanyahu in that point? Because like from either angle, even if you think like Palestinians should be ethnically.
So he actually said if you're born in Gaza, you're definitely going to hate Israelis, but most Israelis don't hate Palestinians. Fuck, God, I want to go back and hear that. We're at 126.01.
100%. If you're born in Israel, you're probably going to hate Hamas. Why you do it, Hassan. I'm just talking about in the real world.
Yeah.
When you're talking to an Israeli who it comes from the Israeli perspective. Here's a fucking hard truth that I don't know if people will accept it or not. Listen, if you're born in Gaza, you're going to hate Israel, 100%. If you're born in Israel, you're probably going to hate Hamas.
I mean, that is true. You are going to hate Israel if you're born in Gaza. I would.
And maybe Palestinians, I don't know. I don't think most Israelis do, but Hamas for sure, okay?
Yeah, he's definitely trying to paint Israelis as the more empathetic. I mean, they don't hate the Palestinians. The Palestinians hate them. I wonder why. God, man, the fucking framing on everything.
Because the power player in the situation is what matters. The power player in the situation is entirely responsible. The situation, for example, in Afghanistan, with the Taliban's numbers not withering away, but instead growing in popularity during the American occupation, is a perfect example of what happened, and is a perfect example of what's constant with occupying forces and with their violent means of subjugating, humiliating, and murdering the population. You fucking kill, fuck, who was it? Even that, I forget who this was, but I remember someone saying, like, look, in 2014 or in 2004, time and time again, whenever bombing campaigns occur and people die and children die, you know, their relatives are still alive. The ones that are still alive are going to go, well, I know who fucking bombed me. I know who fucking killed my family. I know who fucking dropped bombs on my house. I'm not going to forget that. That is at the heart of the matter. And a real reconciliation with that means completely going back on 75 years of brutal occupation and policies that were deemed necessary at the time for Israeli security, that absolutely was just a cynical way to justify taking more and more land from Palestinians who had no say, who have never had a say in the conversation, and still to this day have no say. I mean, seriously, the resilience of Palestinian people all around the world, the 5 million displaced, 2 million living in Gaza, and another 2.5 million living in the West Bank is unimaginable. They've never had allies. They've always had imperfect allies and allegiances with people that are just simply only interested in destabilizing Israel. Like, I don't think Iran
just fucking wants to use them as a puppet.
I don't think Iran gives a shit about like Palestinian.
Sorry, 1 second.
Palestinians being free. I think it's very cynical, and they have nothing. They have nothing. They've never. I mean, seriously, the resilience of Palestinian people all around the world, of 5 million displaced, 2 million living in Gaza, and another 2.5 million living in the West Bank is unimaginable. They've never had allies. They've always had imperfect allies and allegiances with people that are just simply only interested in destabilizing Israel. Like, I don't think Iran
just fucking wants to use them as a puppet.
I don't think Iran gives a shit about like Palestinians being free. I think it's very cynical, and they have nothing. They have nothing. They've never had anything. There is no equivalence here between the well-oiled military machine of the Israeli army that has gotten $264 billion in American taxpayer dollars to continue its operations. It's just not. There's an asymmetry to the violence, and there's also an asymmetry to the conversation where
this is the main theme of the conversation. Israel holds all the cards. Israel has all the power. Stop being angry at people fucking making tweets and saying random shit on the internet. Nothing can change what is happening on the ground except the Israelis, who hold all the cards, who have all the power. Okay, that is the main theme, and that is the one thing that Ethan isn't getting through his very thick skull.
Palestinians, like, living in fucking Gaza, are being called by the BBC, and while bombs are being dropped on their fucking heads, the BBC anchor is like callously being like, "Do you condemn the Hamas violence?" It's
and
like,
by the way, that's fucking stupid.
It's like fucking insane, and they never.
And I don't want people to conflate what I'm saying with BBC asking someone in Gaza taking bombs if they support Hamas.
So here's the thing: I've never, ever in my entire life, ever seen a couple things. I've never seen the American government, the State Department, ever say this was a provoked act of violence from Palestinians. I've never seen that. They always say it's unprovoked because it is supposed to be that violence is like, they act like that violence was in a vacuum. And I know you agree with me on this. I don't think you disagree with me on this at all. They never say this was a provoked act of violence, okay? That is by design. And I've never seen somebody bring up an Israeli official, okay, to television when Gaza is being bombed and being reduced to rubble, or even when Gaza is not being bombed and the brutal occupation still remains, and been forced to condemn the violent actions of the Israeli government. I've never seen that. I've never heard that. I've never seen that. And I don't think that that will ever happen because at the end of the day, America wants a military base in the Middle East. America wants a destabilizing force that they see in the Middle East. America wants to keep selling weapons. America still wants conflict. The Western world still wants conflict. And they use Israel to that end. And they will continue doing this. In 35 different states, in the United States of America, where all of these like free speech, supposedly First Amendment defending states, it is illegal to ask to boycott and ask to make divestments and to ask to sanction the state of Israel. It is illegal.
How many states did you say?
America, where all of these like free speech, supposedly First Amendment defending states, it is illegal in the Middle East. America wants to keep selling weapons. America still wants conflict. The Western world still wants conflict, and they use Israel to that end. And they will continue doing this in 35 different states.
35, holy shit.
It is illegal. You cannot hold a position as a school teacher without signing a fucking thing that says, I will never participate in the peaceful demand that you want to boycott, divest, or put sanctions on the state of Israel. What
countries is that in?
In the United States of America, 35 states.
Oh, 35 states.
37 as of now, I believe, but 35 as of 2021.
But Hassan, what about the people that said "Go Palestine" on Twitter?
Think about that.
Nuts. Yeah,
and the AIPAC wrote that legislation. They helped push it. They wrote the legislation. There is no comparison.
And by the way, conservative support for Israel is about as cynical as it gets.
Absolutely.
Their whole worldview is that the Jews are guarding Israel until Jesus comes back.
Yes.
And when he does, he's going to kill all the Jews.
Yes, it is a suicide cult. It is a suicide cult. The assumption that like from the river to the sea, the chosen sons and daughters of God will maintain Israel, and therefore Jesus Christ will come down and defeat Shaitan and Megiddo, is a psychotic suicidal cult. Yet that is the reason why not American Jews, but evangelical Christians, evangelical Protestants are the #1 defenders of the Israeli occupation. They are the ones who push for it. They're the ones who fucking fund the psychopathic settlers that you pointed out.
Yeah.
That they are the ones who open up 501c3s so that they can get tax deductible donations. Yeah, no, I think yes, of course, Christians play a gigantic role in this. I mean, it was the fucking British that propped up Zionist brigades.
Is 501c3 like a designation for some kind of NGO that supports Israel? 501c3? 501c3 is a U.S. nonprofit organization that is federally exempt from income tax. To qualify, the entity must operate exclusively for religious, charitable, scientific, literary, educational, or public safety purposes. Donors to these organizations can typically deduct contributions from their personal or corporate taxes. Okay, so a 501c3. Nice, just learned some new lingo.
Yes,
I mean,
this
in a way, though, it is like, you know,
It all comes back to the Brits.
It's like, you know, if you're coming out of World War II at the Holocaust and you're being offered land by Britain and you're
Hold on, your camera's out.
I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee while you're gone. Oh no, now I'm censored.
I'm fucking winning this argument.
I'm not taking a pause to pee.
Well, they can hear me, right? Yeah. So I was. So anyway, I'll continue my point as you guys work it out. I was saying that, you know, coming out of the Holocaust, you can hardly blame people who are offered land in their historic religious, most important religious spot by the British are hardly going to say no to that.
In their historic religious spot, you can hardly blame them. Someone who just survived a Holocaust would love to get to steal someone's home who was just killed. Of course, why wouldn't they? Don't you understand it? They're victims. They would love to create new victims. How does that make fucking sense? Explain that to me.
Like, you know, it's just, again, the human experience. What group of people would have said, nah, that's not cool?
Right. And then important to note that the same British simultaneously also promised the Arabs in Palestine a state there.
Yeah.
They're literally offering conflicting offers to two different groups of people.
So like,
guys.
again, when people...
What did Dan say? And they're waiting for Hassan. They're saying this dumbass shit now that Hassan's in the bathroom and he can't correct them. Haley sends a $2 donut and says you should check out the Cars for Kids situation. Yeah, I saw someone streaming about it yesterday. Like it's going out of like business or something, or like they're stopping funding. The U.S. is ending the funding for Cars for Kids. What? After the Cars for Kids ad is banned in California, we check in on nostalgic jingles past. Oh, so Cars for Kids jingle pulled from California airwaves by Orange County judge for false advertising. And Cars for Kids is a national 501c3 nonprofit car donation organization famously known for its ubiquitous earworm radio and television jingle. While its advertisements imply general aid for needy children, the charity heavily funds a specific Orthodox Jewish outreach organization, which has recently subjected it to strict legal penalties for deceptive marketing. What are they doing? That is interesting. I should look into that. Thank you, Haley. It's super predatory and hid what the money was. So the money is going to like support Jewish, Orthodox Jewish like organizations instead of providing kids for the needy.
Simultaneously, also promised the Arabs in Palestine a state there.
Yeah.
They're literally offering conflicting offers to two different groups of people.
So like,
guys.
again, when people, I do think when people try to reduce this conflict as something that's not simple, it's something that's so easy to understand, I don't think is entirely fair. I really don't. Like the war crimes, the murder, all the shit that's happening is obvious and easy and easy to point to Israel. But if you're talking about like the establishment of Israel, the long feuds over the land.
Haley, I added it to my list of stuff to look into. I'll try to do a nice, interesting live stream next week with the Thomas Massey stuff that Yankees fan wanted to talk about. Some Cars for Kids.
Going back 75 years, again, as
they're funding birthright trips, those fuckers.
Dan was saying, the British went to the Jews after the Holocaust and said, you guys want to live in Jerusalem? And they're like, fuck yeah. And then went to the Palestinians.
They were lobbying for it for a long time too. They wanted that.
Okay.
But
they got the green light.
Right. They got the green light. But yeah.
By all the United Nations or whatever, the League of Nations, where the fuck or I don't know. It was
yeah. And in fact,
yeah, it was.
Harry Beanbag says they're funding trips to Israel to matchmake Americans with IDF soldiers. Is that how Willie Mack met his wife? Is that how Willie Mack met his lady?
In a long time. Originally it was the League of Nations, but no, it was the UN had just been established after World War II, which is what set up the state. And when I was doing kind of a deep dive on all of this history in the past week, I was shocked to see. I guess I maybe knew this at one point, but the USSR was in support of it too. One of the very few times that
you want to know who
the United States and the USSR were on board with each other.
You want to know who else is a big time supporter too? China. China is a major ally and a major trade partner to Israel. Yes, absolutely.
That's what Arcade Jr. was talking about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the COVID doesn't affect the Jews.
Well, no, but yeah, no, it's not. So you know, remember that when people in the chat will say like, oh, you fucking major defender of China. No, I think that China is also not exactly a fucking equal party here or one that is advocating for reasonable solutions. I think that there's a reason why they are not saying anything. They're not coming out with like big declarations as they normally would in an effort to be like, look at America being fucking imperialist again or whatever.
Just to finish my point when you were in the bathroom is that I think it's unfairly reductive to say it's not complicated. You know, going back to the establishment of Israel, the duplicity, the English, going back to the skirmishes and there's been atrocities on both sides from the beginning. Okay. Obviously, Israel has continued to.
It's complicated in the sense that there's like a lot of dates to remember and there's maybe a lot of names. Like that could be a little bit complicated. It's not complicated in a morality sense of what's wrong and what's right.
Take more and more as they've enjoyed the benefit of funding and support from the international community. But to write it off as like the Israelis are just genocidal is unfairly reductive.
I don't think that Israelis are genocidal, even though there are certainly Israelis that are genocidal. There are Americans that are genocidal.
Palestinians are genocidal.
Like, see,
Just saying, everyone.
there are Israelis that are genocidal. There are Americans that are genocidal.
Palestinians are genocidal.
What did he say? Who's genocidal? I can't hear what Ethan is saying. Did he say Palestinians?
That are genocidal. There are Americans that are genocidal.
Palestinians are genocidal.
He said Palestinians are genocidal. What a motherfucker. Like literally as Israel is committing a genocide against Palestinians, Ethan can't help himself but say Palestinians are also genocidal. He has to both sides everything. Again, the victim, the people getting slaughtered, the people getting genocided, according to Ethan, are also genocidal apparently. Okay, very cool. Jesus fucking Christ, that's fucking unhinged, man. Unhinged. So disgusting. So disgusting.
Like, see,
Just saying, everyone. There's people who are. I'm just saying.
Yeah, sure, but
There are. Everybody has.
But who's actually committing the fucking genocide right now, man? Are you fucking shitting me? He thinks it's such a like a good point. He thinks it's like a slam dunk.
yeah,
Genocidal mania.
I think that like
Am I not?
Hamas
Is that bother you?
1988. No,
Does that bother you that I
no,
said?
of
Okay.
course there are. But the reason why I think it's like laughable is because like
Oh, the way he's does that bother you? Kind of bothers me, man.
Does that bother you?
1988. No,
Does that bother you that I
no,
said?
of course there are. But the reason why I think it's like laughable is because like which direction is the genocide happening?
Bro,
You know what I mean? Like it's usually I think that you have moral clarity overall, which is why this is a much more charitable conversation. But I think plenty of people do not have that moral clarity, and when they are using the condemn Hamas,
Even Hassan is getting upset because he's telling him, look, this is a charitable conversation because you have moral clarity. So I'm being nice to you right now because I know you as a person. AK, that's what he's saying. You know, I'm being nice because I know you and I know you're a cool dude and we've hung out on the show and I've met your family and I've met your pets and whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna be nice. But you're starting to push it, Ethan. That is what Hassan is very nicely and very politely saying right now.
condemn Hamas line, it's not necessarily to get your perspective. It's to deflect away from you talking about Palestinian emancipation and all of the all the wrongs that they.
Even though everything you're saying is right.
Yeah.
To diminish this idea that there are Palestinians, terrorists mostly. I'm not saying all Palestinians. I don't think most Palestinians even support Hamas. That saying that Palestinians who want genocide of Jews isn't relevant because again, it affects the Israeli paranoia. It affects the Jewish paranoia, the paranoia psyche, the Israeli psyche. So, like, even though it's absurd, you say that's silly because the Israelis are doing the genocide. Still,
there are no, everything he's saying is made up. These the Palestinian terrorists want to kill all the Jews. Who's trying to genocide the Jews, my guy? They don't even have the ability to genocide them. Even if they wanted to, they don't have the ability. They just want to get rid of their oppressor. They want to get rid of their oppressor. Doesn't matter about the religion. And they don't even have the capabilities to do it.
fucking feeds into the pathology of what it means to be an Israeli.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from, but ultimately, getting swept away in demanding.
But Hassan, we were afraid of the bus. I was scared to get on the bus, Hassan. Very scared.
Kamak says, watching this again confirms Ethan has always been terrible. Exactly. I thought I was going to be a lot more charitable to Ethan in this video, and I thought he was going to be... I don't know why I remembered him and Hassan being on the same page a lot more. He's getting like very annoyed and very defensive and very bitter and childish right away. Any minor disagreement with Hassan, he's getting annoyed and flustered.
Condemnations over and over again is entirely unproductive and also not reflective of the reality of the American population's attitudes towards the defense of Israel and
I don't think that's a fair
occupation.
I don't think that's a fair assessment of what I'm asking.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
No, you're saying.
But like, there is
the expectation of constant condemnation of the Palestinians against Hamas is not what I'm advocating for.
If you want,
just to be totally clear, because I know people think that about me.
If you want to talk about, like, if right now you want to talk about Palestinian emancipation, whether you are Jewish or whether you are Arab, whether you are Muslim, it does not matter. If you talk about Palestinian emancipation at any point during this endless occupation and senseless brutality, you are immediately met with condemn Hamas. Why do you love Hamas? Why do you want to
not support that? That's a different thing.
I know, but
okay, I just want to make that clear.
You and I having this back and forth.
I just want to make it clear because people think that's what I think, and I want to make it clear that what I'm saying is different entirely to expecting everyone to constantly condemn Hamas. That's not what I think people need to do.
What you have a different perspective on the matter that is not widely shared in the Western world, and that is no better demonstrated by the actions that people are taking against the fucking Harvard Students Association versus like what the Israeli paper of records perspective is, which is identical to said Harvard
the
Students
sad
Association.
part about what you said is that you say Westerners don't agree with that, and you're right. but a lot of Israelis do. And that's fucked up. That people, you know what I mean? Because that's not what people see.
Okay. And that is no better have a different perspective on the matter that is not widely shared in the Western world. And that is no better demonstrated by the actions that people are taking against the fucking Harvard Students Association versus like what the Israeli paper of records perspective is, which is identical to said Harvard
the
Students
sad
Association.
part about what you said is that you say Westerners don't agree with that, and you're right. But a lot of Israelis do. And that's fucked up. That people, you know what I mean? Because that's not what people see.
Okay.
Even though
now that we've established that, though, now that we've established that,
I don't know what he's talking about. Israelis agree with what?
do you understand that what I mean when I say there's a double standard with the callous indifference that people demonstrate to the death toll over and over again? I mean, we're talking about dudes that literally Benjamin Netanyahu, when in 2008. People living under brutal occupation in the world's largest open-air prison in Gaza, where 2 million people live, and 47% of that population is under the age of 14 and under, okay? Where their water, electricity, like you also pointed out, is controlled by Israel. They did a peaceful march, a demonstration for a right to return. Thousands of children, babies, and adults alike were ruthlessly shot at by Israeli snipers in that right to return as they walked and demonstrated and walked towards that fence.
Peacefully. They were sniping at disabled kids.
Okay, walk towards that border fence that traps them inside of Gaza. Thousands. While that was happening, if you had seen, or maybe you weren't paying attention, maybe you didn't see this, the media coverage of the matter was some of the most disgusting I have ever seen. While that was happening, the Trump administration was pushing to further annex Jerusalem and offer it in its entirety and recognize it as Israeli, which is, of course, a major point of contention and has never been allowed by the international authority, completely unjustifiable, inhumane, immoral. Okay? So on the one hand, the Trump administration, alongside the Israeli government, were celebrating this action. On the other hand, on the other side of Israel proper, you had babies being fucking slaughtered, medics, press, journalists, and
there's a double standard.
Yes,
absolutely.
Now hold on. This is really important. This is really important to understand. Okay, if you demonstrate peacefully and get slaughtered, and then Benjamin Netanyahu goes on television and says callously, these are telegenically dead children. Palestinians have telegenically dead children. If former Israeli ambassadors are going on TV and saying Hamas is using these babies as meat shields, that somehow Israel is like RoboCop, or this like force that simply cannot stop itself from butchering, slaughtering fucking Gazans, and it's always in the hands of Hamas, and that is the...
Look, even Hassan says Gazans from time to time, and that annoys me.
The constant position in both American media, and it is reflected in polling over and over again, where more than 50% of Americans side with Israel on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and only 9% of Americans actually side with Palestinians on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, constantly going back and forth about like what the DSA-affiliated organization doing like a Free Palestine demonstration or whatever in the aftermath of October 7, and saying that feels like you're in defense of Hamas, sweaty, is unproductive, and it also doesn't even reflect anything. It doesn't reflect the reality. We know that in the Western world, Palestinians have no...
It's emotional. You can't blame people for seeing that and getting upset.
But if you recognize that, then you recognize when you see a sea of I stand with Israel, I stand with Israel. Israel must ethnically cleanse Gaza.
I do.
And varying degrees of people saying that.
I always have.
Then how are Muslims in America that have lived in a massive surveillance state post 9/11? How are Muslims in the Western world who are constantly treated like fucking dogs, who literally are used as a political pawn, even though their homes have been destabilized by America's unjustifiable post 9/11 actions in the form of the war on terror? How are they supposed to think, oh well, I guess everybody wants us fucking dead. I guess everybody wants the Palestinians to die. Everyone thinks that this is the normal position. Everyone thinks this is the constant position. Like, of course, they are going to look at that and think the exact same things that you're saying Israelis are feeling, the exact paranoia that Israelis are feeling. And quite frankly, if we look at the asymmetry of violence, if we look at the displacements, if we look at the subjugation, the brutal colonial occupation of not only Palestinians, but many other Muslim countries that have also been ruthlessly occupied and slaughtered by Western coalition forces, it is perfectly understandable and well within the right of Muslims to look at that and be understandably paranoid, and not necessarily a paranoid thinking that, you are going to have Hamas forces do a second Holocaust in Israel, when the exact opposite is happening to Palestinians right now.
10-10, no notes. Haley is saying take a break if you need to. Chat. Yeah, Hidden Iron says taking a break. Yeah, take a break. This is a long stream. We have at least another hour of reacting to go, at the very least. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this video today unless I go for another like 3 hours or something, which I'm down to do. Folks.
Do you disagree?
No.
Okay. All right.
But it might be hard.
That's why I think it's unproductive that a lot of, not you, but like especially so many liberals in America are like, oh man, the optics of this look really bad. And also, Palestinians really fucked up their chances of emancipation. It's like, you have to be oblivious to the reality, and I know you're not, but others have to be oblivious to the reality.
So charitable to Ethan, man. So charitable. Always giving him the benefit of the doubt. Always including Ethan and things, just like he just did right now.
Of the Palestinian existence to make such callous takes, to be like, oh, well, optics sweaty. No, the optics in that situation just imply
it does
that
matter.
you,
Optics do matter.
I know optics matter, but optics don't matter because optics matter in general, but optics do not matter when we talk about the plight of Palestinians, because there's not a single person that is out there defending them in the Western world, whether it be elected officials or whether it be people in the media, and those who choose to do that, those who choose to stand up and say, no, Palestinians deserve emancipation. I'm not saying you're not one of these people, but those who do stand up and say that, okay, they get immediately cast as a terrorism defender, and I saw the spiritual consequences of that in a post 9/11 America. We are still living in the rubbles of post 9/11 America, and its attitude towards Muslims and its attitude towards Islam in general. And oh man, it does seem like this is
Arabs in general too. Don't forget, I mean, they see an Arab, they just assume you're Muslim, they just assume you're like whatever the fuck it is. There's a lot of anti-Arab sentiment. I remember when I went to the States for college, I went to the States in 2008, so just 7 years after 9/11. Kind of crazy to think about. Like when I went to college, it was only 7 years after 9/11. And, you know, I never fully, I guess looking back now, like, yeah, it was still so close to 9/11. I told you guys a story a couple of times on stream. A lot of you guys might not have heard it, but like I got slapped in a college dorm room once because of 9/11. I was DJing on the laptop. I was playing some music. Some girl walks up to me and looks at me and says, your people brought down the towers. Now, I was pretty drunk and not really listening to what she was saying. I was picking a song, literally. And I remember playing Sex on Fire by Kings of Leon. I'm like, hell yeah, let's play that shit. I'm like, what towers? And then she said, what towers? And just slapped me in the fucking face. I was in the States for like 2 weeks at that point. Had just started my university adventure, my college experience. And I was like, holy shit, is that what everybody thinks here? So yeah, kind of crazy to think. Like now it's 2026, so much time has passed. But when I first started college in 2008, you know, and you don't have to be Muslim. You don't have to be, just had to be Arab. Just had to have a little bit of facial hair. That was enough. People don't even care, you know, about their religion. Yeah, what towers, guys? I wasn't listening to the person. I'm playing music. I was looking at iTunes. She's like, your people brought down the towers. Like, I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. Out of context. I'm like, what do you mean? What towers? Like, what conversation are we having here? Is that a song? Is it a song called Towers? What?
Somehow even worse than that, because I guess it didn't impact Americans directly, so they can be even more bloodthirsty without any fear that there could be violent retaliation.
Is that a band? Is that a band called Brought Down the Towers? What is it? Is that a single? Is it the album name?
Right. I think we both have said our piece on this, and maybe we can move on to another topic now, because there is other stuff I want to talk about.
And it turned out that her like uncle was a firefighter who didn't even like die in 9/11. Not that I was saying I wish he did, but like he was just a firefighter who survived. Nothing happened to him. So I'm like, okay, like what the fuck, you know? If he had died, I would have been like, okay, I get it. Like he hadn't even died. He was just a firefighter in New York or like in the area when it happened. Like shit, lady, leave me the fuck alone.
Girl got mad at me.
I didn't actually watch that yet.
Yeah.
Are we going to get to the Taylor Swift film soon?
Hold on, there's stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
This great March of Return is fucking crazy though. Just reading about this. Fucking.
He's looking it up now. Also, I think, damn, this is such an Ethan thing. So when Hassan brings stuff up, I think Ethan doesn't believe him, and he brings it up not to bring himself up to speed to what Hassan is saying. I think he brings it up to try to cynically like disprove Hassan. Like, oh, actually, this article says that like there was some violence in the Great March of Return. So when he looks this stuff up on the computer, it might seem on the surface that like, oh, he's trying to learn and he's trying to grow. Look, Hassan mentioned one thing that Ethan didn't know about, so he pulls it up to read and, you know, learn a little bit. No. He's pulling it up to see if he can use anything to argue with Hassan, to try to disprove what Hassan has said. That is why he's pulling this stuff up, not to learn, to argue and to fight.
100. What does it say?
We're talking about 2018 March, the freedom, the right to return.
I'm just reading about it. 40 kids.
Chris sends a $2 dono and says she was into you, but you didn't catch it. You think? Is that maybe that's how people showed their affection in the late 2000s? I do know when, like a week later or something, a few days later after that event, she felt bad. I remember being outside with a few friends at like there was like one of the restaurants on campus, and someone was like, hey, she wants to come and talk to you and apologize for what she did. I shit you not, folks. True story. She shows up, shows me her like forearms, and they had like a bunch of like little scars on them, little slash marks. And I'm like, yo, like, what the fuck is this? Like, what's going on? She's like, yeah. She's like, I did this for you. She essentially like slashed herself to punish herself for what she did that night at the party. And I was like, listen, lady, no harm done. I'm okay. You know what I mean? It's all right. Just don't be doing that to yourself. I forgive you. We're all good. Just don't go slapping people at parties. But yeah, it was a whole very weird experience. That was like my second week at the States. I'm like, is this what fucking college is like? Van Wilder lied to me.
190 Palestinians were killed.
Yeah, crazy shit. I know. Very bizarre stuff. It got very dark. You guys wanted to know. You guys wanted to know the story.
You know what the IDF,
protests,
you know the
thousands were
IDF official
injured.
account posted and then deleted?
Yeah,
Shouts
Chris, you're not right at all, man.
out to B'Tselem one more time. Wonderful organization. Okay, wonderful Israeli organization, by the way. They captured it before IDF deleted.
Brady 9592 says, in my opinion, Ethan already resented Hassan at this point. No, absolutely. 100% he hates him already. He knows the show's done. He knows Leftovers is never coming back.
Deleted it because this shows
What
the
did
difference.
they tweet?
They said every single bullet was accounted for. Here, read out the casualty reports.
It says 190 Palestinians were killed, 40 kids, thousands were injured.
There's videos of IDF snipers filming, like putting their phone like this, propped up against the optics, sniping a child, killing them, hitting them in the head, celebrating that his legs flew up in the air as he was shot, and others around them celebrating.
That's fucking, I mean, yeah, that's
So
demonic.
when you see that, when you experience that, and then the American dogs in American media refuse to reckon with that violence and instead turn around and have former Israeli officials.
Just one quick second, folks. Bazingas.
Say these are these are Hamas-backed operatives, like the fucking 2-year-old or 4-year-old, the pregnant mother.
Hee Ha Ho 421 sends a €2 dono. Where are you sending that from, Hee Ha Ho? Yeah, those €2. Thanks so much for supporting the channel, for the generous dono, Hee Ha Ho. He says Ethan is actually a chronic contrarian, like for real. I think he's, just sometimes just for the sake of being a contrarian. I think in this case he feels like he's conceding too much to Hassan. He feels like he's giving Hassan too many concessions. He's agreeing with Hassan a little bit too much. So he's like, I have to kind of disagree. I have to try to disagree. So he never agrees with Hassan right away. He always agrees with him, but with a little fight at first, with a little bit of disagreeing. He's a little stubborn, and then maybe he'll agree. Let me just see what
That
he
was
said
shot?
about the. Did he like this? Did he actually say that there was violence in the March of Return? Is that what he's trying to say right now? Hot Ham Radio says, I'm glad you're watching this, Anthony. I keep wanting to watch it again. I know I've been meaning to rewatch this for a while. It's just so long. It's like 4 hours, so it's daunting to kind of sit through. But it's just good to remember what was actually said and not said in this conversation.
I didn't actually watch that yet.
Yeah.
Are we going to get to
Austria. Awesome. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, bless my homeland forever. Is that an Austrian song? Or am I completely wrong? Strong and bright, clean and bright, you so happy to meet me. Yeah, Edelweiss is the most refers to the national alpine flower. Yeah, there you go. I love serenading our lovely audience. And by the way, I mean, if you don't tear up when Mr. Von Trapp performs Edelweiss at the end of The Sound of Music, do you have a heart?
the Taylor Swift film soon?
Hold on, there's stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
This great March of Return is fucking crazy though. Just reading about this.
Elaine says, wow, on the rewatch, Dan is pissing me off more than I remember. He really wants to get off this important topic.
Without any fear that there could be violent retaliation.
Right. I think we both have said our piece on this, and maybe we can move on to another topic now, because there is other stuff I want to talk about.
Things matter because optics matter in general, but optics do not matter when we talk about the plight of Palestinians, because there's not a single person that is out there defending them in the Western world, whether it be elected officials or whether it be people in the media, and those who choose to do that, those who choose to stand up and say, no, Palestinians deserve emancipation. I'm not saying you're not one of these people, but those who do stand up and say that, the spiritual attitude towards somehow without any fear that there could
on this, and maybe we can move on to another topic now, because there is other stuff I want to talk
Ben
about.
Shapiro got mad at me.
I didn't actually watch that yet.
Yeah.
Are we going to get to the Taylor Swift film soon?
Hold on, there's stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
The Taylor Swift film.
Okay.
This great March of Return is fucking crazy, though. Just reading about this. Fucking 100 and... What does it say?
We're talking about 2018 March, the freedom, the right to return.
I'm just reading about it. 40 kids, 190 Palestinians were killed.
You know what the IDF,
protests,
you know what the
thousands were
IDF official
injured.
account posted and then deleted? Shouts out to B'Tselem one more time. Wonderful organization. Okay, wonderful Israeli organization, by the way. They captured it before IDF deleted it, because this shows the indifference.
What did they tweet?
They said every single bullet was accounted for. Here, read out the casualty reports.
It says 190 Palestinians were killed, 40 kids, thousands were injured.
There's videos of IDF snipers filming, like putting their phone like this, propped up against the optics, sniping a child, killing them, hitting them in the head, celebrating that his legs flew up in the air as he was shot, and others around them celebrating.
That's fucking...
Hey, Chris, someone bleached their hair blonde once because you mentioned that you liked Margot Robbie. Look, hey, Chris. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, that's demonic.
So when you see that, when you experience that, and then the American dogs in American media refuse to reckon with that violence and instead turn around.
Guys, I just got treated to a little beautiful little treat. Little beautiful treat.
And have former Israeli officials say these are Hamas-backed operatives, like the fucking 2-year-old or 4-year-old, the pregnant mother that was shot. These are Hamas operatives that deserve to be fucking killed for peacefully demonstrating. What do you do? What can you do? No one hears you, and you're constantly backed into a corner. You are going to retaliate. That is, of course, going to happen.
And Israel needs to understand that. Israelis,
I think some Israelis do.
They need to understand that. And that's,
okay.
It's
So
it's that mutual empathy. Like, Israelis need to understand why Hamas is attacking them. If they can't understand that, then nobody can be helped. I mean, it's just...
Again, it's the mutual empathy, yes, but there should be a little bit more empathy coming from the Israeli side to the Palestinians. Again, oppressor to the victim.
It's insane to not see their perspective.
The major thing here is that I think...
Yes, Marina. Demi.
I think, I mean, there's a reason why Israel did not have local media go to the kibbutzes that you were talking about that were slaughtered. They originally went immediately. They said, we're having foreign press come here, right? There was a reason for that. Because they know that internally, the opinion of the Israeli population currently doesn't matter. The Western opinion
I think the Israeli opinion on the massacre was pretty unified, dude.
Well, what they say about that is that they don't. Everybody's already.
Hold on one sec, Hila. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
They're saying everybody is already in such grief and broken that they don't need to show this terrible footage. But
I mean,
they're saying it's important for the world to see what happened, so that's why.
Yeah, they're doing propaganda. It's like not surprising, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not. But I'm just saying that, like, I think that
it did happen.
I think that there is more.
They're not like putting the bodies there and like putting them in fucked up ways.
Of course not.
I'm just saying,
That's not what I'm saying at all.
It's not that cynical to send in the press.
I think that
it's not cynical at all. In that case,
I think that the coverage from certain
not that not surprising, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not. But I'm just saying that, like, I think that
it did happen.
I think that there is more.
They're not like putting the bodies there and like putting them in fucked up ways.
Of course not.
I'm just saying,
That's not what I'm saying at all.
It's not that cynical to send in the press.
I think that
it's not cynical at all. In that case,
I think that the coverage from certain Israeli outlets on the matter is more critical on the Netanyahu administration, and showing that, I think, and like the interviews that I've seen as well of the parents fucking demanding, basically kicking out Israeli Knesset members that are visiting the hospitals, yelling at them, telling them to fuck off, telling them that this is their fault. I think that, like, there's two different reasons for obviously that level of anger. Some of which say you did this to us by being more brutal, and that this violence, of course, is going to be a constant. And
this is the most replayed section of this whole episode for some reason. This part and then this part. Is this where Hassan cries talking about Shireen?
To be a violent retaliation, and then there's also the people that are saying you are not violent enough, right? But ultimately, everyone is critical of the Israeli government at this point from different angles, and I think that's the reason why they care more about, like, they care more about the Western media's opinion than anything else because they don't want to repeat the mistakes that happened last time in both 2018 and also.
Haley, you've not eaten yet. You've watched me have a whole dinner, and you guys have not eaten yet. Haley, get some. That weren't you saying you wanted Mexican earlier?
The Shireen Abu Akleh murder again in the hands of.
Yep. Okay, he's talking about Shireen.
An Israeli sniper that the Israeli government said was actually Palestinians, and Western media immediately disproved that. And then what did the IDF do? What did the IDF do?
I don't know.
When a wonderful voice for good, a Christian woman, a Christian Palestinian, and an American citizen, Shireen Abu Akleh, was murdered as she was on her way to one of these refugee camps. She had a press vest on. She had a press helmet on. She was shot in the neck so that she could be assassinated. Okay? This was a major issue. They wanted to do. Sorry, this is really fucked up. They went to her funeral and beat the shit out of people and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her. Palestinians can't have a moment of peace in this fucking world. They can't even mourn the dead. Sorry. The IDF went in and beat the shit out of the Palestinians that were mourning her at her funeral, that were holding her casket, and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her casket. How is that allowed? How can that continue? How do you not see that? That's in the West Bank. This is a Christian woman. This is not a Muslim. This is not Hamas. This is a journalist that was beloved.
Tiny Spoof says no tears seen. The tears are right here. What do you mean no tears seen? Right there. You see that little shine right there? That is what we call a tear, Tiny Spoof.
This is a journalist that was beloved in the Muslim world. And she was assassinated for speaking out and trying to shine a light.
This is the first time I've ever seen Hassan cry, by the way. I don't think I do not recall any other time of seeing Hassan crying. Yeah, I know people saying that he was faking this or like I guess trying to like one up Ethan because Ethan was crying. Hassan felt like he had to cry. Absolutely not. Like he's being so fucking sincere, and you can tell he's struggling to get through some words. Like him just thinking about them beating the mourners and the people at the funeral and stripping away the flag. He had trouble getting through that sentence, so it's clearly something that hurts him. I go through that sometimes. Sometimes I'm thinking of something sad, but I'm gonna try to talk about it, and I'm trying my best not to cry about it. There's certain sentences that I say that I know are just gonna destroy me. You know what I mean? Like admitting someone is sick, for example, someone in my family admitting they're sick, vocalizing it, saying it out loud can make me cry just like that. And I would have trouble saying that one sentence. That is what's happening to Hassan right now, you know?
Light on the atrocities.
R.I.P. Shireen.
It's hard to look.
Good point by Hot Ham Radio says, I think Hassan was trying to make Ethan feel better about breaking down in tears. He's so incredibly kind. Yeah, that also is also maybe a way to make him feel like okay about what happened before. Like I can cry too. I can show some emotion on stream, all right, it's okay. But in both cases, they both cried for like Palestinians. Hassan didn't cry for an Israeli. Ethan cried for Palestinians. It's hard to cry for an Israeli.
It's very hard to hold my composure.
Marina, good night. Thank you for being here.
This is something I've talked about for years and years. But when that kind of ruthlessness, I sound like fucking Jordan Peterson when he talks about men. Jesus Christ. When that kind of brutality is so normal, so normalized, when that's the everyday existence of Palestinians in the...
It's always nice to see a man cry on stream, especially someone like Hassan, who's so big, who's so, like, you know, such a big voice on the left. Also kind of a, like, alpha male figure, so it's important to cry.
supposed collaborative project with the Israeli government. How can you expect them to do anything but violently retaliate? There's no end in sight for this. And now you have cynical pieces of shit on social media. If you want to talk about social media and people saying stuff on social media, you have cynical liberal commentators that supposedly adorn the politics of radical emancipation saying, oh, how wonderful that Joe Biden is trying to create an exit corridor, a humanitarian corridor for those who are being bombed in Gaza right now to escape through Egypt. That's still ethnic displacement. That is not humanitarian. It is completely unjustifiable. Completely. There is no equivalent. There is no moral equivalence. There is no equivalence whatsoever. And there is no symmetry in the way that this is covered in the Western media. And that is by design. They refuse to show Palestinians as humans. And they have very successfully been able to dehumanize them. There are voices out there. There are voices in Israel.
We're going to speed this. Sorry, I slowed it down for Hassan because I felt like, I don't know, it was such a genuine moment. It was hard to watch that at 1.5x.
There are voices out there who see it, who see the brutality, who see the endless humiliation that Palestinian people have endured. And I stand with...
EasyZB says Hassan recently got emotional, confessing this was a really dark time in his life and he was about to give up streaming, and visiting Maya Higa at the Alvius Sanctuary saved him. Oh, that's crazy. I mean, God, can you imagine, like, I mean, it's hard to think of someone like Hassan struggling to stream and wanting to give up streaming when he's so successful. He's like one of the most successful streamers in the world. Multi-millionaire, can afford whatever he wants to do in his life because of streaming. But that also comes with a lot of pressure. That also comes with a lot of responsibility. That also comes with so much stress and anxiety and people hating on you. There's a whole industrial complex of, there's a whole economy on YouTube just hating on this guy. So I can understand why someone like him might feel something like that. I can't, like, I have a fraction of 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 his audience, and sometimes I get overwhelmed. And if I get someone saying something in the chat, that can throw me off. So I can only imagine what it's like being him. And I'd like to see that clip, actually. I'm curious to see that clip, him talking about that. And maybe I need something like a trip to an Alvius. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, going to give me a paw. And going to that dog sanctuary did give me, breathe some new life into me. And it made me want to, do stuff like that even more.
Them, and I don't care. I will always stand with them, even if there is a moment of violent retaliation. Okay? They have nothing. They have no allies. They have nothing in the world. And people celebrate their destruction. It's happening right in front of our eyes. There's nothing. There's no equivalent. It is so horrifying that this can happen in the supposed only democracy in the Middle East. The supposed beacon of prosperity in a sea of barbaric...
Yeah. Everything he's saying is 100% true. Fucking incredible. None of this is sitting well with his two current co-hosts right now. This is not what they want to hear. And everything that he's saying right now was, adding nails to the coffin to what was leftovers. Chris with a $2 donut. Thanks so much, Chris. Lish, Chris. Lish, why are you being so generous? Says, men who are comfortable crying have big PP. Of course, you mean, are you talking PowerPoints?
Arabs, right? Who do mass rapes.
That's what you mean, right?
And love to behead people. All of these, some of which are true, by the way. I know. All of these are racist canards, specifically to heighten the tensions and to justify what Israel is doing in broad daylight in moments that the world even chooses to care about paying attention to what's going on in Gaza. That's why I wanted to make the distinction that what goes on in the West Bank, this is constant. This is every day for Palestinians.
He talked about how lonely and isolating defending Palestine was. Goddamn. I mean, I can see that, right? I mean, here it didn't feel lonely to me because I felt like there was an army of people doing it, but he was the only prominent YouTuber doing it at the time, right? And I guess being attacked relentlessly by Ethan for his advocacy was kind of exhausting eventually. I would love to see that clip. Oh, Andrea, again, Andrea Joan, folks, 7193 with another 5 Do Not Worry gifted memberships. Andrea, going crazy. W's in the chat, folks, for Andrea, gifting 15 memberships today. Holy shit, Andrea, thank you so much for supporting the channel at such a high level. It really means so much. And again, all these members, tomorrow we're doing a members live stream exclusive. And if Noah Samsen is live streaming while I'm doing a members live stream, we'll just watch the Noah Samsen stream together while we do an AMA and Ask Me Anything. So we'll have fun. I'm not gonna make you guys miss the Noah Samsen stream tomorrow. Don't you worry. So if he's live while I'm doing the members, if you guys are down to watch it with me, let's watch it together. Andrea Joan, we salute you again, folks. Follow Andrea Joan on Twitter. If you guys are still on Twitter, let me grab her Twitter handle real quick. Highly recommended follow on the Twitters. Boom. I just shared the link in the live chat. Can you guys see it? Go click on it. Andrea Joan, we salute you. Thank you so much. Andrea says it will be here for you and Noah, and I have my money ready for both of you. Andrea, oh, that's way too kind. That's like such a weapons at the ready, sword at the ready. Andrea Jones got cash at the ready. Andrea, we very much appreciate you. Like, holy shit, that's way too kind, way too nice.
Every day, it's crazy. Like, I know it's, you know, you can say like, oh, land back movements.
Chris is asking, are you invited to the Noah stream? Chris, why'd you have to make things awkward? Why do you have to make things awkward, Chris? Does it seem like I've been invited? Have I said that you'll see me on the stream? I said I'm going to be watching it. Okay. Now, if Noah wants a song, of course I'll be there. Of course. But so far, no invitation has been sent, Chris. No invitation. What does that mean? I don't know. Okay. Thank you for making it awkward, Chris.
They're supposed to be violent or whatever, but there's nothing more violent than this. This is the violence. It's just that it's legalized. It is state-backed. So we are not trained to see it as a violent act. That's the difference. It's only violent or it's only terrorism when it's a non-state actor or a foreign adversary that engages in it. And that's why, if you look at the United Nations, if you look at British or European authorities that have spoken out, correctly condemned Russian atrocities in Ukraine, you will hear silence when it comes to Israel and what Israel has done and what Israel continues to do to Palestinians. Disgusting. Sorry.
I think I can say I don't know. Seeing this,
It's fine.
Briarleaf says Noah will invite you. I mean, listen, guys, there's no pressure. Obviously, Hot Ham Hater says, I bet Noah's been a bit overwhelmed. Of course. Holy shit, guys. I'm just fucking kidding because Chris mentioned it in the chat. Of course, if Noah wants a song, guys, we'll be on there. He's dealing with a lawsuit. He has to raise money. He has to. And I've done 2 charity streams. The second one was like 2 days straight, 24 hours. It is such a nightmare. It is so overwhelming scheduling guests and keeping up with schedules. And you're dealing with different time zones and different time zones. So you're having to put together this whole schedule for he's doing a 4-day thing. So I can only imagine how overwhelming and how insane it must be. He also has to post the video and manage the GoFundMe. I was literally joking. Haley sends a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Haley. And says, I told you Chris is a fake. He tried to accuse you of having bugs on live. Yeah, that's right, Chris. Saying that there was a cockroach on my walls while we were live, and then it ended up being nothing. Then he said it was an ant on the TV. There was no ant. There was nothing. Hallucinating insects, embarrassing me live on stream after I treat you with so much hospitality. Chris.
I'm good.
seeing this and hearing you talk about it, I do probably feel like I haven't been as empathetic with the Palestinian experience as I haven't, you know what I mean? Like, I can fully acknowledge that I haven't been 100% empathetic with that. And that's, you know, my perspective is different. Or, I mean, not right. But
that's, you know, it's big of him to admit that. At this point, he doesn't need to admit it. We know you're not empathetic to the Palestinians. We know, buddy. We've watched you. We've heard what you've said and done over the past 2 years. We know. But hearing him say it, it's kind of good.
But I'm just saying, like, seeing this and seeing you react makes me feel like, you know, some of the dealings I've had with people on Twitter and stuff is like, even though
my God, yeah, my Rabbi, dude. Literally, he's letting fucking Twitter and Reddit have completely shaped this man's entire perspective on the Middle East. Twitter and Reddit. Hassan is opening this man's eyes to what is fucking happening on the ground. And he's like, yeah, but my interaction with some people on Twitter, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It was so clear back then. How did I watch this and go like, yeah, there's hope. That was nice to watch. They're gonna, they're gonna see eye to eye. How did I watch this 2 years ago and think that this was actually like productive?
Or I memean, not right, but I'm just saying, like, seeing this and seeing you react makes me feel like, some of the dealings I've had with people on Twitter and stuff is like, even though I disagree, is probably not empathetic enough towards this perspective. This is really sad.
This is just a very, it's just one example of many. It's every life is important. Like, the Israeli lives are important too. I recognize that. It's just that there's no one out there that will speak out, and those who do are immediately branded as supporters of terrorism. I'm not saying you're doing that, Ethan, but the reality is...
Yeah, it must have been very lonely, for Hassan at the time, especially that he's already been through the, America deserved 9/11 thing. So to have him be, again, labeled as a terrorist supporter and having his ex-co-host, Ethan, go after him with everything he has and partner up with enemies of Hassan's and even enemies of Ethan's just to take him down. Like, it must, I can imagine it was incredibly stressful, And I mean, at least there's now there's there's people there's the Majority Report, there's Crystal Ball, there's fucking Anna Kasparian and Jank, the less said about them, the better. But when it comes to Palestine and Israel, Anna and Jank, So at least it's good to know that Hassan isn't that alone. And I mean, again, there's people like me. I know I don't count because I'm tiny, but if you add me up to other little creators, we have Hassan's back. You know what I mean? We have the community's back. So while I myself alone might not be, that much, might not make that much of a difference to Hassan, or feel like, make Hassan feel like he's not alone. Add me up with a whole bunch of other little creators. We can make a difference. You know what I mean? We ain't all nothing.
When you have the audacity as like a journalist in British media or a journalist in American media to sit across the desk from someone whose family has been murdered and to say, do you condemn the violence of Hamas?
Nogzalotl shared the link in the, is it on Discord? Is it the clip of Hassan getting emotional? Let me see if I can find that real quick. It's already 1 a.m. here. Oh, shit. It's already be 1 a.m. Visit site. Yes. Okay, we're gonna quickly watch what Nogzalotl just shared about Hassan talking about quitting.
Remember. Okay. Holy shit. I still remember. Okay. This is a little bit of personal information, but this was when I was genuinely considering quitting streaming. And
can we not speed up Reddit videos?
This was, I think, the first fun non-Gaza related stream that we did post October 7. And I literally was like, I think I probably should just quit.
Haley says, dude, you raised 30K in 3 days. Haley, you know what? That is true. I should give myself more credit. I have imposter syndrome every single day. I'm like, do people care? Do people watch me? Why do people watch me? Is this all a fluke? You know what I mean? But Haley, thank you. I needed to hear that. Appreciate you. We all need to be less hard on ourselves. Okay, everybody, appreciate yourselves. Be proud of yourselves. You matter, folks. You matter. This is a podcast about spreading hope and positivity. You matter. You are important. Okay?
Streaming. I should go back to college. I should, pursue a PhD. Maybe I'll become a college professor or something. Because it was so much every fucking day, day in, day out. People were just like, you're a fucking terrorist. You're a fucking terrorist. You're a terrorist. No allies. No one in the space. None of my Twitch streamer friends were, or none of the content creators in the space wanted to touch the issue of Israel with a 10-foot fucking pole.
You got the wrong friends, man. You got the wrong friends. You had some friends that you didn't even know you needed were out right there next to you, Hassan, doing all the advocacy that you needed. Okay, we were out here in Lebanon fucking advocating left and right. Okay, alienating my whole audience, advocating for Palestine, for 2 years. So maybe you're hanging out in the wrong circles, Hassan, okay? You need some better friends, some more humble friends. Maybe friends that aren't so content-brained as, like, you know, what was the Ludwig? Who's like, I wouldn't even go to Hassan's funeral. I'd go to your funeral, Hassan. I'd go to your fucking funeral, and I'd be happy if you came to mine as well. All right? Just you're hanging out in the wrong circles.
Because they were so worried about being attacked. They saw the way that, like, mercilessly people were, like, ripping into me, calling me a fucking terrorist, even doing, like...
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Briarleaf. Thank you, Ultraviolet Riot. You're all very kind. EasyZB, thank you.
Unrestrained amounts, unbelievable amounts of unrestrained Islamophobia. I mean, it's the same now, too, with mainstream media, but it doesn't fucking matter anymore because the public is on my side. It doesn't matter. But at that point, this is January 30th, 2024, there wasn't a lot of people who were like, yeah, Israel kind of sucks. Everyone was like beginning to learn about how much Israel sucked.
Hey, we were Israel sucks on day one, buddy. We were Israel sucks day one. I'm sorry we weren't big enough for you to hear us say it. And we would have been great friends, Hassan. Great friends. The greatest of friends.
But they were not there yet. Right? And, you know, my community had
it's so funny that, like, we're watching this right now and we're spending 5 minutes watching this when I have like 2.5 hours left of that other video to go. But we're taking a detour for some reason. But this is interesting.
Been severed almost in half. You know, a third left. Went from like 30,000 to barely cracking. We were like sub 20K on a day-to-day basis. So many content creators were just eating so good off of, like, every other week. Every other week there would be another incident, another horrifying atrocity that I was trying to shine a light to. And anytime I spoke out on it, people would just do video after video after video with like millions of fucking views being like, he's a terrorist. Look at how much of a fucking terrorist he is. Now, of course, at the time, like, I still, and I still abide by this. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. I looked at the issues that I was trying to you know, explain to an audience primarily in the West. And I was like, these people are sacrificing their lives. It's nothing. Like, you know, feeling shitty and being called a terrorist every day is nothing. People leaving and misunderstanding what I am trying to explain to people is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, right? I have unbelievable privilege. I can just, like, push through it. So I'm not, you know, presenting myself as a victim at all. I'm just saying mentally I was there. And then we did this stream. And I think that literally stopped me from quitting. Because I remember I was so close. I was like, I fucking hate all this shit. I have no friends in this industry. I have no...
Again, you're looking in the wrong places, Hassan. Wrong places, my friend.
One that will stand by me. All of these other people are, like, saying I'm Osama bin Laden. They're playing fucking games comparing me to Osama bin Laden. Like, some of the top content creators were doing that, and not a single one of the people I know, the people I've, like, you know, grown up with in this fucking in this dark corner of the internet, not a single one of them was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. That's kind of fucked up. Why are you doing that? That's a little racist, don't you think? Not even a little bit, right? And then I did this, and we did this stream, and a lot of people tuned in, and you know, we fundraised, what, 30 grand in the entire...
Mauricio, that means so much. That's a very sweet message. Mauricio44 says, Anthony, I want you to know that you're the main program playing here in my home, and mostly the only one I tune in to watch live. Even my girlfriend knows you as the guy from Lebanon that his lights turn off. I'm one of the only streamers in the world, I think, who gets power outages midstream. So I do like that that's a kind of a signature characteristic of our show. That's very sweet, Mauricio. Thank you so much. And tell your girlfriend that the guy from Lebanon that his lights turn off says hello.
2-hour stream or like hour-long stream. And, you know, that's when I was reminded that we do actually have an incredible impact, that, like, we are capable of making, you know, changes, albeit marginal.
Also, Hassan, Hassan has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions, I think, when you add up all of his charity streams for charity. So you can make a massive difference, my guy. Don't be so hard on yourself, my dude.
that was my thread of hope. Okay. It was
Oh, Mauricio says maybe I don't have cash for a membership and all that, but man, you for real turned into my new H3 for real. Well, thank you so much, Mauricio, and I hope you get gifted a membership at some point, my dude. That is so very sweet, so very kind of you, Mauricio. Thank you so much.
you guys that were in here, 40 grand. It's written there. Scroll down a little. Yeah. Not 30, 40 grand. But yeah, that was my thread of hope. For sure. I don't really get touchy-feely nowadays as much, but
It's important. Thank you for sharing this, Nogzalato. It's important for me to hear that as well, because I am also, like, I'm new at streaming. Sometimes it gets overwhelming. It gets scary. It's a very volatile, like, I'm so new to this. I've only been doing this for 1 year. I used to be a guy with like a regular job for most of my life. I always did YouTube, but on the side, and now me doing YouTube full time right now, and doing this 4 to 5 times a week, and having 2 channels, and constantly hustling, and wondering, like, am I even making a difference? Does anyone care about all of this? It helps me when I see someone as big and as accomplished as Hassan also having these same fears, albeit he's more successful in every single way imaginable. So he's thinking that stuff on like a macro scale. I'm dealing with those issues on a micro scale. But if Hassan is dealing through it, you know, it makes me a little bit more okay, knowing that, hey, I'm thinking of, like, if Hassan is thinking about shit like that, it's normal for someone like me to be thinking about stuff like that. And if Hassan can make it through, maybe there's a chance for a little old streamer from Lebanon like me to make it as well. Back to the video.
Hamas, when you have never asked an Israeli official if they condemn the ongoing occupation, when you turn a blind eye to it, I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck what like some random person said about land back movements being violent on Twitter. Because one is the entire state. One is the entire media apparatus. The other is some fucking person on Twitter. And I don't...
Brittany Simon, my cousin from Assyria, says you're a natural streamer. Well, thank you, Brittany Simon. Very much appreciated. You are as well. Us Assyrians, you know, us relatives, we have that in the blood. I mean, I try. Listen, I'm definitely not a natural streamer. I'm not a natural... I think even on the camera, it took me a very long time to get used to making videos. But now that I stream, it's so much harder for me to make pre-recorded videos. It is now impossible for me to try to, like, when I do these Lego reviews now, I'm really fucking struggling. And I end up repeating things over and over again. With streaming, it's just so fucking chill. You just go with the flow. You talk. You recover from, like, something that you, like, a mistake that you made. Just like now, if I had made that little tiny error in speaking in a pre-recorded video, that would have been deleted and repeated 5 fucking times. So I have found, like, I hate making pre-recorded videos now that I can stream. And W's in the chat from my cousin, Brittany Simon in the chat, folks. W's right now from my family.
I don't know what the full scope of their perspective is, but I can tell you, I know the full scope of the perspective of mainstream media and the fucking dogs in America and the fucking violent dogs in all of the European nations, with the exception of Ireland, that have regularly supplied weapons, turned a blind eye to the atrocities, and still to this day, cynically, and in the most disgusting way, declare that any kind of anti-Zionist sentiment, no matter who speaks it, could be Jews, could be Arabs, could be Palestinians, could be Muslims, is anti-Semitism. It's so unimaginable. You have people in England, a woman who
Chris, what the Chris says no more khalas, no more glazing, chop, entertain me. Sorry, I'm being too nice to everyone in the chat, Chris. You're right. I'm just gonna focus on the entertaining. Let me react harder to this. I gotta react super hard to the video.
Man who had a Palestinian flag.
Hassan is right.
Seized by the authorities and was
great point, Hassan.
Arrested. Now they're talking about possibly
more. Say more.
Declaring the Palestinian flag.
Is this entertaining enough, Chris?
A terrorist flag. That conflation between Hamas and
shit. What? Really? We got Mauricio's girlfriend in the chat right now. Kata A. Wall says, "Hi Anthony, I'm Mauricio's girlfriend, and yes, he always watches your streams." I believed them. I already believed him, but now I believe him double. Kata, is your name Catalina? Mauricio, look, we got the whole we got the whole couple in here. We got Kata, and we got Mauricio. Let's fucking go. Kata, thank you so much for being patient with Mauricio as he watches me, and I'm sorry for my shitty electricity.
Palestinians is the policy. That is the policy that is cynically built up, propped up, and defended over and over again, so that when babies are dying in Gaza, when children are being slaughtered in Gaza, when settlers spit on West Bank Palestinians and kill them and don't get punished, and as a matter of fact, the families of said victims get punished, when they're ruthlessly thrown out of their homes, you can still always turn around and justify it by either turning a blind eye to the atrocities or only covering the atrocities when there's any sort of retaliation from Hamas or from the Palestinian side in general. And then sorry. And then we just say, why won't you condemn the violence? Why won't you condemn the violence? You are supporting Hamas.
Yeah, I understand. Like, this is an exhausting conversation for Hassan to have, and he's doing most of the talking while Ethan just sits there and thinks like, how can I try to disprove one of his points? Haley with another $2 donut. Thank you so much, Haley, for the generous support today. Says, let me guess, Chris, we all have roaches on our wall. They went from a cockroach on the wall to an ant on the TV to nothing.
Let's. I gotta pee.
Okay, I win the argument then.
I'm gonna button out that whole fucking.
The whole last part.
Yeah, the whole last part.
Okay.
I feel like.
I'm not feeling the love, Ethan. I'm not feeling the love and support that you promised would still be here. Once you started having this conversation, I can feel the tension. I can feel the hate. Like, they're both, he has a dead look in his eyes. They're both kind of like, you know, head in the clouds a little bit right now.
I definitely understand where you're coming from. Like, I mean, I 1000% understand where you're coming from. And I do think I can acknowledge, like I touched on before, that I'm capable of being more empathetic with their experience.
And I think you are more empathetic by an incredibly wide margin in comparison.
And when Ethan is saying, I think I can be more empathetic to Palestinians, he's not saying it because he means it. Maybe he does a little bit, but he's saying it because he wants Hassan to say, and I need to be more empathetic towards Israelis. But Hassan is not going to say that, because Hassan can't say that, because who can say that? Who can feel true empathy towards Israelis when you consider what they've done, how much they support the genocide in Gaza, how much they support military action against Palestinians, when you see all the polls and how these people actually feel, when you see the social media trends, when you see the music that they listen to, everything that they stand for, it's impossible for someone to say, and I also empathize with the Israelis. So Ethan is like, well, I empathize with Palestinians. I agree with you, Hassan. I could do a better job of empathizing with Palestinians. And then he's simply waiting for Hassan to be like, and yes, Ethan, I agree. I can also, and I should empathize with the Israelis, but that's not going to come. And because Hassan is not going to say that, Ethan is going to feel like he conceded way too many points. Like, but I made this compromise, and I agreed to this thing, and I agreed to this thing you said. Why won't you at least say you feel pity for the Israelis? That's also what really pissed him off in this whole conversation.
To the average American, even though they're, of course, this does not reflect American Jewish people in general. American Jews are at the forefront of demanding the end to the occupation. The Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now, is another organization. There are wonderful friends of mine that are regularly writing about this in very thoughtful ways, and have never ceased their coverage. It's so shitty. It's so sad. I don't know what else to say about it. Look, there was another point I wanted to make, but now I'm forgetting.
Let's do this. Let's enjoy this video, and then I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Okay.
Here, we never got to watch this. This is the mashup of us having a fake conversation with each other. Yeah.
5% of their targets were civilians, okay?
Did you not just see that they killed 700 people?
But it doesn't matter because they're not a fucking real military. They're disorganized. And of course, there were people who did some fucked up ass shit, and civilians died as a consequence of that too.
It's war, innocent people die. All right, so let's bring the Iraqis out. Iraqi terrorist groups to your neighborhood, and see if you care. People murder everyone you love.
Of course they did that. And that is completely fucked up.
There's like a cut while you're talking.
They do it really well. I think they do it.
That is kind of funny. A fake conversation stitched up between the two of them. Even though a real conversation between the two of them would probably go the exact same way.
Decent job of like at least interlacing your,
like, it's actually very accurate.
Your audio.
God.
So it actually does seem like I'm responding.
I don't know. It seems so far-fetched, but people are believing it. Pretty interesting.
This is wild.
Yeah, it's wild.
When immediately after,
But like, how fucking cynical is this, man, to create this?
people were saying, I support Palestine. And what they don't mean
The
Palestine,
people,
they
the
mean
targets
Hamas.
that they've been killed, they're military. That's according to the Israeli
Or
numbers.
even more than Israelis, perhaps, deserve to be burned alive by terrorists.
Like, bro, do you know what life is like? Have you read a book? Have you, like, watched anything that isn't...
You know what I'm realizing? I don't normally do such long live streams. Like, I'll go up to 3 hours, 3.5 hours from time to time. But, like, I rarely do 4 to 5 hour streams. But what and I often see other streamers that do 5, 6, 8 hours. I'm like, how do you do that? But I mean, I've done a couple of 12-hour streams. Like, I'm feeling like now, for example, 4 hours in, I'm just entering into like a second rhythm. Like, I'm entering into, like, I just got like a second wind. Like, now I feel like it. Yeah, I could fucking sit here and do this for another 2 or 3 hours. It's weird, right? Like, the first hour I was getting kind of tired. Then I ate, then I was getting a little sleepy and stuff. Now that it's 1:20 a.m. and I ate, and I'm like full as hell. And then like for 4 hours in, I'm like, fuck yeah, let's fucking keep going. I can watch this whole fucking thing now.
Your Zionist copium
In fact, why
propaganda.
don't you just make it easier? Why don't you just fly to ISIS and do them a favor and just let them, just serve yourself on a flat?
Why is Israel so violent?
I'm gonna skip this
It's neither
stuff.
here nor there, but like You didn't know about the 2018 numbers, right?
Jess Polito says ADHD hyperfocus flow state. Let's go.
The march the march to return.
No.
So you didn't know about that. You didn't know about Shireen Abu Akleh, and you are, despite not knowing any of that, and these are just some of the hundreds of examples. There's a reason why you don't know, even though you are empathetic and to the Palestinian plight. Okay, there's a reason why you don't know though.
Chris says I got the streamer high. Harry Beanbag says I got the soda high. I'm on some kind of high.
And I think that deserves examination. Why have you never heard of this? Do you want to know why? Because it will never get the same level of coverage that you know the Israeli retaliation and the justification for it gets.
To be fair, I haven't really been paying attention to the news until like very recently. But
Well, there's a lot of Americans.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Just trying to defend my own ignorance.
No, I know. It's just.
Yeah, and Ethan just said I haven't been paying attention to the news until recently. So Ethan is admitting that like there's all this stuff about Palestine and Israel that he has no idea about, and that he's now just focusing on it because of the attacks. So he has none of the historical context. He's just parroting what Ela is translating for him from the Israeli media that they're watching at home. Essentially.
I hope that people that are faced with this reality have a more empathetic approach, rather than turn around and say they deserved it and you deserve it too because you're a supporter of terrorism. You're not doing that, of course. There are those who know about it and yet still push this line, though. But I am a firm believer that if the media...
Don, yes, Ethan has already fake cried early in the stream.
Was a little bit less interested in manufacturing consent and creating a justification in the minds of Americans for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, that more people would most likely say this is unacceptable, completely and utterly unacceptable.
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I want to do all of this, so it might take a while if you're okay with that.
It's fine.
But I think I think that we're having a good thing happening here. So
yeah, we're solving it.
I want to keep it going. I mean, yeah. So I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Hassan, turn off his mic, please.
Yeah, I apologize for being emotional. I
definitely don't need to apologize.
This has been a long past 3-4 days.
Absolutely.
And there are certain stories that everyone holds on to. You know, there's always a moment
on its face. So.
I'm just skipping ahead just a little bit because it's already very long. So when there's not Ethan and Hassan directly engaging with one another, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit.
For this stupid fucking debate, but they said the Jerusalem Post can now confirm on verified photos of the bodies that reports of babies being burnt and decapitated in Hamas's assault on Kfar Aza, the kibbutz.
Sugar735 says, so late, excited to watch, never watched Leftovers. Also love your cherry tattoo. Well, thank you. These cherries, these are actually, like, they signify the Kings of Leon, their first ever EP. They had these cherries on there, and these cherries have kind of been the unofficial Kings of Leon, like, symbol for their entire career. So that's why I have these very specific cherries with the longer stem than the more traditional design for the cherries.
That's correct. And
that was such a God.
There was a lot of fucking people being like, for some reason, they're like, Hamas would never do that.
They
would only slaughter 1,500 people. They would only shoot a baby with an AK-47, as if that's not more as brutal.
I said this yesterday. I talked about this quite a bit. I think that the coverage of this has been ridiculous. Like the fact that, first of all, the fact that it was not verified until now is insane to me, and the fact that it got all the way to the president, who said I saw the photos when he had not seen it and just repeated it, is wild. Like, and ultimately, it doesn't matter what method of execution occurred when children were slaughtered, when babies were slaughtered. It literally doesn't matter.
Well, that's why I always thought it was so silly when I would see leftists being like, they didn't rape anyone or decapitate any babies. It's like, I guess they're cool then. I guess they're cool. Shot them. Yeah, they're cool. But they did actually.
Kind of moot.
No,
but Hamas.
This is why this conversation is frivolous, and I mentioned it time and time again yesterday. That, like, okay, the babies were not decapitated,
they were killed,
but they're still killed.
Yeah.
So
why is he talking about the beheaded babies again? I'm sorry, they did behead and rape babies. Like, what the fuck? Yes, guys, I am a Kings of Leon fan. Yes, they are 3 brothers and a cousin. Then they're like rednecks pretty much. And Rahul, Molly's Chamber is a fucking banger. Molly's Chamber's gonna change your mind. Molly's Chamber gonna change your mind. Slow, she's burning in your soul with whispers in your ear. It's okay, I'll give it anyway. Just get me out of here. You'll plead, you'll get down on your knees for just another taste.
It is silly. It's silly to have a back and forth.
Also, listen to Molly's Hangover if you haven't. It's like an alternate, slowed down version of Molly's Chambers, but it's like doom 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 boom 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 boom. It's really nice. If you like Molly's Chambers, Rahul Hussein, you will love Molly's Hangover. Same song, slowed down tempo, acoustic, Mwah. Listen to it. Thank me later. Let me know actually in the live chat if you like it.
On this. However, the only reason as to why the assessment should be made later down the line on how quickly information that is not verified yet can spread all the way to the highest levels of government and what that serves, what purpose that serves. That part needs a close examination, especially considering prior instances where. Not that it matters. Again,
I mean, it was true.
And it is true.
Yeah.
And it was ruthless. And it was brutal.
It is fucking ruthless.
And this is something that needs to be. This is something that of course, needs to be considered.
That is.
The reason why people were the reason why a lot of people, at least I follow.
Briarleaf says, no hate to Anthony or anyone's music taste, but I absolutely hate Kings of Leon. But most people, look, a lot, yeah, you don't have to, obviously, music is super subjective. A lot of people hated Kings of Leon after their fourth album when they, accused them of selling out and going mainstream. Maybe you don't like the more modern Kings of Leon. Look, their last, 3 or 4 albums have not been great. I think their first 4 albums were incredible. Even the fourth one that people hate with Sex on Fire and Use Somebody, I still think that's a brilliant arena rock album. The first 3 are masterpieces. I think their third album, Because of the Times, is one of the greatest rock albums of the last 20 years. I think it's a fucking masterpiece. But yeah, you don't have to love Kings of Leon. No offense taken. I think they have some banger fucking tracks,
who have been covering this on the ground inside of Israel, and some inside of Gaza as well. Was because of the Kuwait baby incubator situation that occurred in the past, where Amnesty International and the American authorities in the lead up to Operation Desert Storm said that the Iraqi soldiers were taking babies out of their incubators and tossing them and killing them, which is incredibly brutal, right? In that circumstance, that was completely not real. That had not happened at all. And Amnesty International went in and looked at it, and there was even there was even an eyewitness testimony that was offered in Congress that was just a complete falsehood, a complete fabrication. And that played a role in justifying it to Americans that we have to invade. And I think that's the reason why.
Now I'm thinking of Kings of Leon's Closer. If you guys haven't heard Closer by Kings of Leon, it was the opening track of their 4th album, or was Crawled. I think Closer was the opening track of the 4th album. God, it's so good. Stranded in the spooky town. Oh yeah, Von Gut Rosewater says they covered Robin's Dancing on My Own long before the other douchebag they did, and it was such an incredible cover. It was such a cool cover of them singing it. Kings of Leon are the shit. Also, listen to their cover of the Pixies' Where Is My Mind. It's also a really good cover. They're the shit, the Kings of Leon are dope. I wouldn't get them tattooed, okay, for no reason. Yeah, Closer, like 9 Inch Nails, Closer. Kings of Leon, Closer. Incredible fucking track.
Because the American government has done this before. I think that's the reason why people thought that this was the exact same situation. However, it wasn't the exact same situation because the baby incubator story was false, whereas babies were still killed in this circumstance. So
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But the truth is, though, that this is not going to help anything. This is going to fuel a lot of bad feelings. This being true.
And here's the thing, right? Even if those babies weren't beheaded, let's say, right, or they weren't decapitated, whether by gunfire or directly with knives or whatever, which is, I can't believe we're having this conversation. It's so fucking ridiculous. Okay, they still died. It's not like the Israeli government was going to do anything different. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or it's not like
I'm going to try to show you something cool for a second, all right? I'll be right back. Kings of Leon came up. Let's drop some lore, okay? So when I saw them, I've seen them twice in concert. I saw them at the DC Constitutional Hall, Dar Constitutional in Washington, D.C. back in the day. And then they came to my college campus. Kings of Leon came to George Mason University in Fairfax. And when they were done, as they were performing, they would keep on chucking. Nathan, the drummer, would keep throwing some of his drumsticks. I caught one of the drumsticks, folks. This is Nathan Followill's genuine drumstick. At this point, the wrap that he has on this thing is starting to disintegrate and fall apart. But this is one of Nathan Followill's drumsticks. You can see the dents on the drumstick. Very much value this. It's a very precious part of my just collection. Love this thing. But they threw out a lot of drumsticks. It wasn't that unique. There was a lot of drumsticks. And I also caught a guitar pick. And I gave the guitar pick, because I caught the drumstick and the guitar pick, I was with my sister was with us at the cousin that night. She was like, "Hey, give the guitar pick to your friend." My friend Sean was with me at the concert. He's a guitar player, so she's like, "Give your friend something. You know, you caught everything." So I gave him the guitar pick, and he turned it into a necklace. Like he made it. He drilled like a small hole into it and made it into a necklace that he wore around his neck. Super cool. But I also, other than they threw out a lot of guitar picks, a lot of drumsticks. They only threw out one set list, folks. Only one set list. And I got the set list right here. So their cousin, who's their roadie, his nickname is Nacho. Most people, I guess, unless you're a real Kings of Leon fan, you wouldn't know that their cousin is their roadie and his nickname is Nacho. So he was cleaning out the stage at the end of the concert. I just yelled out at the stage. I'm like, "Yo, Nacho, you're the shit." He looks at me. He grabs like a piece of paper, crumples it up, and throws it at me. I'm like, why is he throwing like garbage at me or something? Lands right in my hand. As I'm thinking, like, why did he just throw? Did Nacho just throw trash at me? I uncrumpled the piece of paper. He had thrown the set list at me. The one and only set list that they had taped next to their giant speaker. This is what they were using to guide their whole show that night. There's only one of these. And I got the one set list of the night. And they started it off with Crawl, which was fucking awesome. And then the opening song of the encore was Closer. Can you fucking imagine that? You think the concert's done, the lights go back down, and then all you hear is boop, 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 boop. It's fucking crazy. So because I had all of these fucking goodies, my sister was like, "Yo, just give the guy like something, give him a guitar pick." So I gave Sean the guitar pick. Part of me feels like I should have kept the guitar pick as well, you know? Would have looked selfish, but I should have kept it, but I gave it to a true musician, a true friend, and someone who actually appreciated it, wore it around his neck as a necklace. Can't hate that, okay? I'm glad I wasn't selfish, and I'm glad my sister put me in my place. All right, back to this video, folks.
The people that are receiving this information were going to feel differently. Like the goal there is to absolutely demand verification, because you have to do that, because in the fog of war there is so much misinformation that gets presented. And the media should do their fucking jobs 100%. And I do have criticisms on that front, but it's ridiculous to have a constant back and forth on this when nothing will change and nothing's going to bring those children back.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Caleb, the lead singer, like smiled at me, okay? He definitely was not smiling at the women that were screaming his name behind me. He looked at me and smiled at me, all right? When I screamed that I love him.
All right, here's what I want to do. I want to move on in the interest of fairness, because part of what I want to do today is call out some really fucking nasty shit I've seen. But and because I want to be consistent and do it all around, and these people are just as deserving, if not more, to be called out. I have a compilation of all the really fucked up shit that Western politicians, mostly politicians, some here like this guy. I mean, this is a rally, you know, there's a pro-Israel protest in New York. I mean, just listen to what this guy has to say.
To my dick! What do you think the response should be from Netanyahu and the military to Gaza? Kill all Palestinians! All of them! Now,
so I remember reacting to this fucking video, man.
Oh, like, that's crazy, obviously. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's barbaric.
To just say that on camera.
Yeah.
I mean, why would he feel...
There is a level of comfort in saying that, more so than saying...
kill all Israelis, kill all Jews? Yeah, of course.
There's definitely way more acceptable
no
thing to say.
there, right into the camera.
Yeah.
Good point for Ethan to bring up here. You know, I'm glad that he brought that up. I do want to give him credit where credit is due. So he is trying to reach across the aisle. He is trying to find some common ground with Hassan. But the problem is, there's a limit to how much he can do that.
Yeah.
No mask.
His face is there. He probably got a job.
Why would he say that? That might be a Kahanis flag, I think, too, the one that he's putting up.
one left from the river to the sea.
I can't see.
Will be deceased. And Israel need to do like this.
Oh, and then this whole shit. Yeah, I've heard this a million times. But anyway, so that was one. I just want to blast through these.
The flag that I think he's waving is a Kahanis flag, which is of course the psychopathic terrorist cult,
super far right,
led by the insane Meir Kahan, the rabbi, which Itamar Ben-Gvir is a part of his cult and is a defender of.
Here is Lindsey Graham, the fucking demon.
By the way, that's a terrorist organization by American standards. Literally, America has declared that to be a terror organization, as a terrorist organization by Israeli standards as well, and that is the reason why Itamar Ben-Gvir was not allowed to serve in the IDF. So remember that, like, you know, no matter how conservative or no matter how ultra Zionist you might be, even Israeli conservatives are like, that's too far, that's too fucked up. Now that guy runs the police force, and Benjamin Netanyahu gave him a Praetorian Guard, or said it offered him concessions on building out a Praetorian Guard specifically for him.
Netanyahu's going to be remembered like the man, he wanted this legacy of being Israel's protector so bad. He served for what, like 13 years? People are going to spit on his fucking grave, dude. Anyway, here's Lindsey Graham on
Does anyone know what time Noah Samsen is going to start his live stream tomorrow?
Fox News, international news. The most popular news show in America, I think.
We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place. We're in a religious war.
Psychotic.
So, but the first guy that we showed, and what?
So Ethan will point out violent comments, like stuff like Lindsey Graham is saying level the place, that's horrible. He points out that that's horrible. Great. But then Ethan stops short of being like, yeah, but Palestinians should be able to come back. They should have a right to return. They should have equal rights as Israelis, and they should share the land. He still thinks that, while yes, saying that leveling Gaza is bad, he doesn't think that the theoretical existence of a Gaza, or like just a small, tiny little plot of land where you shove all the Palestinians in and you don't let their family members return to the country and you don't let them reintegrate with Israeli society as a whole, he finds that problematic. So while yes, props, Ethan, good for you for saying that, yeah, we shouldn't level Gaza. Good for you. What about reintegrating Palestinians with Israelis? What about right of return for Palestinians that were expelled from their land? What about having Israel not be a Jewish majority state? Is that not okay?
He's saying is also exactly what's going on in Gaza. So that is why I always say there is no equivalence here. Like there is
just
no
as much.
There is no power or no like serious no genuine voice that is channeling this kind of wanton indifference and this kind of like callous celebration of like genociding all Jewish people, which is completely unjustifiable, of course. Like there is no equivalent on the there's no equivalent on the Palestinian side.
You're right.
And it's not represented in or reflected in any way at all.
I understand what you're saying. And the crazy thing here is that these people are posting it on their social media. This is Nikki Haley posted this on YouTube. Lindsey Graham posted that clip. That motherfucker clipped that because he posted it himself. Right? He posted that on Twitter.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
It's not just Republicans, by the way. Democrats have said similar. Democrats have said similar things as well. I mean, what's his name from the Problem Solvers Caucus? Josh Gottheimer. They were having a closed door meeting, and he could be heard screaming that like, all Muslims. What was it? That's a Democrat. Oh, here, I'll show you. I'll read.
Meanwhile, here, let me play this Nikki Haley video. Message to Netanyahu.
And what we have to understand is this is the reason that we have to unite around making sure our enemies do not hurt our.
I do have to say, also looking at this, it strikes me as a little bit silly that they're showing. Oh, God damn it, it's so fucking slow. That they're showing like essentially a hole in the ground as evidence for, the damage, the damage that Hamas has done, versus like the shots of Gaza where like literally entire city blocks are demolished. It does strike me as a little fucking goofy.
Sure, our enemies do not hurt our friends. America can never be so arrogant to think we don't need friends, just like we needed them on 9/11. That's why Ukraine needs us when Russia's doing this. That's why Israel needs us when.
There's like some playground politics.
That is the most disgusting. That is the most disgusting comparison. Like the fact that every fucking Ukrainian official has come out and been like, wow, what Palestinians are doing is exactly what the Russians are doing to Ukraine is so fucking. Oh my God, I don't even want to get into it. Okay,
let me finish this video. Yeah.
Dogs. Hamas and Iran are doing this, and I'll say this to Prime Minister Netanyahu: finish them. Hamas did this.
I mean, that's fucking crazy. And I mean, the result of this.
Yes, again, thank you for saying that. That's crazy, Ethan. Agreed, but that's not enough. That's not enough. You can't say that's crazy and then be like, yeah, but I think that Israel should remain a Jewish majority state. That means that Palestinians should remain in Gaza and shouldn't be allowed to leave and reintegrate, and with no right of return and no one-state solution. You're a Zionist.
Shit of these terrorist attacks is basically, the Western world being like, here's your blank check to kill as many fucking Palestinians as you want.
It's so 9/11 again. It's so scary.
This only works when only one side of the conflict gets coverage. In the eyes of the American population, they would do this on Fox regardless. It only works because of the insanely Islamophobic sentiment that is just so commonplace since the post 9/11 universe that we exist in.
God, when do they talk about like the one-state solution? I wish we could.
And never any coverage on the humanity of Gazans. I've talked about another aspect of this too. We in the Western
Gazans, even Hassan calls them Gazans. I do not like that.
World live in the comfort of the imperial core. And we live in a comfortable security blanket. So for us, if we live in like Connecticut or Iowa or whatever, of course we empathize significantly more with Israelis that were attacked by this horde of scary Muslims. Like, of course we empathize with that on a spiritual level because we can't understand.
Who's Kyle Busch?
The entire building blocks being removed. It is far too alien for us to comprehend the fear and the reality of that kind of devastation. We look at that and we go, oh, this is just like Baghdad. you know, which is an enemy that deserved it in the minds of Americans. So that is also another reason why I think Americans are immediately and unconditionally in support of, you know, the Israeli occupation.
Here's Ben Shapiro. I mean, no surprise here, obviously, but still.
Oh, he's been baying for blood nonstop.
I mean, here's a video. The UN Special Reporter for Human Rights in Palestine. We are horrified what's happening, and we are calling for a truce. And here's a video of, you know, Gaza being bombed by missiles. And then Ben, in his infinite empathy and human nature, told them that they can fuck right off.
Who killed him? Who killed the NASCAR guy?
And like, this is such, all these people, but looking at Ben, I mean, it's such
of always siding with those who have been. It's really, really, really disgusting to see that. 100%.
I didn't want to read this one. So basically showing all these goals, feeling very comfortable with no pushback, expressing their desire for genocide in Western media. Here is
I appreciate, like, look, Ethan has become an irredeemably evil person, but it is kind of like, it's crazy to think that at one point in his life, Ethan made a whole montage and collected footage to show how brazen the U.S. media is in supporting a genocide in Gaza. Like the fact that he went kind of out of his way to be like, look, this stuff is unacceptable. The way they're speaking about Palestine and the war and the genocide is unacceptable. It's not enough. We know what he's done since. But at the time, now, compared to how evil he is now, that's kind of like cute in a way. Like, oh, he made a montage of, like, you know, anti-Palestine content to be like, look, this is bad. A little part of me finds that, you know, sweet compared to all the evil that he does now. You know, like I can't even imagine Ethan doing anything remotely like this today. Nothing. So the fact that he did that just 2 years ago, this is
barely. Hold on. Who said this? Okay, so here it is in Hebrew. This was from an unnamed defense official told Israel's Channel 13 that the Palestinian territory, home to more 2 million residents, would be reduced to rubble. Quote: Gaza will eventually turn into a city of tents. There will be no buildings. The ground maneuver will surprise Hamas, the official said in a stark warning to the terrorist group behind the weekend assault that killed more than 1,200 Israelis.
I mean, the Israeli defense minister literally said, we're shutting off the electricity, we're shutting off the food supply.
I don't understand
And we're
that.
shutting off the water into Gaza because we're fighting human animals, or a better translation, I think, was beasts. Like, but ultimately,
he was literally talking about Yoav Galan. And then, like, just a few months later, Ethan, he's like, oh, this really good guy, Yoav Galan. Here they are right now talking about what he said.
It's collective punishment. It is a violation of the Geneva Suggestions. I don't want to call it conventions. This has happened for far too long. You can't attack the press. You can't attack, medics. They killed. There was the Red Crescent guy who was crying in his ambulance because he could not. He had seen far too much death and destruction. And a couple hours later, he got bombed. They allowed him to enter a site of the rubble, a site of the bombings, and they bombed him and killed him, like a couple hours later.
Okay, so
directly just a violation.
At this time, I want to turn my attention to some of the very evil takes I've heard some prominent folks making.
Oh, there we go. Here, just right after I gave Ethan credit for putting together a montage of anti-Palestine content for him to call him out, of course he's going to put together a montage of pro-Palestinians saying what he considers to be unhinged shit. Probably going to be a collection of some fucking random tweets by some fucking random individuals to try to justify what now?
Israelis. Here is one such example of a dude, and this guy is very popular. He has 1.6 million subscribers. He is a very popular political YouTuber called Second Thought. Sorry, this picture.
Oh yeah, he's my friend. I like JT.
All right, then you tell me what you think about this. He said, "What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have walls."
Wait, hold on. I don't have my glasses today.
It's just
I'm not gonna be able to see it. I just got to click on it so I can read it. But go ahead. You can read it out. You can read it out loud.
Here, you know what? Let me show you this.
Is it on the Google Doc?
Let me show you the video first. This will be easier for you. He basically says the same thing here. So here he is doing a podcast.
I've been on. I think is this deprogram? I've been on the podcast.
I don't know what it's called, but this is just a clip from
Yeah.
So here's his take on this, and let's listen.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilian.
First of all, just straight off the bat,
The person that's talking is Hakim. He is a doctor.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilian.
First of all, just straight off the bat,
The person that's talking is Hakim. He is a doctor in Iraq, and of course, just to put this into a decent frame of reference for those who are unfamiliar, I think he will probably have a much more ruthless position on the matter, considering how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his
this
home,
I'm pretty
his
sure is
family.
all Second Thought.
No, the one who said.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Here.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
Okay, so second thought's the one who says, I don't care, and laughs.
Hakim or Hakim, as we would say here.
Wait, say it.
I don't care.
Which also means doctor.
That's Hakim.
I don't.
The guy with the accent.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Second thought is an American.
So second thought is the guy who's asking the question.
No, Hakim is the one who read it. He's reading it from chat. It's a super chat.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Well, anyway, he agrees with him, so let's just fucking listen
go
to
on.
the clip.
The occupiers
I
are
don't-
not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like if imagine
French-
like if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany to be non.
That's him, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Controversial.
And not that it matters.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. In the
So
illegal-
according to second thought, he says that every Israeli is an occupier, and there are no citizens there. In response to decapitating babies, which I can now say.
There are two different schools of thought here. So, the first is
And the take in the
19
comments is based.
Yeah, of course. The 1948ers believe that there's two different schools of thought within, I would say, anti-Zionism. Those who believe that all matter of settlements that were propped up even in the inception of the Israeli nation state are unjustifiable, and that they are settlers. So they extend beyond your perspective that you agree with, which is
because-
West Bank is a settler occupation.
I think it's an extremely evil thing to say, what he said.
Let me ask you this.
No.
Jess Polito says he's right, though. Illegal occupiers are not civilians under international treaties. I get what they mean. Like they're not necessarily combatants, but they are still occupiers. They are still settlers. So, they're not just like regular, little innocent civilians. I guess once they're a few generations removed, like technically, but still, you're still technically a settler. You're still technically an invader. You're still technically an occupier.
What do you think? What he said is evil?
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two, it does not meet the realities on the ground, and it's not a viable solution.
So calling, just to be clear, calling babies.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course.
And they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
they're
Okay.
babies.
So I just want to say,
I have a question for you.
that this guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish?
This is Ethan right here making Hassan uncomfortable by calling someone who he knows Hassan has said, yeah, I know this person, he's my friend. And now Ethan is calling that person an evil piece of shit live on camera with Hassan next to him. So he's already kind of making it tricky, like, hey, let's be my friend, let's be friends, let's be co-hosts. Well, that's going to be difficult when you're out there insulting mutual connections that you guys have. Like, he just told you this guy's my friend. Maybe don't call him an evil piece of shit live on your show if you're actually interested in maintaining a friendship with Hassan.
Okay, we'll finish this, but I do have a question for you because I think you're going to agree with something I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just finish it and then we'll talk.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to fucking even believe just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants.
Merk Luke says the descendants are technically Palestinians, just shitty ones, but the moment they take part in the genocide, they lose all rights to call themselves civilians.
That are deserving to be killed.
Very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation.
And I agree, Merk Luke. And people who moved there, like Ethan, after the occupation, are definitely settlers. Ethan Klein is the perfect example of a settler, and that's why I think he has a problem. He's like, well, no, I mean, he's like, those other people aren't settlers, because he knows deep down that he's a settler and what he's doing is wrong, but he doesn't want to reckon with that fact.
Need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
And of course,
he's not wrong about this. This is the original goal for the military, the excursion. At least if you believe.
I'm not exactly having a ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Well,
I think that's kind of a psychotic take too, where it's like it's like, why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one? Being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome.
Again, with the beheading the babies. decapitating babies. Why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt? Not looking at Hamas as human beings or as a resistance force, just as this pure, mindless, brainless, evil, anti-Semitic, genocidal force.
You know, let's just, you know, let's not try to do that.
Okay. So,
but anyway, and that combined with just the callous, the laughter.
Listen.
Hold on.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're laughing about it.
Let me pose a question for you.
Go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of violence towards?
So first of all,
terrorists?
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF,
of course, he's not familiar with what it says,
has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality. And that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we establish that, no, hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are they're also doing the exact same thing. In the eyes of some, I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians, and far-right Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about
I'm sure Ethan hates Norm Finkelstein.
Israel's occupation, and Noam Chomsky and many others, even Edward Said, as I brought up earlier, believe that the de-Zionification or the displacement of Israelis from Israel proper, Jewish Israelis, is it's not justifiable and it's not realistic. It's more so a single state solution, at least one that I advocate for, because I know a lot of people advocate for a two-state solution. I'm a one-stater, which would
Was there a question?
What?
I thought you said I have a question for you at the beginning of that.
I gave you the question. You already answered it. You said I know your position on like violently.
Is this where they're going to talk about the one-state solution? That would be fucking awesome. We can watch the one-state conversation and end it.
Seizing back your land from settler occupiers.
Yeah, that's not what they did, though. And that's
these guys.
talking.
No, these guys, or at least I assume second thought, has the perspective that all matter of Israel is all matter of Israel proper is considered settler occupation.
And he's evil for thinking that. He is. Right after babies were murdered and decapitated.
Let
me read this further.
If he said this in 1949, I'd have a different opinion on the matter. You can't say this in 2023. I agree.
Let me read this. Thank you for agreeing. What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of atrocity.
Oh, what? Brady Simon says Norm is a transphobe. He wrote about it on his website. I was disappointed when I read it. God damn it, I had no idea. I think most people in this chat are fans of Norm Finkelstein. That is a bummer. That is a bummer. Maybe because he's old, we could be like, oh well, he's old, he's from an older generation, but like, nah, come on. When you're that open and on the right side of history when it comes to Palestinian, how do you not? When you support one struggling people, you have to understand all struggles. You know what I mean? You can't pick and choose which struggle you agree with and which you find morally reprehensible. Come on, that's so sad. Haley says, yeah, I know someone who worked with Norm and he's a piece of shit. Really? God damn. Marissa Make Believe. Hello, Marissa Make Believe. How's it going? Hello to you. God, that's such a bummer.
Now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end, this is what liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Again, just to put the timing in frame here, he says, no doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds. This is while bodies...
The trans community. I cannot do a Norm Finkelstein impression. The trans
are still bleeding.
Well, I guess the second part did come true. He wasn't wrong on the second part of that conversation, at least. Okay.
But solidarity and victory to the which part are you referring to?
Wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds.
Right, but and this is my problem. So as the bodies are fucking still bleeding out, and he's saying this is what liberation struggle looks like: beheading babies, burning families alive, solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. This is pro-Hamas. This man is supporting Hamas.
What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of atrocities now that the genocidal settlers are on the receiving end. This is what a liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity. Yeah, this is what a liberation struggle looks like. It looks violent when you're being oppressed, when you're being murdered, when you're being killed. Violence begets violence. So the retribution, the response is going to be violent. They're not going to meet you. They tried the peaceful way. That didn't work. So then they're going to try violence. That's what he's saying. That's what liberation struggle looks like. And he uses the word struggle. It's a struggle for a reason. How do you not understand that?
I think his position is that people that have been trapped, and I can't speak for him, but you can if you want to talk to him. I'm sure he would be willing to come on and speak his piece. I've already mentioned that I don't find this to be particularly helpful or productive as far as this conversation goes, not because like I am tasked with defending the positions of other people or even criticize them. It's more so that we know what is currently happening. We are now 3-4 days removed from October 7. And we know what the retaliation looked like, and we know what the occupation has looked like every single day.
That was an obvious reaction.
So that's why I'm saying,
again,
that's what I'm saying. Like a YouTuber with
Hold on, this guy's influential.
No, I know, Ethan, but his influence is nothing in comparison to the multi-billion-dollar media.
I just want to call this guy out. That's what I want to do.
You can call him out.
I just spent
and you can ask
2.5 hours calling out Israel. So now this guy, second thought, he's supporting Hamas. He is pro-Hamas. That's what hold on.
Okay.
Solidarity.
I just spent the last 2.5 hours calling out Israel. So that's why. So he was only agreeing with Hassan to give himself some leeway to start shitting on pro-Palestinians. Like, look, I criticized Israel for an hour. Okay, now this buys me an hour of criticizing pro-Palestinians. Nope, that's not the game we're playing, Ethan. That's not how it works. One does not cancel out the other. Just because you said you don't like Netanyahu for an hour doesn't mean you can start shitting on pro-Palestinian commentators.
Victory to the Palestinian people. Again, the timing that I keep mentioning, as bodies are being counted, is pro-Hamas.
It's pro-resistance. It is pro-liberation of Palestinians. It is pro the Palestinians' right to resist, even through violent means if necessary. That is, yes, that's what he's saying. Yes to Palestinian liberation. Palestinian liberation at this point is not going to happen without a violent struggle. Do you understand that, Ethan?
That's it. There's no other way to interpret that. And it's evil. He continues. Imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of the home your family lived in for generations, and relocates you. Are those occupier civilians? No. They're criminals and accomplices in genocide. Once again, referring to babies who were decapitated. But again, that doesn't matter. 40 babies.
He had to say who were decapitated. Did he say 40 babies?
Died at this kibbutz. Babies who were decapitated. But again, that doesn't matter. 40 babies died at this kibbutz.
How many fucking babies are in this kibbutz? Like, really, were there really 40 babies in a kibbutz? Like, is that even an accurate number? How big is this fucking kibbutz? How many babies are these people having?
Okay, kids also, children, families, peaceful kibbutzim. Many of them actually pro-Palestine advocates. He said that they are criminals and accomplices.
Okay, we don't know if they were pro-Palestine advocates.
Let's
not go that far.
What? That's positive. That's you think that none of the people killed were.
I mean, I don't know that. I'm saying, like, I don't know why you're adding that. It doesn't even matter because ultimately,
it does matter.
They shouldn't die.
Okay, right.
My position.
But it does make it especially ironic when he's calling them accomplices in genocide when their only crime is being born somewhere.
No, I agree with you.
It's evil. I
agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't disagree with you on this at all.
Thank you.
But that's not my. But
bro, I'm just calling it out.
Okay,
this guy's a fucking. He's a scumbag.
If you want, you have the opportunity. You can speak to him on this particular issue.
I'll think about it. But
so I don't know why you're.
I'm not demanding you respond, but I simply, as a matter of doing the show, want to call out the people that disgusted me. Because again, I hear this all the time. People go, "Oh, really? Well, show me an example."
I know, but
here's one.
No, of course there are examples of this. It's just entirely and utterly inconsequential, and I 100% stand by that.
It's not. He's an influential man. When you're expressing these kinds of...
Okay, let's walk through that. What do you think is the negative consequence of this? Do you think that people are going to see this and go, oh, I should go to
should I not care about it?
I think that if you look at the reality, and I know you recognize it, a YouTuber saying this kind of thing and spending any time or any effort on this, when your moral position is clear, when mine is clear, spending any time on this whatsoever to be like, we got to clean up our own homes here, deviates from the actual message that must be unflinching. The message is that these violent means of ensuring that the occupation continues is going to inevitably lead to more violence that Israelis will be subjected to as well.
Normalizing murdering civilians.
But he has no capacity to do so.
And the result of that...
I think a better argument would be that
he's normalizing murdering. So Ethan thinks that some guy on YouTube is normalizing the murder of civilians. When again, he's just showing support for a people that has been historically oppressed for 75 years, has had their land stolen from them, genocided.
Semitic. You could say that, well, not what he's saying, but that it could lead to people listening to what he's saying and then think that like all Jews are responsible.
Okay,
and
so
think
it's
that like
consequential. The stuff that he's saying matters.
That would
but
be,
my point is, if I can finish my point, is that this guy who proposes to be such this Palestinian advocate, he is encouraging the murder of civilians, babies, etc., in an effort to free the occupation.
I don't think he's encouraging it. I think he's justifying it.
No, he says, hold on.
Yeah, he's not telling people to go out and kill people. He's just being like, this is what it looks like, and this is what it looks like.
It's just, he says, this is what liberation struggle looks like. What's the liberation struggle about murdering families? But I wanted to say this. This guy who purports to care so much about Palestine, his advocating for killing civilians, the result of that is going to be basically what's happening in Gaza now, which is that Israel, which is, again, genocidal, violent, psychopathic people in power, are, it's like the result of this is that Netanyahu gets more power and consolidates when people already fucking hated him. The international community that was giving a lot of general support for Palestine and Gaza and all that, there was a lot of look. I know you're going to debate me. There was a lot of sentiment, especially in Europe, for being like, yo, we need to.
Ethan,
we need to look at
the entire planet. The entire planet has regularly condemned.
The Palestinian cause was completely forgotten. Like, you had Arab countries signing the Abraham Accords, Dubai normalizing relations with Israel, Saudi Arabia was on the path to normalizing relations with Israel. So no, the world was not feeling more and more empathetic to the Palestinian cause. The world had completely forgotten and abandoned the Palestinian cause. That's why some people think that they did the October the 7th thing, because it put the Palestinian cause front and center. And it was something that it became top of mind again. They were completely abandoned. Literally, the Saudi Arabia was like very close to signing the Abraham Accords. Now, they wouldn't even consider it, at least not publicly.
Legal occupation, time and time again. You know who has said fuck off to that? The United States of America and Israel and sometimes Ukraine. So it does not matter what the condemnation even looks like. It doesn't change anything. Palestinians...
Let me finish my point.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
The point is...
Already getting bitter, getting pissy.
That the result of this, these people are pro-Palestine. The result of this is literally the opposite of any possible intended consequence, which is A, Netanyahu gets more power internationally and domestically when people already fucking hated him and his government. The Western countries are basically backing up Israel's genocide and encouraging it and sanctioning it. The Gazans are now being bombed. Their food, power, water is being shut off, although that happens regardless at times.
Always.
But so like...
if the argument here is that if Second Thought had not tweeted this, or if other YouTubers and other people on Twitter had not tweeted their celebrations, that do we think that the world's perspective would be different on Israel's bombing campaign currently? If you think that, like, legitimately, if not a single person had tweeted this, do you think that the situation on the ground would be different?
Does it matter to you that this might be anti-Semitic?
Oh, wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying you're treating this as if it doesn't matter at all, and that's
yes,
you're not.
I don't think it matters at all.
And you're not Israeli.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all in the grand scheme of things whatsoever.
So you're saying?
Because the question
hold on. Your point,
answer my question, please. Let's say JT and Hakeem or any number of different Twitter users had not been so callous in their indifference for civilian casualties in this situation. Not a single person had tweeted anything. Do you think that there would be more support for Palestinians?
Obviously not. But listen to.
So why are we having this conversation then?
He's influencing people. He's not. Is this tweet going to change what's happening on the ground? No.
No, of course
not. These opinions being broadcast by respected people in politics is going to contribute to fucking more violence. He is.
In what regard?
Because people like who sympathize with him are gonna be like, yeah. I mean, he's basically.
Do you think
people are going to agree with this tweet? They'll be like, yeah, fuck yeah. And they're going to what? They're going to go join the Palestinian resistance and start killing IDF soldiers? Ethan, how is this tweet... Like, if this tweet... Okay, maybe this tweet might make some people a bit less sensitive towards Israel or feel a little bit more numb to what's happening there and not give a shit. That's the worst that can happen. Again, why are you so focused on this instead of the actual violence that is happening on the ground?
They're going to see JT's
no, the
tweets.
Acceptance of people. And that's fucking anti-Semitism, bro.
The acceptance of what people?
The acceptance of people internationally who look at this guy saying, let's fucking kill all the Israelis because they're all occupiers.
It's not anti-Semitism, my guy. It's anti-Zionism. So this is when it all started. Ethan did crack. He cracked. He broke. How did I think this was ever productive?
I don't agree with that take. That he's making.
I'm being hyperbolic. Yeah. It's not that far from what he said. I mean, he's called every Israeli an accomplice in genocide and an occupier.
It's like freaking out. It's like freaking out when the Iranian leadership like fucking burns an American flag or whatever and be like, they hate us. They're gonna come for us. They're gonna kill all of us. Like there's no conversation to be had here that is like serious because.
Bro, I just disagree. I mean, you were telling me today how much influence I have.
Why does it not matter that people use this?
The
kind of
influence you
fucking language?
have is upon
This
your
man has
fan
influence.
base. The influence you have
And
upon
that
your
doesn't matter?
the influence you have upon your fan base was specifically in regards to Okay, let me dial it back real quick and explain something. This is a basic fundamental that I believe in. I believe that our culture and our attitudes are entirely reflected on the material realities on the ground, that our material realities guide our culture and our attitude towards certain things. I don't believe that you can move the needle in the other direction. I don't believe that you can tweet a revolution. As a matter of fact, many people laugh at hashtag activism and whatnot, but I do think that it goes in the opposite direction. I do think that you can't, make a super sweet YouTube video that ends up destroying the white supremacist court structure in the United States of America. However,
Vonga Rosewater says, you're right. This makes me think his tears earlier were insincere. I know, right? It's hard to think of them as sincere at this point. He gets annoyed and angry at Hassan so quickly, and he's so impatient that I think he's like, let me get those tears in quickly to gain myself some credibility. That way, when I do try to shit on pro-Palestinian people later, I can always point to the fact that, but hey, I cried earlier in the stream.
I do believe that if you go in the other direction and promote more of the state-sponsored violence, you absolutely can motivate people to feel more justified and demand more from their governments.
Which is what he's doing, right?
So if and only if there was a real, legitimate, well-established military machine that was capable of going and fucking killing every single Israeli citizen, like you said, he is justifying for, this would be as damaging as the average Israeli defense of the Israeli occupying force. Only then.
I just find it odd.
And
that you
even
have to
then,
do the
and
whole what
even
about
then,
thing about
but
this.
Ethan, even then, there is no comparison because guess what? What he's saying as a singular YouTuber.
Here, Hassan was just looking out for Ethan. He's like, Ethan, the more you talk, he hadn't said it, he didn't say it directly like that, but like, he's basically, the more you talk about this stuff and the more you focus on this stuff, the more you're going to sound like an unhinged Zionist. Like, if only Ethan was listening to what Hassan was saying here, he would have spared himself a lot of fucking trouble and a lot of fucking heartache. Hassan is telling him, I get what you're trying to say, I get where you're coming from, but like, just saying the stuff and vocalizing the stuff is going to make you sound a certain way.
Is represented by our elected leaders, is represented in the reality on the ground in the way that Israel is continuing its occupation and its bombing campaign in Gaza, which is why I think it is utterly and entirely a distraction to have assessments, to make assessments over...
Listen, I'm sorry that I care about it. I guess I'm just an emotional fucking idiot.
I'm not saying that at all. I perfectly understand why you care about it.
It's important to me.
I understand why you care about it.
He's so dramatic. Well, I'm sorry for caring about it. I guess I'm just a fucking emotional idiot.
Disagree with that
premise. It's clearly a distraction to have assessments, to make assessments over...
Listen, I'm sorry that I care about it. I guess I'm just an emotional fucking idiot.
I'm not saying that at all. I perfectly understand why you care about it.
It's important to me.
I understand why you care about it.
I disagree with that premise.
I think you should have him on to
clearly
ask
you
him.
disagree with
I think you should
his
have him on to
premise.
ask him. Because I personally disagree with this assessment,
Yeah.
and I think it's unhelpful and unproductive overall.
Okay,
but
we agree. But I think he's evil.
But I also will point once again that what he's saying here is the Israeli policy in the other direction. It has been the reality in the other direction.
Which is not good.
I know you don't agree with that, but I'm saying because you don't agree with that, it is...
This is the main problem I'm having with all this stuff.
I know that's the main problem you have with all this stuff, and that's why I'm trying to say it's not even remotely a point of contention, and it's not even remotely equivalent, and it's not even remotely
I don't think people should
have this conversation.
This guy's way too comfortable just going out there publicly and being applauded.
What do you think is the solution here? What should be done with him for saying that?
What criticism doesn't stand on its own? Why do I need to like be punitive?
No, you said you're upset. I mean, I think you're well within your right to be
criticizing.
critical.
I'm criticizing. I'm not asking for.
I think you're well within your right to be critical of it.
Yeah.
Like I said though, I will reaffirm my position that if he was saying this about Palestinians instead of Israelis, that would not only be not condemned at all by a singular person, that would be the specific policy position of the entirety of the Western world.
Israelis and the
bathroom break, folks. I gotta pee. I don't think I've peed once in 4.5 hours. Jesus. We back. We're back.
Western world are monsters, then we shouldn't care when the
Okay, I'm gonna
opposite
be honest
people are
with you guys.
monsters.
I think we're gonna finish this. I think we're gonna finish this today. There's 50 minutes left in this video. I'm not gonna keep this for a part 2. We're gonna soldier on. We're gonna power through this. Okay. Jay of the Dead, who's been a member for 6 months. Thank you so much, Jay of the Dead. Sends a super message and says, I just find it so interesting how Ethan and Hassan used to talk mad shit about Israel up until the genocide became widely publicized. Of course, because that's when the propaganda came up. That's when Ela and her family put their sunk their claws into Ethan, his own family. Everyone started showing their true colors. And once shit gets serious, you can't fuck around anymore. Like they had to pick, Ethan had to pick a side. Hassan was going to obviously pick the right side.
Necessarily. I think because
seems like what you're
I think
arguing.
no, that's not what I'm saying because I don't agree with what he's saying regardless.
But why does it matter then? If we're just taking this comment, and I just want to point it out for the evil it is. Like, why does it? I just don't understand the need for
any issue to be taken up with Westerners and the optics of like what they are saying should be talked about with respect to the impact that those words will have. Which is why I said if you think that this is genuinely going to be impactful, then that's another conversation to have.
I think it matters, man. I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. But anyway, clearly you don't agree, and that's just my opinion on the guy.
I do not agree with his assessment. Yes.
And so let's see.
They're still talking about the same guy, right?
Barely. I think because
seems like what you're
I think
arguing.
no, that's not what I'm saying because I don't agree with what he's saying regardless.
But why does it matter then? If we're just taking this comment, and I just want to point it out for the evil it is. Like, why does it? I just don't understand the need for
because Israel is more evil than any comment that this guy made. Israel is the ultimate evil. That is why nothing that anyone on Twitter says, nothing that anyone fucking does, will ever compare to the evil that Israel commits on a daily basis. It is a distraction. It is a waste of time. It distracts from the actual topic at hand, which is Palestinian lives being taken away, Palestinian land being taken away, Lebanese land being taken away, Lebanese lives being taken away. All the while you talk about anti-Semitism or a hurtful tweet or some asshole on Reddit. That is the answer for now and forever.
Any issue to be taken up with Westerners and the optics of like what they are saying should be talked about with respect to the impact that those words will have. Which is why I said if you think that this is genuinely going to be impactful, then that's another conversation to have.
I think it matters, man. I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. But anyway, clearly you don't agree, and that's just my opinion on the guy.
I do not agree with his assessment. Yes.
And so let's see. Moving on to, I mean, we've talked about.
But I think you would agree with his assessment if he was talking about settlers in the West Bank, though, right?
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say that,
kill babies in the West Bank. Of course, you wouldn't say that.
But like theoretically, I don't think settlers are civilians.
They're not.
But
They are not recognized as civilians by international law. They are
all
technically
Israelis.
considered terrorists.
That's an important
I agree.
distinction that he's not making.
The distinction that he's making is that he's talking like it's 1952. You know what I mean? That's the difference. And it's not 1952. You can't make this assessment.
Thank you. We were talking about, let's see. Man, this video's sick, dude. Again, I know you're going to say this is just like a small rally that happened, but there is a certain level of...
This was in Australia when some of the people started chanting like death to Israel or something, or death to the Jews.
This doesn't seem like a small rally, frankly. There's a lot of people out here, and they're just out there, and here's the speech that one of the organizers has to say about the Hamas. Oh, you haven't seen this?
I can't see. Well, first of all, I can't see anything because I don't have my fucking goddamn glasses. I forgot.
I'll full screen it.
But also, secondly, I mean, yeah, I don't know what the fuck this is going to be.
Well, it's crazy. It's crazed. But listen to what this guy has to say.
What's this in NYC? Okay. I know there was something in like an Australian protest where someone was saying something fucked
Well, it's
up.
crazy. It's crazed. But listen to what this guy has to say.
What is he saying?
You'll hear it. It's a little fuzzy right now. Here.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming. Every Israeli official said it was a complete surprise. And I think we have to sit with that. Because as of just a couple days ago, they said that surprise wasn't possible. They said we control every inch of Palestine. No, they don't! They said we have walls, we have cameras, yes, we have traitors too, and there's nothing they can do that we won't see or what we do. They were so arrogant. But just less than 24 hours ago on the land, from the sea, and from the air, the people of the Gaza Strip people from Gaza, our young people are riding their bikes through these settlements where they were told they could never go because of apartheid. our farmers, the farmers of Gaza. You know they say that they can't even have tractors. They say that's terrorist equipment. Well, unfortunately...
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of what this guy is saying is very true. And, you know, yeah. Sometimes you got to grab your freedom by the balls, man. All right, you got to fight for it. And when you're being occupied and murdered and killed and genocided, you're going to have to respond in kind. I'm sorry.
The tractors of these various so-called kibbutz settlements have been liberated and taken back to the farm.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I don't.
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
Okay. I mean, I have no.
I mean, he was just like, I don't like this shit.
Okay.
It bothers me.
I understand why. I understand
He
why
goes,
you don't
the
like it.
electrified hang gliding heroes flew in and killed a bunch of hipsters partying. They were having so much fun at the party till these fucking heroes showed up and mass murdered everyone. Oh, and we liberated the kibbutz, by the way. Everyone's cheering. We liberated the kibbutz, aka beheading babies.
I will once again present to you the same.
Again, with the beheading babies, like, oh my god, I can't, like, he said, I think he mentioned the beheaded babies like 5 times in this fucking video.
Exact question. If this rally was not held and if he had not said those things that I do not agree with, do you think that there would be a difference in the analysis and the way that Palestinian people are treated? Do you think that there would be a difference in the bombing campaign that's going on? Or do you think that this is, once again, the violent sentiment of those who are siding with the oppressed that is ultimately utterly and entirely inconsequential?
I'll tell you this.
Because
I know
all
that's
this
fucking
does,
evil.
all this does,
I know that.
All this does,
and I have no problem to say it.
All this does is to.
And he's just insinuating that Hassan is afraid to say that this stuff is evil because he's audience captured, and if Hassan admits that this is evil, then he's going to lose his audience and he's going to lose support and he's going to lose money, etc., etc., etc. So very brave of you, Ethan, to say that this is evil. As an Israeli person, you're saying that someone who says that Palestinians deserve to have the right to fight for their freedom is evil? Shocking.
Serve a singular purpose, and that purpose I do not believe you are on board with. But that,
by the way, in case you're just joining our stream 4 hours and 45 minutes in, tomorrow at 5 p.m. Beirut time, 10 a.m. Eastern, there will be a members stream for our channel members right here on the channel. If Noah Samsen's stream would have already started, we'll watch some of that together while doing an AMA, Ask Me Anything. So there's a post live on our members community tab asking you guys to dump in some questions in there. Let me see if any of you guys have added some questions to that post.
Purpose is cynical. When people go, look at these guys, they're all violent. That is, by design, what mainstream media in America is doing when they constantly, exclusively cover the Palestinian side.
That's not what I've done
specifically
here
about like
today.
these guys. I know you're not doing
I've just spent 2.5 hours talking about.
Even I know.
So I just want to listen. I just want to say this guy's evil. He is. He's an evil dude. There's just, you know what I mean? Like, fuck this guy and fuck all these people. That's just not it, man. And once again, this is right after. This is right after it all happened.
Yes.
And we're talking about the hang gliding heroes. I mean,
I'm going to share the link in the live chat. This is for members to leave your questions. Only members will be able to access this link, folks. Leave your questions in there for tomorrow.
Sorry, but it's sick, and I think it needs to be called out. I don't think it's good to normalize this kind of shit.
We should keep calling it out. We should only call this out, which is what many are doing. Whenever there's any mention of, I know
We're
you're
talking
not.
about us.
I know you're not.
Yeah.
But this is why I'm like, there's not.
I'm calling
a single,
both out.
There's not a single outlet that ever legitimately
I don't belong
shows
to those networks.
the ongoing and never-ending plight of
Bro, I'm calling
Palestinians.
out. I'm just
and
trying to
only
call
talk
out
about
both
Palestinian activists
sides.
like this. They show these.
Ethan says, I'm just trying to call out both sides. Yeah, it's not productive to call out both sides when one of the sides is a victim of a genocide. You fucking idiot.
Ending plight of Palestinians.
I'm just trying to
only
call
talk
out
about
both
Palestinian activists
sides.
like this. They show these.
I'm just trying to call out both sides. Yeah, we know, Ethan. That's the problem. That's the problem. You're trying to both sides of fucking genocide.
These pieces of footage and go, look how violent these guys are. Look how violent the left is overall. These guys are all leftists. Look at them. They're leftists. They love terror. They love terrorism. And we are talking about this in a country where like there is no, like the guy you brought up, JT, okay, who I disagree with on that front. He has had the Department of Homeland Security visit his home for his for a YouTube video that he wrote. No, not for that. It was a YouTube video that you would agree with if you watched it. It was about the Department of Homeland Security in and of itself. I believe it was something about the CIA. Like there is no real legitimate, genuine, and continued support for Palestinians, and there's no legitimate, real, and continued leftist momentum happening.
Excuse me.
Especially one that is like associated with any kind of tangible move on the ground. So that is why it is, you know, frivolous to have this endless back and forth that already is happening all over mainstream media. There's no, especially in America, they don't bring up like Mohammed al-Kurd, whose home was violently seized. They don't have him on to talk about these issues. They just go look at these crazy.
I don't think. Listen, I don't think a 30. I don't mean this. I don't think this monologuing is essential to calling this guy evil. That's all.
All right. Are there more wrongs committed by Americans who are speaking on Palestine that we can go through? I'm down to go through more, but if you have more.
This is a massive rally in Sydney, Australia.
Oh, so
and again,
I thought someone in chat said that this was actually faked, I guess.
And we bring up the issue of like it's inconsequential. Well, according to this massive rally outside the Sydney Opera House, they're not making a distinction between Israelis and Jews. Actually, I'll play it for you. Guess the Jews.
I mean, obviously, this is unacceptable. So someone said this was faked. I don't know if I mean I haven't heard or seen that it was faked. Someone in chat said it was, but I mean, if it wasn't, and if people are actually saying gas the Jews and fuck the Jews, that is obviously horrific and horrible. And yeah, this is conflation of Zionism and Judaism, which we always talk about here and try to distinguish between the two. Ethan doesn't want you to distinguish between the two because he loves saying that like 80% of Jews love Israel.
Etc. Etc.
This is the out of everything that you've shown me, this is demonstrably the worst. Like, because this has genuine impact on the ground in whatever nation that we're talking about. That is unequivocally and uncritically anti-Semitic, completely indefensible. No additions to that whatsoever.
Question, then?
What?
Let's say that one of this,
and that does lead to, I think, furthering anti-Semitic, and not only is it unproductive, but that does, I think, lead to a real and tangible impact on the ground.
Well, let me ask you this.
What's up?
A fan of Second Thought who's listened to him dehumanizing Israelis that way, do you think that listening to him might inspire one of those people to be like, hey, I'm going to go join this,
What, Hamas?
Well, no, I mean, according to it's a pro-Palestine.
You think a fan of Second Thought is going to see? Okay, let's walk through it. You think a fan of Second Thought is going to see that and be like, I'm going to go to Gaza. I'm going to join Hamas?
That's not what I said. I said he's going to go down to the Upper Sydney at this location and be like.
Ethan thinks he's going to go like burn down a synagogue or something. Basically, someone who's going to listen to that podcast is going to decide to go burn down a fucking synagogue or something. Like, come on.
Hey, yeah, fuck. Let's gas the Jews. Everyone's saying it. Nobody seems to care.
I guess it could happen. Certainly.
Okay.
But once again. I mean, this is fucking gross, by the way, 100%. It's just ridiculous. It's disgusting. What I was going to say is, I'm still thinking about a Second Thought YouTube fan being like, I'm going to go rise up in the global jihad and rise up against Israel and purge it.
I understand that.
May Allah guide my weapons.
I understand you think it's silly.
I do.
But again, I'm responding to your point about how none of this matters. And I disagree with that premise. I do.
Yeah, that guy.
This is how I'm picturing.
He's like, it's time to do a jihad against Israel and all the Jews.
Yeah, but that wasn't my point. He's just going to join the rally.
Let's be serious. Let's be serious. You're right. I think that conflations, no matter who's doing it, of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are very dangerous. And I think that saying anti-Semitism is like fuck the Jews when you're talking specifically at a anti-Israel rally or a pro-Palestine rally is really fucked up, completely unacceptable. And I don't know what else to say about it other than of course I condemn that. That is, I mean, there's always people that try to sneak in little anti-Semitic shit in my chat all the goddamn time. Whenever I'm talking about these stuff, they're like, ooh,
we're gonna 1.75x speed, folks, just because it is 2:24 a.m.
Why do you think the American media turns a blind eye to this? Maybe because they own it. And I'm like, okay, motherfucker, Jews don't own the media, wasps do. Okay, so shut the fuck up. Like, there's always going to be people that try to take advantage of these sorts of things. And ultimately, the reality on the ground is unchanging, and the opinion of our governments are unchanging on what do you call it? The way that we turn a blind eye to one side of the atrocities and also completely justify the reaction that the state engages in. But yes, I do think that is anti-Semitic, and that will lead to anti-Semitic sentiment spreading. It is completely unacceptable, and it should never be normalized, and it should be fought against.
That's all I'm trying to do.
That is not what that is not what being a defender of Palestine is about.
Right.
That is not what being a defender of the emancipation of all people is about. It's completely ridiculous.
It's absolutely.
So this is one more. This happened in Brighton, in England. I'll just play it real fast. Another rally.
There's gonna be. It's like that.
I've been to Brighton.
That dude who like. There's some random fucking guy who Googled swastika and like pointed at.
I'm not showing that one because that one's silly. It's just
I know, but my point is this, right? There are always in every fucking in every kind of protest, there are going to be charlatans, clowns. What matters is not necessarily like the BLM protesters that are saying fucking kill all white people when you find them in a fucking BLM protest. What matters is like the actual.
Ethan is just going to the most extreme fringe cases in these situations. He's picking out the most, like he's finding a rally, like some fucking weirdo said something really fucked up, and he's like, but look at what this guy said. This means that, you know, anti-Semitism. It's like, okay, there's this one fucking weirdo. Let me show you all of Israeli society. Do you want to see what's trending on Israeli TikTok right now, Ethan?
Action that the state is taking. So that's why I never, for even a singular moment, am ever going to hear the calls of like the ethnic cleansing from like random Kahanis on the ground celebrating Israel's actions against Gaza and be like, wow, this is truly important, because I know that their opinion on the matter is inconsequential.
It's not like this is true.
But it's also policy.
I'm not making like a mountain out of it. I'm just saying that it's fucking gross. And I mean, do you deny that there are a lot of people that believe this shit? There are.
Of course, anti-Semitism is certainly a major issue.
And I think it's important to make a good effort to separate the issues.
Yes, I do agree with you, and I do that all the time. But like I said, the reason why I look at this and consider it to be utterly unproductive is because having random charlatans and people who have violent opinions.
Yeah, I mean, these are well-attended rallies.
But I know.
Yeah, and organizers.
But this does not reflect upon, again, the situation on the ground. It does not reflect on people who are defending.
You know what? I'll say this. I agree.
Okay.
I agree with you.
So
yeah, we don't need to argue about it. I agree.
I have to pee again. God damn it.
Right. I'm getting too defensive. I agree with you.
And I don't know why I'm like, why I have to, you know, I don't know why I'm going through each individual protest to be like, this is bad. This is bad.
He's asking Hassan, like, do you condemn this? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn this, Hassan? He's basically doing the Piers Morgan.
Well, we just did it with the with the you know, the genocidal monsters who are calling for the death of, you know.
Yeah, we glanced through it, and my point there wasn't necessarily to be like, this is the opinion of these guys and they are moving policy. I know that their opinion doesn't matter because the policy is already set. The policy reflects what they're saying. I even told you they're comfortable saying those things.
Calamity says he was in fact making a mountain out of that molehill. That's been his thesis for the past hour, essentially. That's all he's been talking about.
Things because there's no punishment that I even expect them to withstand for those statements, because I don't care about their statements. I don't care about the public opinion in that regard. I care more about the actions of governments and what the media is doing. And I think everything that you've shown me thus far is subject to a role reversal that literally is the reality. A role reversal that is actually demonstrably what the media is pumping out.
That's what I agree with, and I've shown both sides, and I just don't understand the insistence that it just doesn't matter because the other side is doing it. You know, it's like, I don't know, man. Fair. I mean, this.
For me, yesterday was a victory. As a Palestinian, yesterday was a victory. For freedom fighters and listeners to break out of a 15-year blockade so successfully under the inhumane genocide from Israel, it was so beautiful and inspiring to see. It shows us the Palestinians, and it shows the world and us from Palestinians that we will always fight and we will always resist, and we need to celebrate these acts of resistance because this is a success.
Yeah, and again, this.
Like, so she's saying this is active resistance. This is like. It's happening while this is like on October 7th or October 8th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a displaced Palestinian woman.
Yeah. So she said the mass murder of civilians is inspiring and beautiful. She said that.
Okay.
And then
she didn't say the mass murder of civilians. She said the act of resistance is inspiring and beautiful. Don't conflate the two.
So said.
Didn't you originally maintain the position that like displaced Palestinians are going to have they're going to say things that in the heat of the moment are impassioned and oftentimes not empathetic to the civilian casualties on the other side? I mean, it's just.
the point is that people see this stuff and it matters. Especially, you know who it really matters to is like, you know, the demons that fucking want to actually kill the Palestinians, because this is like the perfect, you know, ammunition.
Well, don't you feel like you're also serving their purpose then when you endlessly talk about the
First of all, not endlessly talking.
Not endlessly, but like showing this and like parading all of this. I think that.
Well, first of all, it's a political show. We're talking about all this stuff.
I agree.
And you know, I'm just showing what I've seen that bothers me.
I understand.
Does it help the conservative apparatus? I don't think me watching this now. I mean, these videos are all super viral. I didn't dig this out and put it out into the world.
I know. You know why they're super viral? Because of the things that you mentioned. Yes. No, the reason why they're super viral is because you're right. It does help present all Palestinians.
I think it's super viral because
of those who are demanding emancipation for Palestinians.
It's viral because it serves a narrative, Ethan. It serves a narrative that Palestinians deserve to be genocided. Look, you see how violent and crazy these Muslims are, and not only that, you see how incompatible they are with our very own societies here, so that it leads to anti-immigrant sentiment and anti-Muslim sentiment later down the line.
In a negative light by appealing to the understandable human emotions of saying like these are dead babies. You reflect that and you show you're celebrating dead babies. You think that that's a revolutionary act. It's gross and it's disgusting, right? So that's the major reason as to why these videos get played all the fucking time, and the and the role reversal of said
Ethan is just playing into the hand of the Zionists and of the right wing at this point, and the Warhawk Democrats.
videos is reflected as current existing policy in both the United States and also in Israel. I think so much so that they don't even show in America Israelis who are literally pushing back against the administration and say that the violence is caused directly by the Israeli administration's positions. Like, that's how fucking bloodthirsty we are here in the Western world. It is like the condemnations only work in one direction, and I have done it over and over and over again, and I will continue to do so if presented with this kind of thing. But the reason why I think this is an
Just remember this shit. These are Israelis making fun of Palestinians on TikTok. Did Ethan ever condemn this? Did Ethan ever bring this up on his podcast? Even the kids. There's Israeli society for you.
unserious or frivolous conversation to be had is because of rallies being conducted, ultimately not yielding any sort of serious results in general, and certainly not on behalf of Palestinians if you look at the 75 years of brutal occupation.
Right.
Like, and I don't think Palestinians on the ground give a shit either, for the record. Like, they don't, like, this is not going to, if this footage did not exist.
It is going
if this
viral
rally-
because it is shocking, though.
Yes, if this rally did not exist, like, would one singular baby not be obliterated in the Gaza Strip? No. So I don't have a, like, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Or if more,
this
more
stuff
rallies
matters,
existed
man.
on the other side of people, because there's tons of
matters,
there's tons of
man.
counter
It does.
protesters.
I disagree.
Like, the first footage that you showed were literally counter protesters of a rally where people were talking
Which
about
one? The guy-
solidarity with Palestine. Remember the
guy-
Hanas guy who was like,
Blundstone Emperor says, I'm 2.5 hours behind the stream. Usually by now it's wrapped up, but y'all are still here. We're eating good tonight. This is a long one. This is a long... I bit off more than I could chew. I did not expect to actually watch the whole thing, but now that I'm here, I'm finding it hard to stop. And we're so close to the end. There's 30 minutes left of this video. So just going to power through.
obliterate all the Jews that we move past, because I think it's frivolous and inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, because the American government is going to do what it's going to do, and Israel is going to do what it's going to do, regardless of whatever people fucking say on the ground. And that the overarching consensus view on the Palestinian front, due to things like this being highlighted and not necessarily the voice of activists who do not say things like this, is already entirely and deliberately on behalf of like all Palestinians being terrorists. It's just, this is why I say it's unproductive, because there is no one who is being promoted in mainstream media as like a good voice for Palestinian people, and those who do actually say, I condemn the violence, but here is the reality of why this violence occurred.
They weren't all Palestinians that I showed, but listen.
No, I know. But,
I understand.
But you understand what I'm saying,
Yeah,
right? Like
I do.
this is a deliberate way in which you look at.
But I also think that
a
this stuff-
person or different rallies and you cast a negative light on the entire Palestinian liberation movement.
That's
not
why it
saying you're
matters.
doing that.
That's why it matters. Like,
I
this
know, but
stuff all
it's
matters.
optics. It's an optics conversation, and in the grand scheme of things, having an optics conversation about like, oh, I can't believe they said this. Look at how violent they are, while simultaneously, well,
not they. This, you know what I mean? Like, I know what you're saying.
Okay, how
but it feels
violent
personal
these
'cause we're
specific
having a
individuals
conversation about
are,
it.
but like at a certain point, this doesn't serve any other purpose than what Ben Shapiro would do, to be like, look at how violent they are, and that is the mechanism of manufacturing consent working in unison. Yes, there are people that say condemnable shit. This does not change my mind on Palestinian emancipation, and it should not change your mind.
No.
If you're watching at home, I know it doesn't change your mind.
But it probably does have an influence on people being more hateful, more dehumanizing to Israelis, and in some extreme cases, anti-Semitic.
Ethan, when you see a video,
sure. Look, honestly, I'll concede. I'll say sure, maybe. If someone is scrolling Twitter over and over again and they see footage of people being anti-Semitic and saying shit like "fuck the Jews" or "gas the Jews," it might normalize them making some fucked up comments about Jewish people, or maybe making like saying something anti-Semitic or fucked up or insensitive. Absolutely. If someone is exposed to stuff like this over and over and over and over again, sure, they might make an anti-Semitic comment. They might say something slightly fucked up. Ultimately, at the end of the day, is it fucked up? Yes. Is it going to lead to the death of Israelis on the ground by bringing more people to the side of Hamas? No, but it does. It could have some consequences at like someone you know, graffitiing a fucking synagogue or something like that. And sorry for saying fucking synagogue before that. I didn't mean it that way.
Oh, you're in support of Black Lives Matter.
She says we need to celebrate these acts
you're
of
in support
resistance.
of Black Lives Matter, right? You're in support of Black Lives Matter as a movement in general. You are. I know you are.
Okay.
I mean, come on. When you see videos when right-wingers in America present videos of Black Lives Matter supporters and activists and even leaders saying, you know, that cop died and it was good that that cop died, and they show that and go, look at the situation. These guys are all violent. They all want to fucking kill cops. They all want to kill white people. They show wanton and callous indifference to the death of whites in general.
Yeah, Ethan's doing the exact same thing.
When they show footage like that, does that change your perspective?
There's not. The thing is also, it's hard for me to like react a lot and say much because Hassan is right there and he's fucking saying anything we would want to say. Hassan is right there to say it. So he is like our own reacting. And that's why he's so good. Like everything that comes to mind, he says it, and obviously more stuff.
Perspective? Do you also think?
Not mine, but maybe Sam's.
Okay, it changes some people's perspectives. Do you think that those videos or the weaponization of those videos is what serves a purpose in changing people's minds, in propagandizing them against Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, it's part of why it matters.
No, do you think it's the singular act itself, or is it the propagandizing of and the weaponization of those videos that serve a purpose in creating anti-BLM sentiment?
I don't think it's, you know, BLM. You're talking about different situations. I don't even know.
What do you mean?
I don't know if it's comparable. I mean, we're talking
Palestinian
about
emancipation.
I mean,
He's talking about using one or two people, extreme cases in a protest. Someone from a BLM protest that says something like, "Yeah, we need to kill all cops," and then you put that footage on TV, and then you say, "Look, that person represents the entire BLM movement. We need to stop. We need to quash the BLM movement." It's the same thing as taking one pro-Palestinian activist who goes maybe a little bit too extreme and says, yes, I support what happened on October the 7th, kill all the Israelis. And then you put that on TV and you say, you see, this guy represents all pro-Palestine supporters. Ethan, you're doing the exact same thing. Don't act obtuse. Don't act like you don't understand what is going on right now.
Hold on. And BLM, we're talking about like riots. We're talking about like breaking into buildings. In Israel, we're talking about murdering 1,500 people, decapitating babies, burning families alive, that she called beautiful. We need to celebrate.
Okay, it's like the 10th time he mentions the decapitating babies, by the way. Like full-on fucking propaganda, no exception.
So the severity of it is not the same.
Okay. Black Lives Matter is an emancipatory movement to stop the disproportionate killing and targeting and stop the disproportionate killing and targeting of black people in the hands of the police. Right, under a white supremacist criminal justice system, these issues have gone unnoticed for far too long. Palestinian liberation is identical as far as the struggle goes, which is extended beyond the treatment of black people under a white supremacist police force, but literally is a legalized apartheid structure. Okay, so these are both emancipatory causes. Do you think that when people bring up random footage of like Black Lives Matter activists, or even the Hamas thing, the BLM, the BLM Chicago account is like unaffiliated with anything, posting a photo of the Hamas parachuters, right, and saying this is Palestinian emancipation. Do you think that when people do that, they're doing that because they genuinely think like, oh, we need to clean up our message here? Us BLM supporters, we need to clean up our message here.
I think it's more about like influencing not just the people who are there, but also the people who constantly see this kind of language and think that that's the language of like of the resistance, or that's the way that we should be talking about this.
Okay, so the more positive situation.
Oh, look at that! Harley Plays responded, folks. Is that it, Harley? Come on. He says, just pay it yourself, blah, blah, blah. I said, shut the fuck up, Harley. And then Harley says, whoa, chill out, Anthony. What the heck did I do? Come on, Harley. That's all you give me? That's all you give me?
In that regard, if you were faced with that, if you were faced with someone showing you this kind of footage, and you as a supporter of Black Lives Matter, you would say, yeah, this is silly, this is ridiculous, right? Like, yeah, it's bad, but also this is not what is reflective of the actual modus operandi of the movement in and of itself, and their cause is just.
I don't know if we're getting lost in the woods a little bit, because I agree with you in that it's not an accurate representation of like the people as a whole. It just bothered me, and I wanted to call it out.
Okay. But you understand why, like, it can be, not saying you're doing this, but it can be used to effectively propagandize and neuter any kind of emancipatory movement.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. That's all I'm saying. You're not doing this because you do, I know you are empathetic to Palestinians and their plight. However, many people in the media that are significantly more powerful and more influential than you and I combined times 10 are doing exactly what you just showed me. Showing footage of this around the clock and effectively radicalizing people against the Palestinians and the Palestinian position when an endless bombing campaign has currently taken the lives of more than 500 children, more than 500 children in Gaza. This is why I find this conversation to be utterly and entirely unproductive, especially because we are an independent media outlet in comparison to the sea of mainstream media conversations that are being had on exactly this issue. I understand where you're coming from when you are afraid, as a Jew in America, about the possible anti-Semitic, the rise in anti-Semitism. Of course, your co-host, myself, and many other people I love are we are seen as Muslim, regardless of what our position is, and Islamophobia is also ever present. So I am sympathetic to your fears on multiple different avenues. However, this is why I think it is. It's a conversation that's being had all over the media. I don't know why we spend any additional time on it here, because it does.
I just sent Noah Samsen a DM on Instagram, letting him know if he needs any extra guests for any of the days that he could hit us up. Okay, by us I mean me essentially, but just letting him know. The last time I reached out to him on Instagram, he never saw my DM. That was for the first fundraiser that we did for Palestine. He wasn't able to come on that first one. So then I felt he was too busy to come on to the second one, so I never asked him to come on our Lebanon fundraiser, even though I probably should have. But I figured he was too busy dealing with all the shit that he has to deal with. But I'll probably send him a Twitter DM as well, just to let him know.
Have a
Jay, good night. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry for such a long stream.
Intentional or unintentional way of casting a negative light on the emancipatory struggle of Palestinians, especially in the West.
Right, but I mean, it still is happening though. So, like, should we not show it because it makes them look bad?
I think it's fine to show it and say this. I think it's unacceptable, and I think optically speaking, this is not something that should happen.
But also
basically
what you're saying.
But also do it in the framework of like recognizing the overwhelming amount of media in the opposite direction that is the regular everyday.
And just to be clear, we did spend the first 2.5 hours doing just that.
No, I know, but we talked more so about the real issues on the ground in the first.
Honestly, I don't even know what to. I don't even think I'm going to reply to him. Like, it's such a lame fucking response.
The first 2.5 hours. Now we're talking about the optics. Yeah. Now we're talking about the optics and how certain things are received in the West. And if we're going to have a conversation about like media narratives or how certain things are received in the West and optics, then that's an entirely different conversation that is devoid of.
All right, listen, I see what you're saying.
What's going on the ground?
Think, yet again, we're basically in agreement. There's one more thing. I know this is fucking insane. This is the longest episode ever. It's already 3.5 hours. So thank you for staying.
Half the crew's left.
Are you serious?
I'm exaggerating.
I didn't even
Some people had to go.
Yeah. There's one more thing that as is a dual citizen Israeli, as someone who knows a lot of Israelis, and by the way, knows all the horrible things that the IDF does. After I saw you say this, I was quite shocked because I hadn't heard that. And in my research, looking for it,
I have to pee.
Go ahead, I'll wait for
you. Are
you.
they going to talk about the sexual? Are they going to talk about the rapes and sexual violence right now?
No, I'll wait for you because I want you to see it.
I feel like we're running. Did you even look at it? I'm so upset. You can nothing to do with Israel. Oh.
Just now.
Yeah.
It's been a really horrible conversation.
I agree.
And I don't. I want to say, actually, because we have a moment here, this has been really emotional, and it's just really nice to see both sides being able to talk and have a civil conversation.
I agree.
And educate each other. I've learned stuff from what
I learned
Hassan talked
stuff,
about
no
today.
question about it. Actually,
I wish you learned something. God, I wish that were true. It's so nice to see such a friendly conversation, and we're learning so much from Hassan. And apparently you went home and decided that this was all bullshit and then went scorched earth on Hassan. What happened there?
Coffee.
I want to say, actually, because we have a moment here, this has been really emotional, and it's just really nice to see both sides being able to talk and have a civil conversation.
I agree.
And educate each other. I've learned stuff from what
I
Hassan
learned
talked
stuff,
about
no
today.
question about it. Actually, yeah, I definitely feel like I was moved in ways that I didn't expect.
Which pissed them off and pissed Ela off. They felt like they conceded too much and got zero concessions from Hassan. Just agree to one thing, Hassan.
No appreciation for
points a lot this way.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
No, Ela was just saying, first of all, that she appreciates that we're able to have this conversation. And I was saying that I've definitely been moved in ways that I didn't expect in having this conversation. And further, I said that I hope that people...
We're almost done, folks. There's 15 minutes of video left to react to.
It's a hard conversation to have, and I don't think a lot of people are sitting down and doing it in this way. And I respect you, immensely. And I really appreciate that we can do this. And I hope that people in the comments don't descend into dumb fucking name calling and that actually can just like be civil like we've been, if you're, you know what I mean?
This was still a nice moment, I would say. This was a nice moment. Like, despite the disagreements, and Ethan was kind of a dick throughout the episode and said a lot of shit that I would disagree with and reacted to Hassan in some bitter and annoying ways. The fact that he still can look at Hassan at least and be like, listen, I appreciate you having this conversation. I appreciate that we can talk to each other and not be at each other's throats. Even though we have a lot to disagree with Ethan, I don't disagree with this version of Ethan being open to having the conversation, thanking Hassan for the conversation, being polite, because compare this to the debate, the post, everything, the end game of the whole drama thing. Compare this, how he's talking to Hassan now. He's at least being courteous. Like, Ethan is no longer even polite or courteous. He's just like a fucking dick. So just him doing the bare minimum right here of saying like, hey, thank you for this conversation. I'm glad that we're able to have it and disagree, respectfully. God.
Okay, here's the last thing, Hassan.
All right.
If you're ready.
No, I'm ready.
Okay.
Holy shit, it's 2 p.m.
Sorry, bro.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's holy shit. It's 2:45 a.m. here, Hassan.
It's definitely going longer than I thought. But
oh yeah.
So I saw this, and my first thought was like, that's horrible. But I couldn't really find a lot of evidence to back it up. And like, well, let me play the clip.
I saw on the news today a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women. Yes, Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israelis' apartheid apparatus. So that part is not. That part, of course, comes
Well,
with.
Anyway, that's the heart and soul. I mean, I don't necessarily have to.
There is a.
I don't have to watch the rest because
there's a gag order on that was recently released on
So he's gonna spend the last 13 minutes right now badgering Hassan on where he heard that Israeli prisoners rape Palestinians. By the way, we've seen the footage of Palestinian prison of Israeli prison guards raping Palestinian prisoners. They got caught. They were supposed to get reprimanded. Israelis rioted for the Israeli guards' right to rape. Then these rapists went on Israeli television and became local celebrities. They show up on variety shows. They sing and dance. They sit on panels. They talk. At first, they wore masks to hide their shame. Now they took off the masks. They're out there. They're, face reveal. I'm the rapist.
Israeli soldier that had raped a Palestinian woman. And this kind of, there it is. The IDF removed the gag order in 2016.
He was arrested.
Yeah.
And he was publicly shamed. How is this systemic rape as part of the institution of Israel?
The same concept exists in the American police force, where any kind of sexual act under the coercive institutions of like being incarcerated is understandably and also technically and morally considered sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
There are reports of Palestinian women in captivity talking about that experience.
So let's see. I found one of the sources. I saw you like this tweet by the squirrel guy. So I just looked into
Space Squirrel.
Yeah. So I just looked into all the sources he posted because I was genuinely curious to know if that was true. And I mean, so besides that article I just pulled up, which is like the one really prominent example I could find of an Israeli guard raping a Palestinian. And again, he was arrested and publicly named. But the other one, one of the ones that he quoted was like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Care.com. It's literally just like a little blurb. Palestinian females freed from Israeli detention.
Okay, 1 second. Isn't this AB's dad's thing? Or no. AB's dad is something else, but they worked with CARE. AB's dad has worked with CARE before.
Said more than 15 fellow Palestinian women were raped by Israeli interrogators to force them to confess to charges leveled against them and collaborate with the Israeli intelligence. Quote, Israeli investigators and intelligence officers keep videotapes of raping to blackmail the female detainees.
Jen Vereen, enjoy going to work. I'm going to work now. Happy to join the stream on my drive to work. Well, enjoy. It's going to be like a 5.5 hour stream.
She told IslamOnline.net, which is another website. So according to, I guess, this website, which I then went to, which just doesn't.
Oh, well, that's not going to be too helpful to you, is it?
Well, I translated it.
Translate it.
Yeah, but like, I don't understand. This doesn't seem like super credible, at least, or it might be
Do you
credible.
have an issue with CARE or Islam.net or the
Well, what is this?
the lack of...
listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused in photographs, she said. But like, what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah, yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least. CARE is
There's no
the
source. There's like nothing here. Like, shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
I think it's
there's so many horrible things happening.
I think it's one of the many things that happens under institutionalization, and it happens in America as well, regardless of the same amount of care and consideration being given to those who are incarcerated in America. It's a similar concept. The CARE is the Council on American Islamic Relations. By the way.
Okay.
My dad's part of CARE, the Michigan chapter.
We love CARE.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. AB speaking up.
My dad's part of CARE, the Michigan chapter.
We love CARE.
So my dad's part of CARE, the Michigan chapter. Okay.
My only problem is that there's like literally no source to this.
I agree that doesn't seem the best. That information is not presented in a very clear way.
But because you're the dude that posted this, that you liked his tweet, used this as a source, and I don't know what this is.
Again, you like this man's tweet. Why did you like this man's tweet, Hassan?
It just doesn't seem very. I mean, I don't.
Well, you didn't know what CARE was.
I didn't know what CARE was, but like,
right.
I just came to this. I just typed in the headline that I saw,
right.
And I got to this page, and I tried to do more research about Israeli guards raping Palestinians. I found like another. Let's see. There's a tiny. Oh no, not this.
Have you tried doing the research now, 2 years later, Ethan? Anything interesting come up?
Frankly, there wasn't much else other than like sporadic, isolated, unconfirmed, kind of nebulous accusations. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying like this one article is the only real significant one that I could find, and the dude was arrested.
They do have one of the reasons as to why it is not as widely reported on, is gag orders. You can remove them from time to time, like it happened here, but
there's no evidence for that that I'm aware of.
It's not incredibly well. It's not as incredibly well documented as some of the other things that Amnesty International has access to on the ground.
Okay. It's just, I don't know. It rubbed me wrong a little bit because it's just a big claim to make, and I don't know. Like I'm not saying it's not true because the IDF is horrible and they do horrible things, but like it's a special kind of evil the way that you describe it. That once again, I think
it's a special kind of evil the way you describe Israeli guards raping Palestinians. Okay, Ethan.
Dehumanizes the Israelis.
Today, a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women.
And his
Yes.
source is a guy in Gaza said this, which again, I just want like one reputable source.
Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israelis' apartheid apparatus.
You're a man with long last name. Damn, Hassan liking the squirrel. Oh, how times have changed. I know every time Hassan tweets, I just see a reply from Zay Squirrel, just like shitting on Hassan and like why do you support Bernie Sanders? Which I see both sides. I know why Hassan does the advocacy that he does and why he gives some people more grace than others. And I also get why Z Squirrel is always like up his ass.
That part is
well,
not
well documented, isn't true.
Yes. No. I think you're absolutely right. I think I should have used my words more carefully when saying that. It's a comment in passing, and that does have serious impact. I agree with you.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that the partnering of the instance that you just showed, on top of the gag order, on top of the treatment of institutionalized people in general, and the sexual violence that they are subjected to, that is considered legal in both America and everywhere else, due to a lack of getting adequate coverage of their issues.
Your point is that and the incarcerated are abused.
On top of that, and on top of that, one thing that is not technically sexual violence, but coercion of a different magnitude is for example, gay Palestinians being blackmailed specifically to become sources of information.
I haven't read about that.
And things of that nature that still would be factored under that. You're right, though. I should have chosen my words more carefully.
Right. And listen.
And there is I will present you more information on that as well.
Well, what does that mean?
Like I'll come back with more information for you.
And again, like everything you're super credible. It was just this one thing. It just rubbed me a little bit wrong. And like, listen, that's it. But I appreciate that you.
No, you're.
Thanks.
I think it's fair.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. That was basically that was of all the things you said. That was the one thing that I was like, I don't know about that.
Accusing Israelis of rape, that rubbed me the wrong way.
Oh, I'm glad that we talked about that. The other things I don't know if you want to talk about was my spat with your friends.
Nola says Ethan needed a concession on something so bad that's the whole purpose of the stream. He just wanted, and that's why he got upset. He just wanted Hassan to agree on something. Like, just give me something, Hassan.
Which at this point, I'm like just fully apologetic towards them. After talking about it and really, I don't know. I got more of an emotional insight.
No, it's understandable
from you today that impacted me, and even though, I felt provoked. I understand why, if in my opinion, they're not using the most delicate language because they're fucking angry and pissed. You know what I mean? And so like I need to be more charitable, I think, and less reactive because.
Okay, shit. So Ethan actually did kind of come to a positive conclusion. Like, I understand that these people are angry. They're speaking of a place of emotion. I should be maybe less reactive. I should give them more the benefit of the doubt. What happened to all of this? What happened? Like, he learned the right lesson here.
No, it's understandable.
From you today that impacted me, after talking about it and really, I don't know. I got more of an emotional insight.
No, it's understandable.
From you today that impacted me. And even though, I felt provoked, I understand why, if in my opinion, they're not using the most delicate language because they're fucking angry and pissed. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what? That was some growth right there. That right there, that was Ethan showing some growth and some understanding, despite all the bullshit he said throughout the stream.
And so, like, I need to be more charitable, I think, and less reactive, because their pain is valid, and I need to acknowledge that, and be more forgiving of less delicate language.
Let's end it right here. It's a wrap, folks. That's it. All was well in the world. Leftovers went on to have 50 more episodes after this. Ethan has had a great, very happy career. He's doing great. The podcast is doing great. They actually gained 1 million subscribers after this episode.
Well, I'll get back to you with more information on the documentation on rapes under incarceration.
Okay.
Because there are more studies.
Okay.
There's more.
Well, great. I mean, that'll be nice. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Specifically, this.
Can I make one point on that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Rape under incarceration in a carceral structure in general is very difficult to study and document. The fact that doing so inside of an apartheid structure makes it even more difficult to document. And even then, there are still obviously witness testimonies that you can rely on in situations like this. I mean, okay, well, I'll.
The care thing was the only thing I could find.
There's definitely more. Ethan, that's
well then
it's an inevitable.
Guys, we were done. Ethan, you guys were thanking each other. Ethan, you said you learned so much. Things were looking so good. What happened now? What happened?
Ability that it happens. Basically, it's not like you're not correct,
bro. I'm just saying, like, I just want to know more. I just want a reliable source, and I just don't know what this is.
It's almost all on testimonials from Palestinian women, and that's, you know, it's not exactly considered to be.
I'm not even finding the accusations though.
Okay.
Like, I'm not even calling women liars or something. I want to make that clear. Like, I'm not saying like they're lying. I can't even find the accusations to read. I mean, this is the only one, and it doesn't even say who's talking or who they're quoting or anything. I mean, it's just nothing. But like, I'm open to the conversation, of course, and if that's what's happening, I think it does need to be talked about. That's all.
You like men as well, not just
women. No, I understand that men can also be raped and sexually assaulted. You know, of course. I mean, that's something I did read, which I consider just kind of sporadic and nebulous, because it was just not hard to pin down a systemic thing that I just could point to. Was just like, yeah, dudes were being like, you know, penetrated with foreign objects. I mean, obviously that is also rape.
Yes.
Horrible.
Okay, good.
Sure.
All right. Yeah.
So yeah, in short, in closing, this dude, Mohammed, I mean, again, I apologize to, and
this guy.
I mean, again, I apologize too.
He was telling him like what? He was telling him you're a sex worker or whatever, and they're gonna throw you off a roof. This classic all-timer. What a sincere and great apology, Ethan.
And Frogan, I apologize to. Is that how you say it?
Frogan. Frogan is a foot soldier and has been been a longtime fan of yours. You know, there are going to be other foot soldiers who are also of a Muslim background that may have said.
Oh my God, did he apologize to Frogan?
Frogan is a foot soldier and has been.
I hate that. Is this too? And Frogan, I apologize to. Is that how you say it?
Morgan.
Oh my God, I completely forgot about this. Did he apologize to Frogan? Dude, and now he's suing them and trying to get as much money. Oh my God, dude, like what a fucker. Chris sends a $2 dono. Well, thank you so much, Chris. Why are you still up so late, Chris? It says 100% the pressure from his family snark-brained him. 100%. Ela alone did it.
Frogan is a foot soldier and has been been a longtime fan of yours.
That's true. I can attest to that myself.
You know, there are going to be other foot soldiers who are also of a Muslim background that may have said things that would upset you.
Right.
And that's something to consider when, you know, reacting to them.
You're right. I think
that's what I was trying to say when on the phone.
Less reactive, more charitable, and understanding. You know, they're reasonable and warranted.
Yes, and don't expect the same level of charitability for you or Israelis, because Israelis are the oppressor. Israelis are the ones that hold all the cards. Israelis are the ones that began the cycle of violence, and the Israelis are the only ones with the ability to stop it. So you understanding why Arabs are upset is great. Do not expect Arabs to understand and empathize with Israelis. It is not a two-way street. It is not a both sides thing. It is an Israeli thing. They need to stop the genocide. They need to stop what they're doing. They hold all the power. Remember that, Ethan. You showed some potential towards that 2 years ago. Now you seem so far away, and it seems like it is impossible to even speak to you about anything.
At Israel.
This just proves that it's Ela. Ela is controlling this man. Ethan has shown that he's willing to listen to Hassan. He's willing to concede. He's willing to have conversations. He might be stubborn. He might be annoying. He might be defensive. But as Haley says in the chat, he is malleable. He is. I think Ela and Ela's family and Ethan's family have pushed him to the extreme. I think if Ethan were married to someone else, or not married to an ex-IDF soldier, or hadn't lived in Israel and doesn't have family in Israel, he would have been more on Hassan's side, I think. I think there could have been a chance for him in another world, in another universe.
God.
That's it. That's everything.
All right, perfect. We did it. We solved the conflict.
I thought, like, first of all, I mean, we talked about a lot of shit. And I do feel like I was genuinely influenced by some stuff that you had shared.
Are you moving towards wrapping up the show?
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about the Swifties?
It feels like it's maybe too late now.
Dan wants to talk about the Swiftie movie.
Well, I promise it's not about me. It's about our audience. They were promised. Taylor Swift.
To show stuff that upset me. You know what I mean? On these
Yeah, watch out, bro.
By the way,
what a twist!
I apologize if it felt like I was like forcing you to comment on these terrible whatever takes. That wasn't my intention. It was just to show.
Also considerate of Ethan to be like, hey, if you felt like I put you on the spot and made you apologize for these things, or like, you know, the equivalent of condemn Hamas, do you condemn these videos? Do you condemn these protests? Look, again, Ethan's an asshole. This was a sweet moment. This was him showing that there was a chance, you know? And so I guess that's why I walked away from this, even despite some of the tensions in this conversation over the 4 hours that they were talking. Ethan did not seem hopeless. It didn't seem like it was hopeless. He did not seem unreachable.
Stuff that upset me, you know what I mean?
No, I understand.
But I agree. Everything you said, I agree with. I mean, ultimately, we're in agreement. Ultimately. And in fact, I think you moved me even more towards your side. Or whatever side. I don't think there's sides. It's not the best way to put it. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Cool.
All right, everybody.
Zach's not here to play the music. Would you like me to just kind of
just
sing
like
it?
crickets?
We
did it.
Next up, that was it, folks. Where's that Zoom call that we're gonna watch? The 6 hours. I think I added it to my watch later. Did I or did I not add that? Oh my god. Do I have to scroll to the bottom? Yes, so we will watch this later, folks. Look at that. Final leftovers of Hassan and Ethan on Israel-Palestine, one state versus two state debate. This is another 4 hour almost conversation. This is when shit really went down between the two. We will watch this eventually. Maybe next week. Nola with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Nola. Says, don't forget to hit that like button. That's right, folks. Show some love. Very much appreciated, guys. Thank you so much for being here. It was nice going back to this and kind of like rediscovering that Ethan was a human being. Proof that Ethan Klein kind of had a heart, just like that Iron Man thing. Proof that Tony Stark has a heart. This was Ethan. There was a chance to move him. That is all but gone now. We made it, folks. We made it. Sorry if this was a bit too long. We're gonna watch the next one. Today, folks. Buckle up for another 6 hours. No, this will be next on the list. Final leftovers officially. This was crazy to watch. A lot of tension. A lot of disagreements, but also there was some humanity there and there was hope. And it's crazy to see how much their relationship has evolved. Comparing that to their final debate on Ethan on H3, that was fucking what a clusterfuck. Folks, thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much to Andrea Joan for all of the gifted memberships today. That was fucking insane. Thank you to everybody who sent in a super chat, who supported the channel. Channel members, I will see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Beirut time. 10 a.m. Eastern. If Noah Samsen is streaming in parallel, we'll watch his stream together. Don't worry. I'm not going to make you guys skip any of that. Thank you so much for being here and for supporting the channel and for being here for us. We love you guys very much. Sorry, this was a very long stream. Sorry. If I did not react hard enough, guys, I'm sorry. But tomorrow night, we'll be back with Dark Souls. Elias is coming back. Dark Souls is back on the channel. Let's fucking go. More Lego reviews are coming out tomorrow. One more Lego review is going to drop tomorrow. I'm going to finish editing it and I'm going to release it, either Eevee or the Tumblr. Let's go, guys. Have a good night. Thank you so much for being here. And as always, to know.